The Golden State Warriors are one of several teams back in the running for Jimmy Butler's services now that the Miami Heat have lowered their asking price. Why would they lower your asking price, you may ask? Well, momentum for a trade is picking up one day after Butler's latest suspension by the Heat on Monday. That is his third suspension this month. Before his first suspension, Butler made clear that he wanted a trade despite the Heat kind of being hesitant to fulfill that request, but now it looks like they're complying. Jimmy Butler wants to be anywhere but in Miami. Mike McCarthy is going to remain a free agent throughout the 2025 season. McCarthy, whose contract expired with the Cowboys and wasn't signed to an extension, has decided that he's going to sit out the 2025 season. He removed his name from consideration for the Saints head coaching vacancy. McCarthy is now turning his job search towards the 2026 season. But the biggest question
Hold up a second, son, because we almost there. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We're all in studio on a Wednesday, and football season's officially over. Normally, we'd be in Ashburn. There's one game left. It's the Super Bowl. Some people hate it. I mean, it's the Super Bowl. I'm excited.
I'm gonna watch it.
Good morning, Brian. How you
What
doing,
up, brother? I'm chilling, man.
Caps had a big win.
Yep.
Did you stay up and watch it?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, I was on the treadmill, so
That's what I was wondering if you had it on.
nah.
So you did the treadmill from like 8 to 9 last night?
I went home. I sat on that little area I told you on my couch. I fell asleep.
The
Yeah.
black hole of
Then I had to
awakeness.
send some stuff to my son. I went and sent that. Came back, ate some food. Waited about 45 minutes. Jumped on the treadmill. Got off the treadmill, and when I touched the bed, I was out.
I dropped the girls this morning, came in here early. I had a very interesting conversation with Matt Valdez while he was preparing some sort of avocado dish.
Mm-hmm.
And went downstairs and got on the treadmill. And I hadn't ran. I mean, honestly, I bet I've run twice in the last month. Just the end of the football season, and then they get on this crazy playoff run, and it's the holidays. Like I was just out of shape, certainly. And thank you, Jeff. And B, I got like a mile and a half in.
Uh-huh.
My legs were heavy as hell, dude. And it was like Greg called me, and I could answer it like on my AirPods.
Uh-huh.
I was like, "Can I call you back? I'm dying."
Greg would call you when you're doing something, working out or something. He know he's not gonna work out.
I think he was just driving, so it made sense. Caps, dude, are killing it. Took one in Calgary last night.
Yep.
As a radio program, none of us have ever heard a single nice thing about Calgary, right?
I haven't.
Now, none of us have
I haven't
heard
heard anything bad about him either, but I never heard nothing good.
Listen, we've never heard anything about Calgary, but we've certainly never heard a nice thing about Calgary. So to hell with Calgary. The Caps are in first place in the Metro by a lot. They have 73 points. The Carolina Hurricanes are right behind them with 66. And the Hurricanes have played one more game. In the whole Eastern Conference, they're in first place by a lot. And I think They are tied with the Winnipeg Jets, right?
Mhm.
Winnipeg Jets for most points in all of hockey.
Mm.
You know what would be dope is if the Caps go on one of these wild runs. Like, as cool as it was when they won the last joint in Vegas,
Mhm.
like, I'm going to be honest with you, B. Going to a city like Winnipeg or Edmonton or Calgary, not really on my list of things to do. So it'd be cool if, like, a work trip
But if they go on a
took me
great,
to Edmonton.
if they go on a great run and start, and he is in one of those cities when he breaks the record, that would be fun.
That'd be cool, too.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I
So they-
want
you know, that whole country has gone from disliking him just because he wasn't Canadian to respecting the hell out of him now.
Well, who was that one ass bag clown that used to always try to S-talk Ovi that was Canadian?
One of those guys on one of the top shows.
Yeah,
he
yeah,
was
yeah.
a former coach. I forgot it.
Milbury, maybe?
Sound like that.
He was a jerk. And I
Yeah.
feel like I understand the Canadians don't like the Europeans. I don't really know what that's all about. But Ovechkin, remember Scott McLuhan? He would only describe the kind of guys he wanted on the team as football players. You remember that? Ovi is a hockey player.
Hell
like,
yeah.
His game transcends Europe, North
Doesn't
America, Canada, the
when
U.S.,
when you
Mexico.
when you are the originator of a certain sport, and then someone from somewhere else comes and plays better than people from your country, you feel some kind of way. You know, that's all that is.
For sure.
But you got to learn to get over it and just respect. Don't hate the game. Don't hate the player. Hate the game. The player, he learned the game and he did what he was supposed to do, and he's still doing it.
Absolute
So-
dog is what he is. B-Mitch, some news yesterday that, frankly, you and I kind of expected, I would say.
Yep.
Kingsbury is not interested in the New Orleans job. Cliff Kingsbury sticking around as play
Yep.
caller. I texted somebody yesterday, and the reply was just, you're going to see a lot more of him. So he's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Now, for the Commanders on this thing, like, he's under contract. He's just remaining. Like, there's no announcement for them.
They don't have to make an announcement.
Right. Like, so if people are like, oh, why hasn't Washington said anything? Why would they?
They don't
He's
have
their
to.
coach, and
they have him under contract, and he was the one that had to make that choice. He was like, okay, I got interest. I don't want that job right there.
Right.
You know, and like you stated before, he's been a coach before. He's being paid still from Arizona. He can make those choices like that. If it was somebody getting their first job, I see they'll jump at it. But nah, he doesn't have to.
Agree with you there. I think it's been.
You know what makes an offensive coordinator look real good?
Can I guess?
A phenom quarterback.
Yeah, it sure does.
So why would you run away from that?
Adam
and go
Gase got 2 jobs because he worked with Peyton Manning.
Yeah, and
Not
they,
one,
and
2.
they think he has something to do with Peyton.
Right.
Peyton has something to do with Peyton.
Now,
Peyton was already a star when Adam Gase got him.
Totally. That's just my running joke of, like,
Yeah.
what people will search for to find success. I do think, though, I'm a big believer that Peyton Manning, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Joe Montana, John Elway, like, those dudes were good because they were good.
Mhm.
And then there are certainly coaches along the way that make you better.
Yeah.
Those dudes were good because they were good.
Yeah.
I think Jaden was really good this year because he was good, because
Yeah.
he is good.
Yeah.
But I do think Cliff helped also.
Yeah.
I think Cliff,
See, a
they
smart,
grew into a
smart,
really good
a
relationship.
smart coach exactly sees what you're capable of, and they enhance. They don't try to mess up. We've seen coaches try to take a guy who's already there and change him up and screw up everything. Cliff was like, okay, we know, we see what you're about. I watch your work. Let's figure this thing out. You know, he was smart in that essence. Sometimes the best coach is the one that doesn't change anything about your game. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Have you ever gone to a golf coach and you're swinging and they're trying to make you swing like them? He's 6 feet, 155 pounds.
Right.
You would never do things he can do, but they want you to become them instead of taking what you do well and enhancing that. The smart coaches just enhance what a guy already has.
Well, and I think the best coaches, Cliff said it over and over and over again. I think especially on the offensive side of the ball for play callers, there gets to be such I'm trying to think of a different word, a measuring contest right?
Mhm.
Among offensive coaches about who can be the best play caller, who can be the most innovative, whose stuff will the nerds like the most. You know what I
Uh-huh.
mean? And I think that's the worst mindset for play callers.
Mhm.
I think the best mindset for play callers is, what do I have? How do I play to their strengths? And Cliff said over and over and over again, players, not plays.
Yeah.
And I think
Look,
they put Jaden in so many positions to succeed. And I think as the season progressed, Jaden got so much more on his plate that
Mhm.
he was able to just handle perfectly and keep growing.
think about this. When Joe Gibbs was calling plays and doing things, everybody and their mama knew they were running the counter right, counter left,
Counter
power,
Trey.
power. They knew they were running it. And he kept running. He didn't all of a sudden say, well, I got to start doing this because everybody else is doing it. The best play call is the one that calls a damn play that works. I don't care how much motion you do and whatever, wherever you line somebody up. If it doesn't work, guess what? It's not a good play. If the plays work consistently and it's the most bland stuff in the world, it works. Right now, Kellen Moore, Saquon right, Saquon left. Nothing fancy about it. You know?
Dude,
He's a damn good play caller. You know why? Because that dude right there, you give him an inch, he's going to take a mile.
I think the Commanders got to a place, especially on the fourth downs.
Mhm.
If it was fourth and less than 3, you better expect that quarterback counter to the right side
Yeah.
because they ran it a ton.
And nobody didn't stop it.
Right. And Jaden's ability with his legs was its own version of a cheat code. But like if I notice it, you're damn sure the guys that grind film for 14 hours a day notice it.
Mhm. Yeah.
Sometimes it's just what works.
Sometimes you can't do anything about it. At that point, when they know what you're running, it comes down to who's going to win, who's going to not let somebody beat them. That's basically the thing. And that's what he mean by players. Sometimes it's one-on-one battles. You gonna either kick ass or get ass kicked.
I think. Remember when the Cliff was a thing?
Hmm?
Remember when everybody was worried that Kingsbury was going to fall apart in the second half of the season?
Yeah.
That didn't happen. I think there was some really unfair statistics.
If your starting quarterback gets hurt in the second half of the season, hell, he's supposed to fall off.
Right.
Let's be real.
I totally agree with that. I think Kingsbury wanting to stay is awesome for the continued development of Jaden Daniels.
Mhm.
Not that like he needs more work, but it's just two guys getting to know each other.
Chemistry, consistency.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. And that works.
And there's zero doubts about Jaden's work ethic.
Yeah.
From college to now, the virtual reality, how early he gets in there. But there is something. I feel like there's a little something, B. Adam Peters in the presser the other day said, he's like, man, we love Cliff. We thought he had a great year. He's a great leader. He's a great play caller. And Peters joked, and he's like, damn, I try to beat him in here, and I still never do.
Yeah.
The guy is in here at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
There's a little something in that to me where, like, I feel like I know Jaden a little bit. That's a hyper-competitive dude.
He's going
to be like, I'm going to beat this MF into the office one of these days. You know, like, I think there's a little healthy.
But that right there is that healthy competition.
Right.
Where you and your coach.
Pushing each other forward.
Because like Chris Bosh, okay? Chris Bosh, when he was trying to beat Kobe in, he wasn't trying to beat Kobe to say, oh, yeah, I'm better than you. He was trying to beat Kobe because he's like, damn, how early does this dude get up? And he runs in there like 2 hours earlier than he would normally do, and Kobe is on his way out from already having an hour and a half workout to go get some breakfast and come back. If you keep trying to beat the guy who's the standard, what is it going to do for you in the process? Make you better, right? So Cliff and Jaden with that little friendly competition right there. And then Adam coming in with it. All that stuff makes your team better. You know, because like sometimes you ever heard the story where they talk about the guy was saying you don't have to be smarter than the people. You just got to get there before them. So if the super intelligent person shows up at 10 o'clock and you got there at 6 or 7, you got 3 hours on him. So you may not be smarter than him, but you got more time working in it, and you become just as effective as he is. So if all those guys are trying to win to get in there earlier, you know what's going to happen? It's going to be other people on the team getting in there early too.
Dude.
And then at that point, you're putting more work into the game plan with a lot of people, which builds a lot of great chemistry.
Totally, man.
So,
I think it's great news. I think they're still going to lose coaches. Like, there's going to be guys further down the roster, whatever it is, down the staff ledger, whatever you would call the coaching side of this. Odds are they're still going to lose somebody. I'd be shocked if a guy like I know this much. David Blau is not going to be an assistant quarterbacks coach for long.
no.
His reputation and he installed a bunch of plays this year. And one thing I love, man, I've experienced this in my life as a media person.
Mm-hmm.
And you know some of the people I'm talking about. There are, and this can happen in any profession, whether you're an accountant, a DJ, an architect, trying to start your own business, whatever it is. There are people that will intentionally try to stunt your growth because they want either for their own self-preservation or they want to try to take their ideas and instead of you growing, they get credit for stuff.
Yeah.
Those people exist in the world in all walks of life.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing I love and appreciate about Kingsbury, he's so confident, and maybe it helps that he's probably sitting on $25 million in the bank or whatever, but I think it's just who he is as a person. He's never like that. Every time there was a play that was a David Blau creation, he would say, "Oh, Blau came up with that."
Yeah.
I love that approach because that when one, it's truly comprehensive and everybody gets to contribute, but two, like I'm not trying to take credit for somebody else. That was awesome that they did.
That what goes around comes around thing works. And like, let's be real, there's a lot of people in the world who take credit for a person who they never really talk to about the business. But that person goes after hours and work. And then the person that's just happened to be the person they report to, they take credit. You don't have a damn thing to do with my success for the most part. You know what I mean?
Totally.
That happens a lot. But, you know, I think Blau's not going to always be sitting where he's at. But you know what? I believe that the brain trust and the people in front of this whole thing, if it's like a little competition and it's a little bit more, they may give him more.
I agree with that.
You know, and a lot of times the situation in one place could be way better than the situation with a better title. So I told my boy Kenny one time, like, man, they're going to give me a promotion. I said, what's that promotion? He said, well, man, my title going to change to this and this. I said, did you get more money? He said, nah. I said, well, don't take it. He said, why? I said, because the title you have now, you can get fired for what you did yesterday. See, when they change your name, give you a little management title, then they can fire you for the stuff you did as a whatever.
Right.
No. If they don't give you more money, don't take it.
Now, you mean that advice except for the dozens of official correspondents we have here on the B. Mitchell Finley program. Because like for a guy like Tress Way, being our official Oklahoma lifestyle reporter, carries great consequence, although no financial reward.
Hey, guess what? He has the same title forever. We have to change the title.
Right.
We are not going to give him a promotion, so he won't ask for no money because we ain't giving him none.
Coming up later, we have the official analytics expert of the B. Mitchell Finley program, Neil Greenberg. Again, the title, very, very lofty, no financial compensation.
We gave Tress that title bump, and he started throwing passes in the NFC Championship game.
See, we helped him out.
The
We
B. Mitchell
helped
Finley
promote him.
bump.
That's all I'm saying.
We gave him confidence, Landfill.
Exactly.
Greenberg's coming on at 11. Mike Jones from The Athletic at noon. Jeff Erman previewing a big Terps hoops game tonight at 1:30. Pack show coming your way. You want to know the real story or just the public-facing version? I wrote an article. My fingers could still type. I'll explain when we return. Now, if you have a question about what got me to write that article, I'll explain. If you have a question about buying or selling a house, there's only one dude you should talk to, and his name is John Leahy.
Yep, John Leahy has helped a lot of people. Look, Amy's mom has dementia, and it became time for her to move in with her daughter. Amy's heart was aching, seeing her mother, who was once vibrant and independent, now facing such significant challenges. Amy felt the right thing to do was to be responsible and make the emotional, difficult decision of selling her mom's Vienna property. So John Leahy and the Fine Living Group came highly recommended. So Amy reached out to him, and she's so glad that she did. The property sold in only 3 days and for $65,000 over the asking price. But not just that, the entire transaction was both hassle-free and headache-free, enabling Amy's mom to move in, move on, and settle in smoothly. Looking for your own stress-free transaction? How about a guaranteed offer on your home? Check out those details and more at johnsellsdmv.com. That's John without an H. That's John. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized for your needs.
I think, B, when you tell the story of the woman, like if you're dealing with something like that where your mom has dementia or you've got a family member that gets sick or goes into hospice, let's just be honest. Everybody deals with that. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor.
Yeah.
Religion, like sickness and age come for everyone. And dealing with that stuff just sucks. So get an expert that can handle all that for you and take one stress out of your life. Like some of this isn't about getting the highest dollar or making sure you maximize square footage. Some of it's about, I know this is an expert that can help me and I won't have to deal with it.
Mhm.
Oh, and by the way, John will get you top dollar too.
Yeah.
Seriously, man, if you have a family situation, divorce, you got to move a job, whatever it is, call John. Just let him talk you through it and see what your options are. 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This sports update is brought to you by Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. The Dodgers have spent more than $450 million guaranteed this offseason. While New York Yankees owner Hal Steinbrenner weighed in on the Dodgers offseason spending spree, saying it's going to be even more difficult to keep up with the reigning World Series champs. The Yankees, though, they're spending money. They currently have Major League Baseball's third highest luxury tax payroll at just under $303 million. So sure, the Dodgers spending doesn't ensure that they're going to win another World Series, but it does confirm that they're going to be a problem for years to come. And if the Yankees can't keep up with their spending, the question becomes, who can? Hey, Caps fans, the Law Tigers and Harley-Davidson of DC are giving away a one-of-a-kind 50th anniversary Washington Capitals Harley-Davidson. Check it out in person at the DC Auto Show or enter now at capsfansbike.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Go, ladies. This is dope. Jaden Daniels. I mean, this is way down the list as far as reasons you should like him. White Brian, can you bring me that Gatorade, dude? Sorry, I left it in there. Please. There's a lot of reasons you should like Jaden. I would say his football ability and calm demeanor are the top of the list. But I also love that he's just not a social media dude. Thank you very much. I bet he posts, Jeff, I'm sure you follow him. I bet Jaden posts like 4 or 5, mostly kind of like religious encouragement or like pictures of his boys catching touchdowns on Instagram a week. Like, It's not a very active account.
Yeah, you get your morning prayer right before the day started, the crack of dawn, and then you get your pictures of your boys, like you said.
Yeah, which is awesome. And, everybody should use social media however they want. But I got to say, I love how Jaden uses it because it is infrequent.
Hey, focusing on his real job first.
But I like this. I don't know if you've seen this. I'll drop it in the chat just so we all get to see it. But I legit don't know the last time. I'll look this up real quick. Jaden uses Instagram a little bit, but he really doesn't use Twitter at all. X, the People's app, landfill. Jaden's last tweet was November 4th, and it was about Malik Neighbors. Like, that's how infrequently this dude is on Twitter.
I think a lot of the Twitter stuff is someone trying to make themselves something they're not, and I don't think that's the type of person he is.
Agreed.
So, and I think he's the type of person where he feels, if I focus on what I'm here to do, all that other stuff will come with it.
Agreed. Now, I say all that because Jaden tweeted something for the first time in 3 months about 20 minutes ago. And for all the haters that are going to be like, oh, he's paid to do it, shut up. I'm aware of that, but it doesn't change that it's cool. Daniels just tweeted out, I'm blessed in season 1 as a grandson of veterans. I'm teaming with USAA and MCA Marines to pass along one more blessing. I'm proud to send Jonathan Knauth, a 30-year Marine vet and lifelong NFL fan, on a trip to the Super Bowl. Enjoy the game. #salute to service.
For the person that gets mad at that post right there, pucker up and let my butt hit you on the lips. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
I think it's awesome.
I mean, it's for a person to get upset at that. It's the dumbest person in the
people
world.
are. I just know inevitably somebody will say something like,
"Oh,
he's paid to do that."
And what I just said, I still mean.
I just think it's cool. He's not a dude that uses social media, and occasionally he does. Yes, it's a
Everyone
sponsorship,
is mad because, like they say, what social media make people get. If you could profit off of it because you have that type of mindset, go get it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make him. It doesn't define him, which I love.
Me too.
A lot of people, that's their whole life. Social media. They don't have it, they can't do nothing else. So if you're not doing your job good and you keep doing social media, guess what you're gonna be doing? Social media without that damn job. And once you lose that job, guess what people gonna want? Not want to hear from you.
Well said. All right. I wrote a story, Brian. It's been a while. There's a lot of content these days, but not a lot of writing anymore, which kind of makes me sad sometimes, but whatever. There's just not enough time in the day. I definitely didn't write this because I was stuck on a plane that had no Wi-Fi or TV and I had nothing else to do but my thoughts. That's definitely not what got me writing. But B, I think.
Where you telling us what definitely got you writing?
No. Washington had an awesome year, but it's turn the page time. Peters is down in Mobile at the Senior Bowl, looking at the draft class. The coaches probably get a couple days, but they're gonna be watching tape, self-scouting, seeing where they got to get better.
Mm-hmm.
So I wrote kind of the 4 next steps for Washington, and I think the biggest one now that we know is Cliff is sticking around.
Yep.
So that was a big question, and they have the answer. I mentioned David Blau before. One thing I would keep an eye on. David Blau's last season in Detroit was in 21. Then Blau ended up in Arizona in 22 with Kingsbury.
Mm-hmm.
But his last season in Detroit was Dan Campbell's first year, I believe. On that staff, you had Anthony Lynn as your OC. Anthony Lynn's here in Washington. And you had Ben Johnson as your tight ends coach on that staff with David Blau. David Blau's reputation in Ashburn, but around the league, is super, super smart and kind of a intuitive level of football. Johnson's now the head coach in Chicago. You're going to lose guys. That's what happens to good teams. And I asked DQ about this in the finale presser, whenever that was, Monday. And Dan Quinn said, as a staff, if you do well, then those are some of the things that take place.
Yeah.
We have a deep crew, and that was part of the plan all along, that if those moments happen, we'll be ready to adjust. I think we got to be prepared for some changes. That happens on every NFL team, especially ones that do well.
People leaving your team and coming to your team is just like what we do every day. When you wake up, you breathe, don't you?
Yeah.
It happens. I don't think it's a topic. I'm not dismissing it, but saying it's something that is going to happen. And because it's happening, if you think it's so big, then you're not paying attention. It happens if you're losing people, and you're gonna have people coming in. If you're winning, people taking your people, you still got to bring people in. So it happens no matter if something good or bad happens. It's just it's a part of the business.
Part of the equation. It's waves at the beach, man. It comes and it goes.
Yeah.
It comes and it goes. Number 2, kind of the next thing, the next step here, the next shoe to drop is free agency in the NFL does not open until mid-March. So you got some time.
Mm-hmm.
But you can sign your own guys.
Yeah.
Whenever. There is nothing stopping you from signing a person. Now, granted, their contract's going to expire March 12th, I think, is the league year. But, you could sign them February 27th.
Yeah, you can talk to them.
I am not sure they will. That is hardly a given. But everybody's aware of all the veterans they have, one-year deals. You had Zach Ertz went out of his way to say, I'm not retiring. I want to be back here. He also said, but I understand this is a business. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Tress Way said the same thing. De'Ami Brown said the same thing. You've got guys like Bobby Wagner, Jeremy Chin. They got a lot of guys to probably figure some stuff out with.
Mm-hmm.
There's no rule preventing them from starting that process sooner than later, especially the NFL Combine, where everybody's agents there is probably about a month out. Let's get some Combine dates. This is me telling Landfill when we'll be gone, B. Probably the 24th through the 1st. I will go as minimally as possible to Indiana, so Expect me out there 2 days that last week of February. But that's kind of the next internal step. They're going to watch all this tape, and they got to make decisions who they want to try to get something done with.
Yeah.
There's probably some dudes that they were really happy with what they got this year, but they might still look elsewhere for next year.
Probably.
It's an evaluation business. The third thing, B, I don't know if you agree with me, but I for whatever we can, I kind of want to calm down the go shop at the top. Like, they have all this cap space.
Yeah.
Spend all of it. I am not sure that's what's going to happen. And I think
And let me just hit you a little bit. That ain't gonna happen.
all right.
So listen, don't put your attention on the people that are just being outlandish and just saying stuff. You watch those people well enough to know they're not just going to spend top dollar on everybody. They want to build this thing for the long haul. And they may spend a good bit of it and improve at some positions, but they still want to be able to compete as the next year come along to even make that team better. So I've had people, and look, I got my college text thread, they telling, man, they should go get this person. I say, probably won't. Man,
It's the
you
same
crazy.
college extra that thought the Saints were going to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah. And they're like, man, why? I said, because if you just go spend all your money just all at one time, you don't really improve yourself. You don't put yourself in the position to build and be consistently good. I said they could probably go get, like, they're talking about one receiver. Not still, there's two of them that keeps popping up.
T. Higgins.
I said you can go get somebody from college because receivers today are probably the most developed position coming out of college.
So specific to that, you and I couldn't be more in lockstep. I think the receiver position has become so high paid that you've got the receiver position is the number 2 highest paid in the NFL. Jefferson's making 35, CeeDee Lamb's making 34, AJ Brown's making 32. Whatever Chase gets this year, he might push 40, dude.
Mm-hmm.
And people keep talking about Higgins. Higgins is a really good player. I like T. Higgins. I think he is one of the best in the NFL, if not the best at showing late hands.
Mm-hmm.
Which when he's running a route and he doesn't put his hands up till the last possible second, the DB has no chance because the DB is coached to look for his hands, right? And so when he shows those late hands, Higgins is so good at that. He also has missed time. Like, you're going to pay T. Higgins $33 million a year. Just briefly, Brian Thomas Jr. led all rookie receivers last year with 1,282 yards. He was picked 23rd overall and went to a terrible offensive system. Like, whatever they had going in Jacksonville was broken. Mac Jones looked better than Trevor Lawrence.
Mm-hmm.
Malik Neighbors was 4th overall pick, had 1,200 yards. Brock Bowers was the top 10 pick, tight end, a little bit different. Ladd McConkey, I think, was a 3rd rounder out of Georgia. I'll pull it up real quick.
But he was always open in college.
Second rounder. Forgive me. 2nd rounder, Ladd McConkey went for 1149. Marvin Harrison was the first receiver drafted, just under 1,000. Adunze went 9th or 10th overall. But then you know who looks like they could really play?
Who's that?
Xavier Legette, the kid down in Carolina.
Yeah.
Once the Panthers kind of turned that season around, Legette was a huge part of that. Keon Coleman, I thought, looked really good in Buffalo. There are receivers throughout the draft.
Cookie Man. Cookie Monster.
Yeah. I just, to me, draft your receivers, develop your receivers, pay them. And if you look at what they did in San Fran, where Peters came from, they drafted and developed Ayuk, Kittle, Debo.
Well, that's one thing that we have now.
And then they paid their guys and kept them.
That's one thing we have that we didn't have prior. We draft people and we develop them. It's been a long time we draft people, and if the person wasn't just an automatically worker, they were not going to get better. We've seen guys get drafted, and in the 3rd year, they look worse than they did in their 1st year. Other guys, Terry came in here. Terry was a worker from day one, and he improved. And yes, a lot of the most of the credit goes to Terry. But I sit here and watch how talking to his coach, and he's like, "Look, man, I ain't got to put much attention on that dude right there because I know he's gonna get it done. I know he's gonna put in the work." I think a lot of other receivers got to get that same mindset.
I will give an opportunity for the alternate viewpoint to the aquarium to Brian and I saying, don't spend big at wideout, draft a wideout. Nobody go anywhere, Greenberg at 11.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Super Bowl 59. One game, two teams, endless possibilities. And there's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown, who will take home the MVP trophy, or the coin toss, FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every moment. With live betting all game long, you can jump into the action, adjust your bets, and ride the wave of excitement from kickoff to the final whistle. Plus, to make the Super Bowl even sweeter, new customers can score $200 when you make your first bet. Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you'll get $200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Brian and bet with NFL and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shout out to Aretha. Brian and I both contend. I'm not saying you can't sign wide receivers, right? But I have no interest in Washington going to the top of the market in the wide receiver market, spending $35 million. And I mean, if Chase became available, sure. But like, I just don't see that happening.
Yeah.
And I don't mean it as a dig at Higgins. I think Higgins is a really good player.
He's a damn good player. I just think
for what you can get in the draft and then develop yourself.
That position has proven itself. All right, I'll just say this. Look at the top receivers in the league. Go the last 6-7 years. Most of those guys came to their teams and been the leading receivers since they got to their team, right? They didn't have to wait years. They were there instantly. Chase was. Jefferson was. Hell, the kid, Thomas, this year, a lot of people didn't hear his name a lot. When you look at the rookie of the year, it's Malik Neighbors,
right?
Thomas, Jaden. Those three guys were on the same football team.
Just drafted LSU wide receiver.
Yeah, they were on the same receiver, on the same team. So you have to understand this thing in the NFL. It goes in little circles and stuff where what you see one year, the next year you won't. Well, the receiver thing has been running for a while, and if you look on the weekends, and when I went to the thing last year with Michael Vick and Devin Hester, there are 7-on-7 competitions where quarterbacks, DBs, and receivers, those positions right there are growing because they do it year round. They do it all the time. And those guys are prepared when they come out of college to go do whatever they need to do, no matter if they come out as a junior, senior, whatever. They're ready to go.
And I'm not like Washington could take a receiver at 29. Washington could move up to 25 if there's somebody they like. Like they got options. Brian Thomas went 23rd, you know? And I think the receiver position just continues to be loaded.
But before I go there, Jado, before I say people like always want to jump on the receiver. When you look at the game Sunday, you look at games a lot, if you don't have the big beefies to get that quarterback time or guys that can affect the quarterback, nothing happens. I believe you need to be worried about that first. And you could probably find another receiver. But you saw receivers on this team come around at the end. So we'll see.
For me, I mean, their offense finished top 10 in every measurable stat. You can remove run game if you want, but and in the run game, I'm sure they were still technically top 10. I think, yeah, they still finished third in rush yards. A lot of that's Jaden, but the position to spend for me and the outlook I think was the best was what Minnesota did. Minnesota lost Danielle Hunter. That was a big deal.
Yeah.
Danielle Hunter got damn near top of that market money. He's a really good player. He deserves it. Houston spent big to bring in Danielle Hunter. And he's a really good rusher. I'm not doubting any of that. Danielle Hunter got $25 million a year.
Yeah.
So Minnesota pivoted and they signed two guys that they knew would fit their system and got awesome play out of them. Now, one of them, they got kind of not a bargain, but they signed Van Ginkel from the Dolphins, who proved to be really good.
Damn good.
Van Ginkel's, I think he's making like $13 a year. And then they also signed Jonathan Grenard, ironically, from Houston. So Hunter goes to Houston. Hunter leaves Minnesota, goes to Houston. Grenard leaves Houston, goes to Minnesota. They signed Grenard at 19. So they got two guys for $29 million, whereas Danielle Hunter went to Houston for $25. And those two guys fit their system perfectly. I'm not advocating to not spend. I'm just saying you don't have to go top of the market for a team where you still have lots of holes. And I think we got to.
What I say is this: people fall in love with names. I think you have the people in place that are going to sign guys that can play. I could give a damn about the name of the person that you get. I want the guy to be able to play when he comes here. See, we've seen that over the years too, where we've brought in all these free agents from all over the place, and they get here and they do absolutely nothing. I want them to go get guys that can still play, guys that don't have an ego so big that they care only about themselves and not about the damn team. And they've been able to build something over this last year with that type of mindset. So there are some guys out there that are free agents, and I know a lot of fans going to be saying, I could probably go out on a limb. I didn't talk to Adam or any of them about none of this stuff. This is my opinion. They're going to probably stay away from some of those other guys because they are culture killers. And I don't blame them.
B, how about this? My guy, 1981 Trading Company, says, JP, you can do both. Nothing's stopping you. The Packers 49ers model is good for consistency for playoffs, but don't win you Super Bowls. Niners were in 2 Super Bowls in the last 5 years. That's what you want. That you run into Mahomes and like the
running into Mahomes
the dude's impossible to beat.
That's a problem.
But like people got to recalibrate. Speaking of recalibration, we had a dude call in and said we don't want to be Baltimore or Buffalo. This dude saying you don't want to be the Packers or the Niners. Like that's exactly what you want. If you're getting to the divisional round every year, some of this is puck luck. Some of this is how a fumble bounces or how a field goal bounces. But like, if you are consistently at that level at the last
you should
in
kick the
NFL,
door down unless you run into one of the greatest ever.
And maybe Jaden will prove to be that guy.
Yeah,
I believe Patrick Mahomes' first year starting, he lost in the AFC title game. Isn't that when they lost to Brady?
Who?
Mahomes. The first year starting, he lost in the AFC title game. So if you want to use that as your guide.
But see, this is the thing people don't understand. Ken and I were talking. I'll get to it. When
we'll get to it. We got a break.
Yeah.
We got Greenberg next.
Okay.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. The Raiders have their new head coach in Pete Carroll, and arguably the most important decision he's going to make is who will the quarterback be? Well, the Raiders could trade up and get us one of the best signal callers in the draft, or maybe they're going to return to a familiar face. Multiple reports have stated that free agent quarterback Russell Wilson could reunite with his former Seahawks head coach in Vegas. On a recent podcast, Pete Carroll said that he's trying to find the puzzle pieces rather than trying to put it all together right now. So while he didn't exactly say that the Raiders are definitely going to sign Russell Wilson, he didn't shut it down, and he said that there's no way he's going to let good options get away from him. Speaking of the NFL, the last remaining head coaching job available, that's the Saints. Both Mike McCarthy and Cliff Kingsbury have pulled out of the process. Kingsbury staying with the Commanders, and Mike McCarthy is taking the season off to focus on the 2026 hiring cycle. So the question is, who will be the new coach in New Orleans? Well, Philadelphia Eagles offensive coordinator Kellen Moore had a second interview with the Saints, and right now looks like a favorite for the job. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. From maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Shout out to Ozzy. Shout out to Iron Maiden. Time to get smarter, folks. Bringing in our friend, Mr. Neil Greenberg. Stats, analytics, fantasy, gambling, does it all for the Washington Post. What up, Greenberg? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We are good, dude. We're good. I want to get to kind of your overall assessment of Washington's season. I've never asked for your overall assessment of Washington's season this late into January. I know that much. But I want to start here. B. Mitch and I were just having this conversation of kind of next steps for Washington. And there's always so much excitement and discussion about skill position players. That's just what people get fired up about. B and I are both of the mindset of draft receivers. Don't go top market to sign a receiver. My caveat is unless Jamar Chase somehow becomes available. But where do you stand on that?
On way to draft wide receivers?
Like,
no,
if
whether
you're Washington,
in
they
this
got a lot
position,
of
do you
cap
want to go
space.
get the highest paid one, or you want to go draft somebody?
I think you always, if you can address needs in the draft, you're always better off doing that because it's cheaper.
Yeah.
And you can also get a couple different options because you have a bunch of draft picks depending on where you're going to be. So I think if you're for Washington right now, the window is open. I think we can all agree on that. They have a really good quarterback at a below market price. So use that to your advantage. And, there's a lot of needs to fill, right? I mean, there's some tackle, offensive line, cornerback. But if you're going to look for a wide receiver, I think it's always better to look towards the draft and kind of make one, into your into a viable option, than spend big money trying to get one. Because I just think the draft will offer you a couple more options.
See, I just believe right now on this team, getting your O-line and D-line up to par with like the better teams is more important than trying to go draft a top-notch receiver or go after a top-notch receiver.
Agree.
Because if you
And-
have those positions, then you got people right now that can help you compete. You know, if you have more time or you got to put more pressure on the quarterback, a receiver comes in and you still have pressure on your quarterback, it doesn't really help that much.
Correct. And, you know, we talked about this last year with the quarterback position. You know, with a good defense, even if you get just average quarterback play, you can really improve your team. Well, now you have a really good quarterback in Washington. So if you can get just an average defense around, you know, on the other side of the football, I think that could keep things going the way they are. Because they were in a track meet in a lot of these games, right? I mean, the offense kind of had to be historically efficient in order to keep up because the defense wasn't always reliable. But if you can shore that up, then, you know, this team takes on a whole new dimension, and it's just a lot different to play against. It's interesting with you know, it's funny because now I really think now the goal becomes, how do you beat the better teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
Philadelphia, Detroit, Kansas City, if you get that far, Buffalo. Like, you now have to look at your roster and say, okay, we can contend. You know, we have to build ourselves so that we can keep these deep playoff pushes and maybe go deeper. So I absolutely think now it's not so much as filling up holes. It's, you know, how do we keep from backsliding, and what do we have to do to beat the teams in front of us?
Mm-hmm.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here. You can give him a follow on X, the Everything app, at N Greenberg, or Instagram at N Greenberg. I'm not gonna give your email address out because you might start getting a bunch of emails, but you should follow Greenberg.
You might like that.
I get that anyway.
All right, what the hell? Neil.Greenberg at washpost.com. If you want to get a hold of him personally. Let's zoom out from the wide receiver conversation and just talk about the Commanders. You must have had a good year in your account, because I think you were fairly bullish on this Washington team. I know that you put your money where your mouth is and had some wagers. I know you had the over 11.5 wins that probably paid plus 2,500 or something.
Beat Detroit by 14 or more. That paid 25, 21 to 1, 22 to 1.
Wow, that's crazy, dude. I hope you had more than like $10 on it. That's all I can say.
I had as much as they would give me, and usually it's not a lot, but I did okay.
How much did this team exceed expectations, or were they just better than everybody thought?
That's a good question. I think that they were just better than everybody thought. There was too much, for lack of a better term, the Snyder stink on the team. And I just think too many people thought that, like, Snyder's imprint and Ron Rivera's imprint was just too much to overcome, despite almost all traces of those two impacts on the regime, like, relatively cleansed. And, you know, again, like, talking about it, like, the quarterback position, it doesn't take much to elevate a team. And if you go from not great quarterbacking to just average quarterbacking, that really is probably the biggest jump in the NFL. So I think that they played really well. They definitely over exceeded expectations. And then they just, you know, everything worked. Like, you got to give a lot of credit to the front office and the coaching staff. And you know, I firmly believe that Dan Quinn's his aggressiveness on fourth down in particular, you know, plays a big role in it. I mean, you're extending drives and you're not punting. That is very, very valuable, and it goes a long way. And like, we kind of talk about this in the analytic community, like incremental wins, and you know, yeah, you're adding, you know, just to kind of talk like the numbers here, like maybe you're adding a 5% to your win percentage, but when you win that game, you get the full win, and a full win in the NFL in a 17-game season carries a lot of weight. So to stand to his convictions, believe in his team, to go for not only fourth and shorts, but kind of like fourth and medium sometimes, you know, really does, it really is a big benefit, and probably one that we're not talking about enough.
Yeah, as you look at this team right now, okay, the way that they finished or how they played, they added a lot of people last year with 1-year contracts. Are they in a position to where they can just add some pieces and still compete? Because we know sometimes when you do well and you have free agencies and all that type of stuff, everybody they got $100 million. So are they positioned to be able to keep this thing moving? I'm not going to say they have the same type of year, but make sure that they could be in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly can because the offense seems to be okay, right? Like, there's no huge overhaul that needs to be done on the offense. Offensive line obviously needs some help. Pass rush needs some help. Cornerback needs some help. But like you said, between the draft and $100 million, and now, maybe you don't have to overpay as much to get a free agent to come here, right? Like, that's the other thing. Whereas before, in order for Washington to get a free agent, they not only had to be the highest bidder, but they probably had to be significantly the highest bidder. Now, all things being equal, you look at what Washington's doing. Maybe players decide that it's okay to take a market value to Washington because the chance to play with Jane Daniels, the chance to continue what's going on here. I think that this team will be competitive. I think that they'll probably win 10 games next year, which should get them in the playoffs and it should make them, a team to watch. They're not going to sneak up on anybody, but they certainly should be competitive. And it's a lot of money. And with the front office make it in play, and I have confidence they can make the right decisions. I don't think this is a fluke, and I think Washington, at the very least, should be a playoff contender for the next couple of years.
I do too. And I think, people are asking me, like, what should expectations be now? And I think that's it. That you're a playoff team. And I think it's you kind of start to set sights on being a divisional round playoff team, right? Like you are in this thing, and you are, like, even Houston has proven that now through 2 seasons with CJ Stroud. Like, things can change quick here, and I think we're watching it unfold.
Yeah, and if your reputation is the team that no one wants to play in the playoffs, like, I think that that's good. Like, if you look at the teams this year, I certainly think Washington was that team because their ceiling was so high, right? Like, you never knew when the offense was just going to score every time they marched down the field. You never knew when Quinn was going to extend those drives with his fourth down calls. Sure, the defense had problems, but that offense, could you miss a drive as an opponent, you could find yourself very easily down 7, 10, maybe even 14 points very quickly. So I think that if that's Washington's kind of aura over the next year or two, as they start to, add more pieces in place for extended playoff runs, I think that's perfectly fine in year 2 of the rebuild.
We talked about what it does for an offense when he goes for it on 4th down. Can you quantify how demoralizing or how much it affects the other team when they make those first downs?
Yeah, well, it's certainly a situation where you're looking at it and you're saying, okay, I know for me, if the coach believes in us to do that, like, that for me is what makes I would run through a wall, right? Like, I would definitely get that done in terms of that would just be a huge boost for me. And then I think also when you look at, like, how just the points per drive as a defense, defenses give up twice as many points per drive if there's a 4th down conversion on the drive. So it goes from, like, 2 points per drive on average to, like, over 4 points per drive on average. So as a defense, like, you can probably say that they're going to score if there's no conversion, and the scoring rate, whether it's a touchdown or a field goal, goes up from like 30-something% to like 70%. So for a defense, it should be demoralizing because, like, that's your chance to stop the drive almost. And when you have these teams going for it on 4th, usually it's in the opponent's territory, so they're kind of almost in field goal range to begin with. And to be able to make that makes the chances of a field goal much more, but then also the touchdown, it's a huge boost. And like I said, to not only go for it on 4th and short, but to see these like 4th and 3rd, 4th and 4s, to miss a 4th and 4, then to come back and, go for 4th again later in the game, that just has to be so galvanizing for the offense. I can see why Coach Quinn is so popular.
Specific to that, were you surprised on the first drive in the NFC Championship game where Washington had already, I think, converted 2 4th downs on an 18-play drive that they kicked when they got to like the 16 or whatever?
No, I'm not surprised. At some point you gotta get points too. I mean, you're an underdog playing against a very good team. You kind of got your chance to get down there. I'm sure Quinn assessed the situation and said, all right, let's just get the points and see what we can do. I don't think I'm breaking any ground here. That wasn't, taking the points there wasn't the problem. It was the turnovers that were the issue. And, had that not have happened, who knows what we'd be looking at. But I'm fine with the coach has more information than me. So if I see a coach go for it, and then say, okay, I'm taking the points, and like he has a history of YOLO, like, whatever, I'm just going to go for it and put my team in the best position to succeed. If he goes for the points, I'm perfectly fine with that. Like, I have no qualms. I don't care what the analytics say at that point. Like, the coach did what he needed to do to get this far. And if he thinks taking the points are the best thing, I'm taking his word for it.
So I kind of felt like the guy who they hired from the NFL to tell him probably said, you know what, we're not gonna keep getting these 4th downs. Get the point.
That's right.
That's
right.
Because you could go to the well too many times.
And Fangio's defense has a history of red zone stops because they allow the little underneath stuff and nobody's going to beat them. Well, when the little underneath, you run out of space. I
was just going to say, what people may not understand is that the field gets compressed, right? Like the closer you get to the goal, the less room you have to work. So you have to take all that into account. And I'm not saying the analytics do or don't. I'm just saying from a coaching perspective, X's and O's, that coaching staff knows way more than me as opposed to a 4th down bot saying yay or nay. Like, just do what you got to do. You got this far. They all deserve the benefit of the doubt. He's shown that he will go for it if he thinks it's the right move. If he takes the points, I'm fine with that. He's the patron saint of YOLO. Like, do what you got to do, boo.
B, how refreshing is it to hear an analytics dude say the coach knows more than me?
Hey, man.
There's so many people that are convinced that's not the case.
I told you I like Neil early.
Yeah, man.
Some of them I don't like, Neil. Some of your friends I
understand.
I don't like it. They don't put context to nothing.
Greenberg, before we let you go, the Caps are tied for the points lead in the whole NHL. They got a clear lead in the Eastern Conference. Good win last night in Calgary. We've never heard a nice thing about Calgary. How good is this team? How could there's this like weird World Cup or something. There's like this break coming up in hockey. What kind of impact could that make?
Yeah, look, if losing Ovechkin to a broken leg didn't impact this team, nothing's going to. I mean, they're arguably one of the best teams in hockey. I actually tweeted this the other day. Like, if you want to keep these good feelings going in the DMV, definitely take a look at the hockey team because they have two things to root for, right? They're really good and are a Stanley Cup contender. And, oh, by the way, one of their players is also going to become the greatest scorer in the history of the sport.
Yeah.
And also Ovechkin. So, I think that it's definitely time to turn your attention to them. They are very good. They are very well coached. I know we're talking about Quinn, but, you got to give a lot of credit to Carberry to be able to do what he did, lose Ovechkin, not lose a step. They have a lot of, the goaltending's good. They're getting production from young and old, et cetera. This is a legit team. They should be fun to watch down the stretch.
When do you think Ovi breaks the record?
I had it in March, kind of like late March. I'll actually be updating it every time he scores. I'll give like the most likely games
Ooh.
that he should break the record. Mostly it's for myself because I want to be in attendance, but I'll
too wanna
definitely
be
keep
in
an eye on that.
All right, yeah. Can you just text me that directly?
Yes, of course.
You'll be working, Jay.
Oh,
You'll be
dude.
there.
On a serious note, I got your ticket for Friday night. Are you still able to make it?
Yeah, I'm going to be there. I'm looking forward to it.
Do you have a ticket, or do I still need to physically get you a ticket?
You need to physically get me a ticket.
Yeah, you asked him, did he want one? He said yes. Give it to him, JP.
Yo, the Cluster Buster sent me
What the
tickets.
hell are you doing, man?
I can Venmo.
I'm surprised you already have it.
I'll email it to you because I know your email, neil.greenberg@washpost.com.
Okay.
All right. You let me know if you have any trouble.
He tried to get your email overflowing, dog.
I know. I'm going to have so much spam. I'm just going to forward it to him. I'll make a little rule.
Every time you get one, send it to
I'm
him.
going to have White Brian send it to you. I'm going to keep my email address a secret. Thank you, Greenberg.
I can tell you what it is. James.
Take a vacation at gmail.com.
Right.
That's probably his email.
See you, man.
All right. See you Friday. Love you guys.
All right,
Neil slip that we did on the landfill? Take a vacation?
We will see Greenberg on Friday night at 106.7 The Fan live in Leesburg. I'm pretty sure it's sold out. It's going to be a very, very fun night. There is a controversy brewing in Philadelphia. I'll explain.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Some big NBA news. Jalen Johnson's breakout season is reportedly over. The Atlanta Hawks forward will have season-ending shoulder surgery. He was averaging 18.9 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, all of which were career highs, and he was in the mix for an all-star spot. But now his season is over. Moving over to the NFL, New Orleans held second interviews with 3 known candidates for their open head coaching position. One with Eagles offensive coordinator Kellen Moore, second interview with Miami Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver, and the third and final interview we know of was with New York Giants offensive coordinator Mike Kafka. Now, Mike McCarthy was scheduled to have an interview with the Saints this week, but he pulled himself out of it and instead is planning to focus on the 2026 hiring cycle. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the DC area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. It's all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Shout out to Jock Jams. I mean, just to think, they used to like sell this as a CD. All the hype music that was played in arenas. It'd be like this song, whoop, there it is. See, why, Brian, that's why you need a stream in the aquarium. You're in charge of the damn stream. Like, the people need to see Landfill and Jeff dancing. Can you make that happen, White Brian? Are you utterly powerless in your stream role?
I think I can make it happen.
All right, now we're talking. Because, Landfill's such a giver that he's not going to be at the big party Friday night because he doesn't want to take somebody's seat. So we at least got to let the people see Landfill dancing. Jock Jams gets him going. Landini, did you own the Jock Jam CD Volume 1 or 2?
No, I'm not from 1992, so I don't know what any of that means.
Brian, how old are you, young man?
26. I'm 27.
Have you ever owned a CD?
Yes.
Okay. Like when you were in high school?
When
did iPods took over in
my
5 or something, right?
My first CD I bought Graduation from a Barnes & Noble.
I don't know that Barnes & Nobles even exist anymore.
They got them some places.
Do they?
Yeah.
What CD was it?
That's a good CD. He just said it.
Graduation. Kanye.
Oh, I thought he meant I got it for graduation, like high school graduation.
Yeah, that's because of them hobbies you had back in the day. Brain cells gone.
Had some hobbies, B. Yo, before we get into the controversy coming from Philadelphia, seriously, you got to check out this contest. You could win an ultimate tournament trip to Las Vegas just by listening to 106.7 The Fan. Win a trip for you and 3 friends during the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. Flights, hotel, and 20 G's in spending money.
I would love that in Vegas.
Yo, you heard that right. 20 grand in spending money. That is nuts.
Yeah.
Just download the
Can we get in there?
Seriously. Download the free Odyssey app. Listen to The Fan for at least 1 hour. Listen the next day for at least an hour for another entry. It's Odyssey Slam Dunk in Vegas National Contest. For more info, go to odyssey.com/slam dunk. That is legit.
Jeff, if you win there, would you go to Vegas?
Yeah.
Have you ever been out there for the first 2 rounds?
You gonna spend the whole 20?
Nah, I'd probably spend like 10 trying to flip it, but I just put the other 10 to the side. and
Yeah,
say,
right. You get to Vegas, you spend all that.
I've
You ever been to Vegas?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been to
Some
Vegas
people
like
haven't.
twice.
I mean, a lot of people tell me they've never been. I'm like, wow, you don't know what you're missing.
Landfill, you ever been to Vegas? Landfill has not been to Vegas. What about you, White Brian? You're a young man.
I have never been to Vegas. No.
I don't know that he's built for it.
I think Brian, me and you will go.
I would love to see White Brian go out drinking for the night with B. Mitch.
Yeah, fine.
That I'm here for.
Yeah, we'll handle that, B.
Oh, that'll be something. White Brian, do you like bourbon?
Yeah, I like bourbon.
Okay.
Not my first choice.
It'll be the Bryans out on the streets.
The 3 B's. Brian, and Bourbon.
All right. So I don't know what to make of this. When a team in a city like makes it to the finals, the kind of what has become the norm, and we've seen this locally as teams have like had success, right?
Mhm.
Is other teams in that city will like congratulate them on social media.
Yeah.
Right? That's become a normal thing. We've gotten used to that. Like the Nationals will say congrats to the Caps or whatever.
Okay, what's happening here? What's happening with the Sixers?
So the people in Philly have like created this controversy that the Sixers didn't like immediately Sunday evening, Sunday night say congrats to the Eagles for beating the Commanders. And the conspiracy is Josh Harris owns the Sixers, and that's why the Sixers didn't congratulate the Eagles.
He was probably busy. And I'm sure they've since already did that.
So last night, right, Tuesday night, there were a bunch of Eagles players at the Sixers game to do their pregame thing where you ring the bell.
Uh-huh.
And it was A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith.
So the players not dealing with that. That's just the idiots in Philly that's dealing with that.
Well, and then it ends up, January 28th.
Yesterday.
Is last night.
Yeah.
So last night they posted pictures of the Eagles players that were there sitting courtside. And I mean, just from a straight dollar perspective, these dudes are sitting courtside with the Lakers in town, right?
Uh-huh.
Sixers played the Lakers last night. Somebody confirm that.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure I saw a picture of them like hugging on LeBron.
Uh-huh.
From a straight dollar perspective, giving away courtside seats with LeBron and Anthony Davis in town, you can sell those tickets for a lot of money. That's just the reality.
Yeah.
I mean, those courtside tickets go for a lot.
Oh.
Like 30 grand sometimes. Like
especially
with
LeBron.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So Philly people are kind of mad about this because it happened a couple days later. I find it impossible to believe, and you tell me if you disagree, that like Sunday night, something from the Sixers got run up the ladder to the point where Josh Harris was like, yo, don't you dare tweet that out.
I doubt that.
Maybe somebody in Philly with the Sixers was like, we're going to wait because Josh owns the other team. Like maybe something happened, but there is no way, in my opinion, Harris is getting involved in the minutia of what teams.
I
are
believe
tweeting.
if it was a thing, the players wouldn't have showed up to the game. It's not a thing. As I said yesterday, and this is people don't, and I'm not defending, but I'm saying there's a small group of idiots that make Philadelphia look bad. Most of those fans are not concerned about that crap. But you get the little drunks and the little fools that want to act a certain way. Like the one dude that wanted to decide he's going to bump into the little Commander dude that ended up putting him to the ground, knocking his ass out. Everybody's not going to take that crap. So that's like you said, what you call it, a non-controversy. I totally agree with that.
To your point about good people in Philly, so Tailgate Ted's obviously getting harassed up there or whatever, and has become, that video went viral because Portnoy got involved. They've now raised over 10 grand to fight lung cancer with Eagles fans making the donations.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Because there are smart people up there.
Controversy, baby.
Yeah.
Controversy. And dude, you're right. There are bad actors in all fan bases.
Totally.
Phillies just might be louder. And then once you have the reputation, everything gets amplified because people expect it. And then people start to look for it. And the idiots have their phones out all the time.
If I give you a metal trash can and you put 5 rocks in it and you shake it up loud as hell, right?
Yeah.
If I put about 50 to 60 rocks in it, you shake it, you probably won't get no sound. So don't always think the loudest is the majority.
That's a good
Loudness is
analogy.
the minority most times. They just got a big voice, and they'll call every show and talk all the idiocy all the time. Most players in that locker room have a problem with that group of people too.
I'm with you. You know what I got to do yesterday, Brian? That
What?
I honestly haven't done ever.
What?
No landfill. I
What did that feel
I can't. It
That's
was
it. What do you do?
It was emotion. It was
I can imagine. I can imagine.
Yo,
Y'all horrible, dude.
so we usually get the kids down 7:30, 8-ish. And then I usually have to run back and forth to my car to bring stuff in, whatever, right? And typically, even stuff that goes to the garage into the basement, I have to bring up and into the house, down the stairs and around. And I had a case of water that I was bringing in, and the case of water goes in the downstairs fridge in the garage. And I started to walk upstairs to come downstairs inside the house, and I was like, wait a second. I got this dope ass new garage door. And I pressed the button in my car to open that thing. Right. It was like it makes about as much noise as when your phone vibrates. Like it's silent. I never could have done that with the old garage door. Because the old garage door it was like getting hit by a truck.
Kind of sound like your voice.
Bro, it was so little things in life are what excite you. And for me, having a new garage door from Door Pro America is so damn awesome. They took great care of us, Shane and Vince. The whole process took like 2-3 hours. They had to move some stuff. They moved it all back where it went. The process couldn't have been easier, and we can't be more happy about the new door, how it looks, how it sounds. Door Pro America has been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. Their team handles it all. Garage door and opener repairs, maintenance, new installations, anything you need, they do it like true pros. Call right now. You can save $150 on a brand new garage door. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or check them out at doorproamerica.com.
Can you imagine Jim in Las Vegas? No. Can you imagine Jim in Las Vegas? No.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Landfill, you want to laugh about something? CK sent me 3 tickets to 1067 The Fan live. And I just asked him, I was like, hey, man, you sent me 3 tickets. What's up with that? He's like, well, you asked for 3 tickets. And I was like, oh, do you know who they're for? And he said, no, you asked for them. I know one's for Greenberg, so I have 2 for you.
Landfill, we got a ticket for you. So you don't have to worry about
Yeah.
worry about the fan now. We got it for you.
Yeah, Landfill, you're good. You're Gucci, baby.
How thoughtful.
What do you say?
How thoughtful. So we'll see you there, right?
Yeah, sure.
Landfill giving me the eyes like the gummy just hit. Like he's just like all of a sudden completely immobile and staring. I don't know. I think AD is the other ticket. We'll see. All right, Greenberg, I just sent you your ticket. B, we haven't done, I wanted to circle back to this. Zach Ertz, De'Ami Brown, Tressway. Let's separate De'Ami because that's a more interesting situation. Ertz and Tress both made very clear they want to be back.
Mhm.
They're both free agents. To me, I think Tress is a complete no-brainer because I think Tress will want to be here to the point where it's like, hey, guys, can I just get the same contract and we can keep this moving? You know, like I don't see that being a money thing. Ertz commands more money. The position commands more money. That could be a little more complicated. But frankly, with Ertz, I don't even think it'll be. What do you think the odds are that one or both are back next year?
I think the odds that both will be back. I'm gonna just go over. I'm gonna go over quickly over 50%. I'll say about 65, 70.
I tend to agree, dude. I think with Tress, it's almost more. Like I think there's a 80% chance Tress is back. Something, you know, like I think it's likely, maybe even highly likely Tress is back. And Ertz, I think, bro, he was really good.
He was.
I mean, he was their leading receiver in the NFC title game. He was good just kind of throughout the season. I mean, what did he end up? How many touchdowns did he end up with? 8 or 9?
Mhm.
I'm trying to Google it. NFL tight end stats. Now you did have a couple guys with 1,000-yard seasons. Kittle, McBride, Bowers were awesome. Jonnu Smith was awesome, especially in the second half of the season when I picked him up in fantasy. No big deal, Landfill. Ertz, though, finished with 654 yards and 7 touchdowns on 66 catches. Averaged 10 yards a catch. Now, you want Senate to develop. I understand that. But I don't think
You
Ertz,
don't want to develop so much to where you just get rid of somebody that you know can get it done.
and they've run a lot of multi-tight end personnel on the field. Whether it's 12 or like a different look, hell, they run 13 sometimes. Like, there's playing time for everybody. I don't think having Ertz stunts Senate's development at all. And the way Ertz helps you in red zone, there was a reason Cliff kept going to him on 4th down. It's because they trusted him to get open, especially in short yardage red zone situations.
He was the insurance policy a lot for Jaden this year.
So you and I both think likely to highly likely both of those dudes are back, or can you land there safely?
Yeah, I said that.
Okay. Jeff, you want Ertz and Tress back?
Yep.
Landini's a go. They're not going to bring everybody back. It's more complicated than that. Tischler brought something up on the podcast that I hadn't thought of that, frankly, I think could be a real issue, is with Pete Carroll landing in Vegas, and with Pete Carroll's probably going to try to do what Dan Quinn did this past year, where, you know, it's pro football and you always want to win, but we got to build our building. We got to install our operation.
Mhm.
I mean, is there a better dude for Pete Carroll to try to get than Bobby Wagner?
Yeah.
That's not saying he necessarily
But
wants
I
to
would
leave
say
here.
this though: Pete was the head coach. Dan was the D coordinator. I would believe Bobby and Dan had a better relationship than Pete and Dan and then Bobby.
Well, Quinn eventually left, and Bobby was there a lot longer.
I understand, but still, when
And
you,
it's not like Pete's an offensive guy; he's a defensive guy.
yeah,
I hear you. Clearly, he has a close relationship with Quinn and folks on that staff. I think Ken Norton goes back to that Seattle staff. That I think could be a factor. Is all I'm saying.
Mhm.
Here's what we're gonna do. Mike Jones from The Athletic joins us next. Might open the phone lines up after that. Talk a little.
back then they didn't know me.
Now I'm hot. They all on me.
This sports update is brought to you by Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. The Wizards take on the Raptors tonight, tip-off scheduled for 7 p.m. Alex Sarr was previously listed as questionable after suffering an ankle injury Monday against Dallas. He has now been reported out for tonight. Keeping it in the NBA, the Golden State Warriors and several other teams are back in the running for Jimmy Butler's services now that the Heat have lowered their asking price. Momentum for a trade may be picking up one day after Butler's latest suspension by the Heat on Monday. This is his third suspension this month. This one will take him to at least the trade deadline. And weeks after being unable to come to a contract agreement with the Cowboys, Mike McCarthy has made a decision. That decision? He will not coach in the NFL in 2025. He's instead going to shift his focus to the 2026 hiring cycle. Hey, Caps fans, the Law Tigers and Harley-Davidson of DC are giving away a one-of-a-kind 50th anniversary Washington Capitals Harley-Davidson. Check it out in person at the DC Auto Show or enter now at capsfansbike.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right, B. Mitchell Philly. B. Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. Coming to you live from Navy Yard Studios. B. Mitchell Philly Show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com, find a contractor near you, and available tax credits and rebates. We're talking about RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. Joining us now is our guy, Mike Jones. You can follow him on X at by Mike Jones. Mike, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing well, B. Mitch. How you doing?
I am fantastic. Mike, Commanders' year finally came to an end, but what are your thoughts on how they went out there and played this year?
Well, look, I had the expectation that we were going to see a foundation laid, that we were going to see a lot of growing pains, but we're going to see some promise, and that there would be, things to build on for the future. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect that they would get this thing turned around this quickly. And not only would they reach the postseason, but they would be a game away from the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And that your rookie quarterback would have played as well as he did in the postseason, like just amazingly. And even in the NFC Championship game, they did not lose that game because of him. So fantastic season, way exceeded expectations. And the future is bright. Again, the foundation's there. They got work to do still, but they're headed in the right direction.
You say the future's bright, and you've seen a lot of football. You've seen a lot of teams come and go and things of that nature. When you look at how they are doing things and prepared, can this be something that we see that's the beginning of something new, not just like, a one-hit wonder?
Yeah, I don't think it's a one-hit wonder because the thing is, this is a quarterback-driven league, right? You've got to have a quality difference maker quarterback. You have him. He is the centerpiece. Now you just have to, continue to build around him. They also improved steadily on defense. It was pretty shaky early on. They continued to get better. So that's telling you that there's a coaching staff who understands, okay, this is the talent we have, and this is how we have to help them continue to progress and get the most out of them. They would not have continued to improve each week if it had not been for a talented coaching staff that really understood the talent it was working with. Also, general manager, the talent that they were able to get, some of those were stopgaps, some of those were pieces to build on for the long term, but they understand how to fit the puzzle pieces together. Look to me like the general manager and the coaching staff, the whole front office and the coaching staff were in lockstep with each other because there weren't ill-fitting pieces that, the GM or the front office wanted you to get this. And, we've had times when the coaching staff has players that they're working with that they did not want to be acquired. That is not the case here. So you've got the GM, you've got the coach, you've got the unity and cohesion and the vision that they share together, and you've got the quarterback. And so that's what you need to build a strong franchise, and they're going to get there.
It's funny, Mike. B and I were talking about how you really see these situations where coaches will try to blame other coaches. They kind of try to hide it, but they do it publicly or privately. They won't play players that they didn't draft. Like all the symptoms of broken organizations. Like you and I know them well from our time just being there every day covering the Commanders, and it's so different now. It's remarkable. Like I was thinking about this, Jonesy. Senior Bowl's going on. Are you down in Mobile?
No, I'm not.
So I'm not either. But do you remember the years we had to go down there to chase Bruce Allen around to try to get an interview because he wouldn't just do the normal thing and have an end of season presser?
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff is gone, man.
There was no transparency. You would ask a question and you would get a GM who smirked at your question and then would talk in a word salad and not answer you. This just the way of doing things is way different now. I heard it once I went out there to the facility. I saw it. You feel it. It really is it's a new day. Now, look, could they take a step backwards next year? Are they going to make the NFC Championship game next year? I don't know. And they could take a little bit of a step back, but I don't think it's a drop back to double-digit losses. This thing they're going to keep on building this thing and keep on progressing. And this is not the only time that we're going to be covering this team deep into January.
Yeah, man.
But the culture was damn good.
Well, the culture's been great.
No,
every head coach has come there, has changed the culture, right?
But I was hitting with the Bruce Allen. The culture is
told.
damn good.
That's right.
Jonesy, let's zoom out and talk about some of these hires made around the NFL. Of all the coaching vacancies, what hire were you most impressed with?
I guess I would have to say Ben Johnson. I think that was a really good hire for Caleb Williams' development in Chicago. They have talent on that roster on both sides of the ball. They messed themselves up by sticking with Matt Eberflus for one more year. They should not have done that. They should have made the move, right away. It's tough for a rookie quarterback, a young quarterback, and now he's got to learn a whole different language and a different way of doing things. But I think that he's got the right guy, the mad scientist, the teacher of an offensive-minded head coach that's going to help him get headed in the right direction. Because, look, they did not win a lot of games. Statistically, he wasn't bad. So I think that was probably the biggest win of the coaching cycle. Mike Vrabel up in New England, he's a great coach, I believe. He'll be good for them. It's just so dumb that they could have had him last year. They delayed this whole thing by a year, and they, wanted to get away from the Belichick way, and now they got Vrabel back there as their coach, and then they bring Josh McDaniels back as the offensive coordinator again. It's just so silly because all they had to do when Vrabel was available last year was to hire him and make him the head coach then.
It is silly. So much of that, so much of all this stuff is just crazy. I agree with Johnson. If the other element to this is like you got to also be the leader, but I think we might be discounting his leadership abilities. What do you make of Liam Cohen? I don't even know how to say the dude's name. Cohen.
Cohen.
What do you make of the way that all shook out where he didn't want to be there? They finally get rid of Balky. He's still going back to Tampa, and then he goes back to Jacksonville.
Okay. I would have reservations of hiring a guy that showed so much disloyalty to the franchise that was doing right by him. Your 1 year as the offensive coordinator, and you do great and you draw attention. That's fine. So he didn't want to go to Tampa, but I mean, go to Jacksonville because of Balky. Shad Khan is an idiot because all he had to do was talk to anybody around the league, and there were many people who didn't want to work with Trent Baalke, but he held on to him and he drug out the process. And who knows, he maybe could have had Ben Johnson because Trevor Lawrence is an attractive piece to work with. But okay, so he finally decided to fire him. The thing I don't like about Cohen is all he had to do was say to the Bucs after they had that verbal agreement, they were going to make him one of the highest paid offensive coordinators, to say, hey guys, I really appreciate what you were going to do for me. The situation changed here, and this is an opportunity that I feel like I got to pursue. Instead, he went dark on the franchise. And he tried to say, oh, my kid was sick, so that's why I wasn't communicating with you guys. When it turns out he was at the Jacksonville Jaguars facility and talking to them and nailing down this deal to be their head coach. I would not want to hire somebody like that, because if you cannot trust a guy to be a man of his word and be straight up and have difficult conversations with a team that was taking care of him, was about to make him very handsomely compensated, then what's going to happen when things go poorly in your organization? Is he going to jump ship? Is he going to blame things? Is he going to turn on players? Is he going to turn on you? So, but again, I'm not surprised because Shad Khan has not shown that he knows how to run a quality organization. They've been in bad shape down there in Jacksonville for a while. So maybe he and, Cohen deserve each other.
I guess teams aren't like bumpers.
But dude, this exact situation, a Tampa Bay OC that said, yo, I'm not going to work with Baalke, happened 3 years ago with Byron Leftwich. It's
well, that actually, remember, Baalke did not want them to hire Leftwich, so he put out there that Byron did not want to work with him. Byron has told me from his mouth that he had actually never said that and was wanting to come home and coach in Jacksonville, and all of a sudden these words came out that he didn't want to work with him. He's like, where did that come from? Turns out it was Baalke.
Also an example of what a scumbag.
What a douche he is. Hey, let me ask you a question. Is Dallas in a better position or worse?
I mean, dude, they're in the, I mean, I guess they probably are worse. I mean, look, if you just want to be the star and have a coach you can control, then this was a great hire. But if you really wanted to improve your team, and you could have gotten Mike Vrabel, or you couldn't have gotten Ben Johnson, or you could have gotten any number of guys, but you drug your feet and you tried to. I think he really wanted to force Mike McCarthy into taking a bad deal and keep everything the same. And McCarthy was not going to go for that, and then winds up settling on Schottenheimer, who nobody in the league was interested in, who's been a coordinator in the league for 25 years and has managed. I looked at the rankings of his offense. I think he's only had one or two top 10 offenses. Everything else is in the 20s. I mean, if you really want to win, then that is not the hire you make. Yeah. But it's good for everybody else in the NFC East because Jerry Jones can't get out of his way, and so you don't have to worry about the Cowboys.
Do you think anything was ever real with Deion?
I mean, I think they had a conversation. I think that Jerry knew that he was not going to be the star and Deion was going to overshadow him. And if they turned things around, Deion was going to get the glory and not Jerry. Mm-hmm. I think Deion was too strong a personality for Jerry. And so that's probably what happened there.
What a world, huh? I'm talking with our friend Mike Jones from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at @MikeJones. What do you make of the Pete Carroll hire and Tom Brady kind of running the show and Vegas trying to rebuild and become, frankly, relevant?
Yeah, look, I know they wanted Liam Cohen initially as well because, they hired Spytek, who had been in Tampa, and the familiarity. I think that Pete Carroll was the smart hire. I think that's a mess there. You didn't need another first-time head coach, a guy who'd only had 5 years of NFL coaching experience, 1 year as a coordinator. You don't want him making the jump and being a head coach of a real reclamation project. So Pete Carroll is a guy who's been there. He's done it. He's got strong leadership skills. He is the guy who has the vision. That is probably the better hire. It's probably fortunate for them that it didn't work out to get Cohen. And so I think Pete Carroll will be good for them. Obviously, I have no idea who their quarterback is going to be, but Tom Telesco actually did a good job of drafting for them.
Mhm.
He had his first 3 draft picks were starting center. Well, obviously Brock Bowers was number 1. They also had the starting center, and they also had a starting right tackle from 3 of their top draft picks last year. They had quality pieces to work with there. You need to find a quarterback and have some other things to help shore up your defense. But Pete Carroll will come in there, and it's a 3-year deal, so it's not a super long deal. Guy is over 70, but he's got a youthful energy to him, and he knows how to connect with players. So I think it'll be a good hire for them.
I mean, certainly Carroll has, you said, that youthful energy, that like constant positive aggression mindset. And I think that'll be fascinating to watch going forward. I'm going to circle it back to the Commanders here, Mike. We're 6 weeks out from free agency, more or less.
Yeah.
Washington has a ton of cap space. Do you expect them to be really aggressive early on in this, or do you think they'll continue to try to lean on building through the draft?
I think they're going to build through the draft, but I think they will be selective and have a few key pieces they'll get in free agency. I think that the veterans are going to want to come here to play. When you have that energy, that kind of a difference maker, a kid who's playing like a top 10 quarterback already, maybe the best quarterback in the NFC East. Veterans will want to come here, but I think that they know that the long term is building through the draft. And so you're going to see a smart approach.
I think that's what is needed and probably what we're going to see. It's crazy to think what all they accomplished this year with a rookie quarterback, first-year head coach, first-time ever general manager. And B and I are both pretty much agreeing with you. I think especially, we're kind of getting to a space where the Giants, are you shocked they didn't fire everybody up there?
I'm not, just because John Mara hates paying people to not work, and he holds on to things way too long, and so I think that's why. And look, also, I think a little bit of it was, they made the mess, and so he wants them to clean it up. He also
may not be
was part of
capable.
that decision. He let Barkley go himself as well, so that's why he couldn't totally blame them for the state of that team.
It's just crazy that because they were on Hard Knocks and then we all watch it, like just how brutal that has looked for them. But
I think wasn't it on this show? I think B-Mitch, I think you asked, like, what are they? Is he giving them the rope to hang themselves with? Like, this is the worst
Well,
thing
they
in the
sure
world.
did.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so, we saw it all. That couldn't have played out any more awful for them.
But we know what the Giants are, at least I would say a year away, because that quarterback situation is a mess. Like, who knows what's going on there, right? The Cowboys, now maybe you get Dak back healthy. There's obviously some talent there, but this more and more looks like
Schottenheimer already working with the offense.
Yeah, but
Okay.
McCarthy was calling the plays.
Yeah, but he's working with the offense.
Right.
Installation.
Right. But this looks like Washington is trying to catch Philly in the division. And if you had to come up with a blueprint, a game plan to catch Philly, what is it?
Invest in the defensive line, invest in your offensive line. I mean, you look across the line, but they didn't have their starting center and had a guard playing center for the first half of the game, and they were
profusely.
Running,
Right.
They have studs all across their defensive line. They have studs in their secondary. It's amazing. They have not had high draft picks in a while, but they have quality picks, and so they do a great job at talent evaluation, but you see where they've invested. They've invested in their offensive line and defensive line, and magically they drafted Devontae Smith, like would be a number one receiver on any other team. And then you figured out how to pay him and A.J. Brown. You got Saquon, but again, it all starts with the mindset of being physical, winning in the trenches. And so if you can win in the trenches on both sides of the ball, you're going to be in good shape. That helps your quarterback, that helps your secondary. So that's what's got to be the blueprint, is investing up front. It's not sexy, but it makes a big difference.
It's not sexy, but you know what? All the great teams that have gone out there and won Super Bowl, they had good offensive lines and defensive lines.
It's what they built in San Fran.
Hell yeah.
And then you add the really special skill position people later, you know?
Before the game, the offensive line was working out right before where we were doing our show. Santana said, damn. I said, what you talking about? He said, man, look at their offensive linemen. Monstrous, dog. Some big dudes. But they big and they can play, you know?
Yep.
It's Jonesy, we see you in New Orleans.
Yep, I will be there.
Okay, great. Look forward to it, man. Thank you for the
JP
time.
taking us out for drinks, Jonesy.
I will happily buy Mike a drink.
How about me? What the hell?
I'll get
All
you
right.
too, B. Thank you, Mike.
Looking forward to it.
All right,
All right, bro.
See you later, man.
Just quickly just left me, boy. I'll buy Mike a drink.
No, you said we're going out for drinks, and I was like, yeah, I'll happily buy Mike a drink. I will buy you one too. You and I go out for drinks fairly regularly, and we kind of have a good flow of I get this one, you get that one. I don't know that the last time I think I had a drink with Mike Jones was at the Arizona owners meetings in like 2018.
That's too long, dog.
That's what I'm saying. Been too long.
Yeah.
Maybe at the combine, but I don't know. The combine's gotten so damn late. Here's what I do know. It's the best time of year for football, and it's finally here. The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who will be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Check out their big game giveaway promo for your chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Opt in today in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See the app for details. $10K in cash and 7,500 getting $100. That's a good ass deal. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. You see that picture I just dropped in there? That's your boy, Walter Payton. That's your favorite player ever, right? Wasn't it Sweetness?
Sweetness and these in our Dorset.
Look at that picture of Eric Dickerson and Walter Payton at the 1984 Pro Bowl. that's the Pro Bowl I want.
Eric Dickerson. That's Eric, right?
Yeah.
Eric Dickerson and Walter Payton.
That's some G's right there. I want to.
Like they had already did their work and they were
Yeah,
done. We're not going back in, but like right now they done for the game start.
They look like they're chilling. I don't think, and forgive me, we've checked in with the stream whatsoever today. Why, Brian? Who was it? I don't feel like scrolling up that much.
Our guy Strizzy.
Strizzy's back.
Strizz
What is the
back.
count?
Strizz say, hey man, y'all going before 10. I'm jumping in this joint.
So we keep track of whoever the first person to comment is.
It on Kangaroos.
When we say we, I mean White Brian does. Who is it? WB?
There's Strizzy.
Strizzy.
No, today, but who's leading on the year?
Oh, Strizzy has 12.
All right, other people are kind of catching up, right?
I guess.
The
We have a
only
couple
reason
with
they're catching
3.
up is because we went through that week. We said Strizzy had to be second. He had to be first. And then you kept giving it to the first person. And if we had never stopped him, he would have all of them.
Is there anybody above 5 besides Strizzy?
No.
Damn. Strizzy needs a vacation or something. You know what? Or just shout out to Strizzy. Everybody on the stream's mad at me. I'm checking in, Scotty G. I'm not. Can I say the word Scotty G is saying? I don't know that I can. Scotty G's very upset. Deborah's mad.
Why they mad? Because you didn't give it to them?
Oh, Deb says that Strizzy cheats.
How?
How, White Brian?
Sometimes he gets in before 10 o'clock.
Yeah, everybody's been in before 10 o'clock.
But I don't know how else he would be cheating besides that.
Well, let's be real. Whenever
When do you put the stream up?
Whenever we pull it up is when it starts calculating the people.
Yeah, I set it to go live at 10 o'clock. But as soon as I get the program going, people can hop in and join the waiting room.
What if
the person that we called yesterday was at JD or whoever it was, JD or something like that? He was at 9:58, 9:57.
Here's an idea, and I'll be honest, this sounds like certainly work I'm not going to do. What if the person that gets credit is we have these giant red clocks, right? Like we know what time it is. When Brian and I first actually speak and the show begins, that person gets the credit. Generally, we come on around 10:04, 10:03:30, something like that. Landfill probably wants us to come on about 10:02:30 or 10:03. Is that a reasonable ask, Brian?
Yeah, I can do that.
You gotta do what?
Like the first person that says hello when we actually come on the air rather than just when the stream opens.
Why are we changing the rules? Because if everybody else want to beat the dude, get on a little damn earlier.
The NFL
no, we
tried
ain't
to do it
changing
to
no
Mahomes.
rules for nobody.
The NFL changed overtime rules to try to beat Mahomes.
So we're not changing rules to help nobody out. We're not the NFL. Get up. You want to be in? Do it at 9:50.
Shout out to Landfill. He bought a bunch of pizza. Also, shout out to me. Listen, go to the stream right now.
I'm on the stream.
White Brian, tell me if you see this. It looks as though I am being touched by an angel in the stream. There is a beam of light coming directly onto
Because you
my
got
head.
a light right above your head, dog.
You don't have one?
My light is off right above my head.
Do you think this is divine intervention?
Hell no.
I think it is.
I don't think it is. If it was divine intervention, that voice wouldn't sound like you're eating rocks.
I think my voice sounds fine today.
No, it doesn't. Never sounds fine.
I think it sounds normal. It's my voice.
Eating rocks.
But at a certain point, it's just that's how I sound.
Not some days.
White Bride, doesn't it look like an angel is beaming down upon me?
Yeah, I'm going to have to get you a ring light or something because, yeah, that's been there all day.
I'm going to be clear. I'm not going to accept your ring light.
Yeah, it's just the thing right above his head right there.
Yeah, the light bulb. Jeff, do you think there's something religious going on here?
Not at all.
Hell no.
I think it might be.
Well, I would tell you it definitely isn't.
2 comments in the stream. Zin's World says JP is on a mission from God like the Blues Brothers. Correct. Sam C says really is off season if JP's yapping about a halo on his head.
Yep.
Here we are. All right. Since it really is the off season, I'm gonna stick to the sheet here. Jeffrey, the one pending free agent you need Washington to bring back. Only one. You only get one. You only get one.
Bobby Wagner.
Wagner.
Yes.
Why?
Even though, our defense had its struggles, I just feel as though he was like a solid foundation for the team. Like, he knows what it's like to win. I think because we heard a lot of reporters and people talk about his influence in the locker room. I just think that is a solid piece to have, especially in rebuilding the team.
Not mad at that.
Sound good.
There's not a wrong answer in this, but certainly Bobby Wagner should be at or near the top of the list. What about for you, B? You only get to pick one.
Well, I only pick one. I was gonna pick Wagner, but just pick Wagner.
Wagner.
We got Wag already out there. I think he has been way more for this team than what people think. And I think a lot of times, a lot of people that don't understand the influence of somebody on a football team. And Bobby has been a great influence, not only on the defensive side, but the offense, Jaden Daniels, the whole team as a whole. Like, you hear coaches talking about how he would hand them stuff about defensive things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can see him possibly being a coach, a D coordinator eventually, but I think he touches way more people on the team than just being a defensive guy.
I'm looking at Landfill's text right now. And just as a brief rule of thumb, if you're wearing pajama pants in the middle of the day, I'm at least going to question some things. That's just unless you're in your apartment in college. Like,
hey, Jeff said everybody else born after 99 is weird. He say, what? He said, when you were born, he said 2000. Jeff said, that's what I'm talking about. Jeff, did you notice and look at the pajamas?
Yeah, I didn't want to destroy my boy like that in the radio, so that's why I just stopped. But
there's a new guy walking around with thinning red hair and pajama pants, and he decided to enter the break conversation, and I decided to walk back into the prison cell. I think one of the most important things you learn in journalism school is that, like, people have biases, and if you try to ignore those, you're not telling the truth. So, like, I'm going to accept that I may be biased on this, and I recognize in terms of importance, this is not the right answer because Wagner, Ertz, Eckler, Chin, like there were people of the pending free agents. I don't want to see Tress in another uniform. Like, all the rest of these dudes have been other places and kind of came here for a year, and it was a magical year. But it was like there's a level of mercenary to it.
Uh-huh.
Like, I don't want to see Tress in a Chargers uniform.
Hey.
Think like Art Monk in a Jets uniform still upsets me.
Hey, man, you had people.
Hell, B. Mitch in an Eagles uniform.
Hey.
I don't love it.
Hey, yeah, it is that let it happen. So, talk to them bastards.
I feel like we can get Tress done by the end of next week and just not have to worry about that. That's all I'm saying. He's a DMV treasure.
Yeah.
Landfill, you got one?
I like
somebody you don't want to lose?
For me, it was Bobby Wagner. I just think that the defense isn't good enough to be kind of jettisoning good players like Bobby. We need him back.
Bobby's really good. He had 130 tackles this year.
That's a lot of damn tackles.
I wonder if there's an easy way for me to search this. If I have to scroll through every person, I'm not going to, but I wonder if the franchise mode will tell me the leading tackler per season. I can't imagine Washington's had somebody with that many tackles
London?
I mean, dude, London's what comes to mind. All right, so Wagner finished the season with 132. Chin finished with 117.
Damn.
I mean, that's
Lots
a $150 between the two of them, or 250 rather.
50, dog.
I think I'm gonna have to actually put the research in on this. Just not ideal. Maybe White Brian can. Previously, Cody Barton had 120 last year. Cody Barton played some good D for the Broncos this year. I wanted to point that out. This is going to take me too long, and Landfill wants me to break on time. I think Wagner is probably the top of the list as far as most importance to the team. I think he'll have a market, though. I think underselling Bobby Wagner was something foolish that happened around the league last year. And I know the phrase, and I know how, like, one thing I find so bizarre, and maybe this happens in the NBA, and I just don't pay that close attention to it. And the Wizards have largely not been a team that we have to worry about who they're spending money on.
Mhm.
But NFL, I've never seen a group of fans that care more about like protecting the cap. Like, dog, you're a fan.
First of all, listen, man, they wasting their time. They don't know even what's happening with the cap. They just hear somebody say something and they run with it.
Like, for me, for fans to say, oh, you'd rather be a year early than a year late, I guess. But at some point, you got to acknowledge elite athletes age differently. And if this dude just had 130 tackles, he had 180 the year before in LA. Is he showing you any signs of slowing down? Eventually, when you see the signs, that's one thing, but I haven't seen that whatsoever. 1:30, Jeff Erman joins the show. Can't front on that. Damn, in about 45 minutes, we're going to hear from Jeff Herman in advance of a big Terps game tonight. It was 15 years ago when Gravis beat Duke in College Park. Makes your boy feel very old. Especially because I was already out of college at that point. Damn, your boy is old. B, I don't know if you saw this.
Brother.
What's that?
Stop aging yourself.
Yeah, you're right. Tom Brady and Kevin Burkhardt during the NFC title game, as Saquon went on that 60-yard house call, and Saquon, I mean, finished with 3 touchdowns. He dominated that game. They made a joke about Giants fans might have a tough time with this going forward. And that's been a pretty recurring joke all season, is how well Saquon has played. And it's only amplified because of the Hard Knocks and the John Mara memes and all of it. Well, guess who thinks it's time to stop?
Who?
You want to guess, Landfill?
Mara?
No. But somebody that collected checks from him.
Eli?
Nope. I don't think Eli would say it.
P. Mitch?
No.
Oh, no.
But you did collect checks from him.
Yeah, I did. I'm not worried about what the hell's going on with him.
Strahan?
Nope. Anybody got a guess? White Brian?
That's a twin.
Odell?
Nope.
Tiki?
Tiki. Tiki's had enough of your jokes, Landfill. Everybody's saying, I mean, the memes.
When he said Saquon was dead to him, then people thought that was annoying and asinine.
Tiki said Saquon was dead to him?
Yeah, when he said, when he got ready to leave, well, he's dead to me, he's done. Because he was going to the Eagles.
So Tiki was asked, how many jokes will Brady and Burkhardt make at the Super Bowl about Saquon killing it for the Eagles and the Giants letting him walk?
I think they're going to make more.
Tiki said, none. I think it's been played out, and if they are anything other than tone deaf, they will get it.
No. People love hearing it because it looks so damn stupid. The stuff that they did on TV, how they were going about this thing, they're not going to stop. Because you know what? Giants fans are pissed. Everybody that's a Giants fan are pissed at what happened except Tiki.
Dude, I think Giants fans are pissed.
Hell, Mara's still pissed.
Mara's pissed. Also, it continues to be funny because he continues to just kill it.
Yeah.
And I think if you watched the Hard Knocks, the arrogance that Shane handled that situation makes you want to root for Tiki. Or not Tiki, I'm sorry, Saquon.
Yeah, because what he did basically was, when Mara made his comments, he basically was like, whatever, I'm letting him go. Like, he was butthurt because he didn't call him back. That's the whole thing, Jake.
I totally agree.
There are a lot of people in sports in those positions that are weak as hell. And they hold grudges. And then they sit up there and they blame everybody but themselves when something goes down.
I couldn't agree more. How many jokes you got? How many Saquon Giants jokes you got in the Super Bowl? I'll set the over
I go set it.
1.5.
I'm gonna go over.
White Brian, does it hurt you that people are still making fun of the Giants for this as a Giant fan?
No, because the Giants deserve it.
I think that's how the fans feel. Now, Tiki's got a different financial incentive to want to get it over with. But
that shouldn't affect his job.
Of all the things you're mad at, White Brian, where is Saquon on the list?
I like seeing him be successful. It sucks it's for the Eagles, but he wouldn't rush for 2,000 yards on the Giants.
Because they don't have a line to block for him.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to rush for that when you're getting tackled by DBs and rushing.
But that's
for
not
20
his
yards.
fault that his people that were picking people didn't get good offensive linemen.
Yeah, it's not his fault at all, and I'm
Yeah.
happy he's finally successful somewhere that is giving him the resources to be successful.
Well, I mean, he had success in New York too. not to this level.
Yeah, limited success.
And the team didn't have success. Dude, it's crazy to think how much that upset loss of the Vikings in the wild card round 3 years ago, in fact, set the Giants organization back. Danny Dimes plays the game of his life. They commit $100 million to him over 2 years. He goes back to being terrible.
They have to learn to not be victims of the, like, right on the spot. They got to learn to look at things, step back from it a little bit, and realize that, nah, we still shouldn't pay this fool. People just jump off of one thing. Okay, if someone is consistently bad and then he has a great game, that doesn't overrule all the bad games.
It is something. Landfill over under 1.5 Saquon jokes at the Super Bowl.
Honestly, I think it kind of depends on how well Saquon plays. I think if he's going out there with 3 touchdowns again, they'll probably reference it more than that.
I think that's a great point. If KC shuts Saquon down, they probably won't be making Saquon jokes because there's other things to discuss.
Yeah.
Um,
They're playing in the Super Bowl, though.
right.
And the other team was finished before the season was over. I
Yeah.
still give you an opportunity.
If you think
Brian, like, damn, you put it like that. It makes it feel different, don't it? They're in the last game of the season, win or lose. And by week what? Week 12, the Giants were, no, by week 10, the Giants were out of it.
hell, the Giants might have been out of it. Maybe not math. I mean, they were among the first teams mathematically eliminated,
Yeah.
if not the actual first. But, congrats, White Brian. You have the number 3 overall pick to look forward to. B, I mean, the Giants on Thanksgiving
Was out of it.
they were 2-9.
They were out of it.
They were bad.
They would not have to win 6 in a row,
Like,
and they still would have been out of it.
you went 3-14. I wouldn't worry about Saquon Barkley jokes. Like, just try to move it forward.
Yeah, man.
And Tyrone Tracy's a decent player.
I like Tracy. He's a good player. He's got to stay
That's
healthy.
Saquon.
2 things I want to address. Jeff Erman's joining us at 1:30. I want to talk about the biggest position of need for Washington, and I have one sneaky next step for Washington that's a little off the radar. Nobody go anywhere. B-Mitch, Stallion just told me he's swamped for the next couple weeks. What do you think he's doing?
Nothing. Drinking mimosas with
Sure.
a bunch of dudes.
Just drinking mimosas with dudes. That's what Stallion's up to.
What are he doing?
What do you can tell us, Stallion from Grant and Danny, Ryan Clary? What do you got? The Locked On podcast, Locked On Nats?
I mean, there's a lot going on in my life. I will say I'm actually moving a friend next week.
That's
So-
your fault.
I have to do that on Saturday and Sunday, and he's paying me, I will say.
So if he's paying,
Some
that's cool.
friend you are.
I know, I mean, yeah.
If you
Right.
were
Should've
really
called
a friend, you wouldn't
Metropolitan
charge
Moving.
him.
I should have. I really should have, honestly. But I mean, I'll take the money. It's like I think he's paying me like $150 and probably in some beers as well. I mean, it's not like an easy move. Like this is like
So this is what you're swamped with, is having to move a buddy next weekend?
next week. I am moving a buddy. That's next weekend, and then 2 weekends from now, it's obviously the Super Bowl. I'm down to go out that Saturday because you guys said you're like, hey, pick a spot. We'll take you out drinking with Max. I'll do Saturday before the Super Bowl or Friday, wherever. I don't care.
Well, I'm gonna just tell you,
Pick the spot
I
and
never
go
said I was gonna
and
be hanging
run
out
up
with
a
you.
big check, and I'll be there. I promise.
I mean, this just sounds so fishy. Like I'm not gonna lie.
Well, you don't see him looking at you, smiling in your damn face, because
Exactly.
you know I'm not showing up with you because you order mimosas.
I'm not gonna order. I mean, I'll order mimosas if we want to order
No,
mimosas.
that's why I'm not
Brian-
coming because
Brian
I know you
has
do.
irrational hatred for mimosas.
No, I got irrational hatred for men that sit together with men ordering mimosas.
I remember it was like one of the first things when I worked in the show. I was like, "Oh yeah," like we went out for mimosas, and Brian was like, "You got a mimosa?"
No, you didn't.
You sent a
You sent the video
of you
of
and
you
a
and your
dude
boys
drinking
sitting at a
mimosas.
park bench drinking mimosas.
I mean, it was a good time.
Hate
It
me
was a
too,
great
then.
time. In fact,
Huh?
I said,
missed
hate
out.
me too. It ain't nothing wrong with no mimosas, Ryan. You good,
No,
bro.
no, you did not hear it. It's a whole stipulation.
All the
You
boys-
probably with a
was it?
chick.
All the boys say, "Hey,
It was him and
hey,
four dudes. No, I'm not doing that.
I don't know, man. Mimosas are good, and Bloody Marys are pretty good.
Mimosas are good with your lady, not with your four dudes.
Well, yes, but Brian, it's bottomless mimosas. You're paying like $10 to have unlimited champagne. That's the point of it.
The champagne is probably worth $1.
Exactly. I don't care. I used to drink Andre. Remember, I used to drink Andre from 7-Eleven. It was like $6
You
a
probably
pop.
still do.
Where
Still
were
do.
we? I think it was the Detroit at the Lions game. Andre was like the official champagne of the Detroit Lions. Like they had signs up in the stadium. I was
Yeah.
like, you gotta be kidding me.
No, it was real.
Andre's legit, man. I think you guys sleep on Andre champagne. That is my thing. I go to 7-Eleven. It's all dusty. No one buys it.
Have
But guess
fun.
what I do?
Have fun.
I will.
All
I will
right.
let you do that. Make
All
sure
right.
when you
Good to see you,
when
Sty.
you go get that drink, order something more expensive than Andre. If JP and I paying for it, you got to order something more expensive.
If you guys are paying, no problem.
Yeah, we'll be there to pay it at the end of the tab.
We'll be there by like 9:30, 10.
If you don't
Cool.
see us, just pay for it. We'll pay you back.
This sounds sketchy, but all right.
Here it is, and this should not be a surprise. We talked about this earlier in the program. David Blau has requests from the Jets and Jaguars to interview for their quarterback coaching jobs, as well as a request from the Bears for the passing game coordinator.
We expected it.
Yep.
One thing I'm not gonna get up in arms about, someone getting a better opportunity. Like everyone gets into this thing to eventually try to get a head coaching job if they can move to it. And if you think if someone's gonna look, there's not gonna be a lifetime assistant anymore. It doesn't happen like that. So I'm cool with it. And when you look at the way this team is constructed on the coaching staff, they probably have somebody they already feel can step right in. Keep moving.
Mm-hmm. So this morning I wrote an article for the NBC Washington website talking about all the next steps that are coming. And the top one is the coaching stuff. You didn't lose Cliff, but you're going to lose other assistants. It's inevitable. I asked DQ about it earlier in the week. He said, yeah, we're prepared. We built a big staff. We'll take it as it comes. And there's not much else. There's really not much else Washington can do, right?
Uh-huh.
You can't, to your point, B, one, you're not allowed to, if a coach gets an opportunity at a promotion with another team,
Can't stop it.
you're not allowed to block it. And two, I would add, you shouldn't.
Yeah.
It's one thing if you know a guy's taking a bad job or you know a guy's walking into something that will end up getting him fired or something. Like if you want to impart some knowledge along the way, cool.
That's cool.
But as humans, we should never try to stunt someone else's growth.
I'm with that.
It's one of the things I really hate when I see.
I'll get you one thing. I look at this. Well, every time we've heard anyone discuss the great relationship with Jaden Daniels all year? Who did they say?
Honestly, a bunch of people.
For the most part, it's been Cliff. And I understand that there are people who are head quarterback coaches, assistant coaches. Ultimately, it comes down to when Jaden and Cliff sit there and come up with a plan of what he likes the most. That relationship is probably vitally and more important than anything out there. Cliff is still here.
Agreed. I'm not saying this ruins anything. Over the course of the year, Jaden has talked about Blau. He's talked about Tavita Pritchard, who's still here, Brian Johnson. He talked about Sam Hartman, Jeff Driscoll, Marcus Mariota, like all these people. You know what's interesting? When we talk about the free agent that needs to be back, I believe Mariota was a one-year deal too.
Yeah.
And dude, when he played, he was
good.
Really good.
He was good.
Yeah, he's an unrestricted free agent. So obviously this Blau thing, I think that's going to move and move fast. We'll see what happens. So the four things I wrote about were coaches, got to be ready. You got a bunch of your own in-house free agents. You get a little runway on that, right? Like only you can talk to them until the middle of March if you want to talk to them.
I don't think you need to bring in 35 more new people this year.
Right.
You know, it could go down a little bit.
Right. You and I think, are pretty much agreement as far as you got to spend in free agency, but you don't necessarily have to spend the absolute top, particularly at wide receiver.
You don't have to spend every dollar.
And then I think they really got to work on the trenches, particularly edge rush, run defense on the edge. But that doesn't mean, again, like identify the right guys for your system and try to maybe get multiple guys rather than sign. Like there's talk of Trey Hendrickson becoming available or something, right?
Yeah.
Like he's a heck of a player. Maybe he helps you, but maybe he doesn't.
Let's just say this: whoever you get, make sure they hit. Because that's been a problem with around here sometimes.
You're right.
They get people and they don't hit. But last year they got people they hit. So you can keep doing that. That makes a world of difference.
And I have one bonus. There's one other thing. This is an off the field, but I think an easy fix. And I'm going to lean on my man Jeff a little bit here as the resident musician for the program. I want to be super crystal clear. This is not about the name. This is not about the logo. This is not about anything. I'm not talking rebranding. Oh, I'm not talking anything, right? Like, you know what my daughter told me before I left for Philly? She's like, yeah, Daddy, I used to really miss the old name, but now I just want them to win. And I think that's great.
Mhm.
If they change the name, keep the name, bring in 8 more names, I don't care. This is not about any of that. But what is undeniable, and some of it is simple, the old name was 2 syllables, Redskins. The new name is 3 syllables, Commanders. And in turn, they messed the fight song up. Like, here's what I want. You don't need to pump the lyrics in the stadium. People are going to sing what they're going to sing anyway. There are adults in there. But play the music of the old song so that it doesn't sound messed up when they get to the chorus. Jeff, you're the musician here. By adding the syllable, doesn't it inherently change the melody?
No, it doesn't, because you can have multiple flows on a beat. The beat is the beat, you know. But when you have people singing a song that use head to the da da.
Right.
Now they're going head da 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 da. It's like
Just say hey to the Manders.
it's like they just rushing it.
Say Manders. I watch people
I
call
believe-
them Manders all year.
I don't care what you say.
Yeah, they
Just play the original
beat.
song.
Yeah, for sure.
Because that beat is so much like the weird, slower, jazzy chorus part. Just go back. Don't play the words. Just play the music and let the people sing what they want. But this team now is scoring a lot. Like, it's dope. People are singing that damn song. Play the good one that flows. Not the, like, the rebrand has had highs and lows. And now I think most people that aren't in this for like BS political reasons are past the name stuff, right? Whether it comes or goes, I don't know. And frankly, I just don't have attention. I don't have like a bandwidth for it. But like when I hear the song and then I hear like, have you ever been at a birthday party? This is more for little kids. But like if you're at a birthday party and it is like for my daughter, for Ainsley's birthday, we did a birthday with her and her friend Rosie, right?
Mhm.
And so everybody's singing, everybody knows the song, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. And then like half the crowd doesn't know which name to say first. And so you get this like, happy birthday, dear Ainsley Rosie, because nobody knows exactly what to sing. Like that's what's happening with this song. So just bring back the original beat. And then if people say Redskins or Manders is a good idea, or Commanders, you jam it all in there, at least it's all on time.
I love you to death, bro, but y'all putting too much thought into this crap right now.
I think this one's so easy.
This is too much of a stretch. I mean, I don't give a damn what they say, what they play. They scored a touchdown is where my concern is. And normally where we sit, we don't hear the damn song anyway.
We hear it in the press box. It's right there.
It's
You're in the
outside.
suite, dog.
It's outside, though. In the suite, we have the windows open. In the press box, there's no windows open, so you don't hear much of nothing.
I just think it's an easy fix. And
I
it's
think
not
it's
about
a fix that we shouldn't even be concerned about right now. That's how we get into these conversations sometimes in the off season that we go, oh, and then later on we talk about stuff. Man, we waste all that time. That's a waste of time.
Then what's your biggest position of need for the Commanders in 2025?
Defensive and offensive linemen.
What O lineman do you want to replace?
It ain't the fact of replacing; it's making it better. Okay, it ain't the replacing aspect. You got guys on the team that can still be on the team, but do you believe that offensive line was blocking like it's supposed to block against the Eagles?
No, I think the Eagles are
so
also
it's
really
not
good.
about replacing, dude. It's about improving. And let's be real. Every year, on teams that they win Super Bowls, sometimes that starting lineman is not there the next year. Somebody else comes in.
But
So if
here's
you can
what I'm saying.
improve,
It's
move
easy
forward.
to say. I think defensively, it's pretty obvious, especially if you look at the contract structure with Allen and Payne, frankly, that there could be changes there. They drafted Newton.
Mhm.
I think I'd almost wonder, I'll pull the roster up. Like, I wonder if there's a D-end edge rusher under contract next year. I guess Javante Jean-Baptiste.
How
right?
much did Doris? Doris didn't sign a 1 year deal. did he?
Dort's got a 3-year, but there's
3 year.
guaranteed money into the second year.
Yeah.
That's one for sure. People listed as DN. Farrell's on a 1 year. Dortz is on there. So how do they have the rest of these guys listed as linebackers? Fowler's a 1 year. Luvu is not a traditional edge rusher, but he gives you good rush off the edge. Like that's going to be a really interesting position. Because just from a numbers standpoint, you're going to have to replenish it. I think it's probably, as far as true edge rushers, it's Dorrance and JJB. Maybe there's somebody on IR that I'm not thinking about.
Because Fowler and what's called
Fowler
had 1
and
year
Farrell,
deal.
right?
Yeah.
Now FA was on the practice squad all year. He played for them previously. FA Obata.
Yep.
I don't know what his. I would imagine if he's not a free agent, there's certainly not guaranteed money there. I think if you look at the defensive poor performance in the run game throughout the season, you're probably looking to make some significant overhauls on the D line. I thought John Allen played really well in the playoff run. And part of me does think he legitimately wants to stay here, but from a straight up contract standpoint, you're looking at a $22 million cap hit where you could save 16 mil. Like at some point, the numbers start to dictate things. He missed, most of the season. Payne might still have guarantees on there. Yeah, Payne still
Well,
has.
likely he does.
He has $9 million guaranteed. The money would be completely upside down on Payne. Now he has a $26 million cap hit, but I don't think they're going to. But if you were talking about a move there, it'd be a $26 million dead money hit to save $300,000, which just isn't going to happen. And dude, I think Payne and Allen catch too much heat, and people want to look at these graphs and statistics. I'm not saying either of those guys had their best year. Allen was hurt. I don't know that Payne did, and then Payne missed the Eagles game. But I think people throw way too much shade at those two.
People throw shade at the people with the highest draft position because let's be real, they were promoted by their draft position for the longest, right?
Yeah.
And people didn't see that play. And the same thing is that they praise you about is what they're gonna knock you about. If the guy was a 5th round pick and came in and played great, they'll be like, oh, man, he was a fifth-round pick, like great player. But if he doesn't play well, what do they say? Oh, he was just a fifth-round pick. So when you're a first-rounder, you're going to get the love automatically because you are a first-rounder. And then when people don't feel that you're living up to what that position was,
Right.
you'll get knocked because of that. You know, that's reality. So it's not like they're getting too much. That's the position you were picked in, and that's the expectation. Like you said, they went to the NFC Championship game this year. Next year, nobody's going to judge you off of winning 4 games. They're going to judge you off of winning 12 games. It's going the expectation changes.
Well, and next year,
And that's just real. That's not poking or throwing shade. That is reality.
sure. I think because of where they draft, and it's pretty far back, you're probably taking, I don't want to say a project because there's good players all over the draft, but like if you're drafted in the bottom 5 of the NFL draft, you might not get like a finished product that could come in right away for you and play.
But what if?
So you're going to have to sign somebody.
What if a guy is drafted that's a 4th rounder, 5th rounder, 6th rounder, and he comes and hits the ground running
Sure.
like a lot of people have done in this league? See, I could care less about the draft position, the round. We've seen our competition draft people in rounds after the first, and we can't block them, or we can't get past them. What Adam Peters has that capability. So
Dude.
when you draft somebody, make sure they work. That's all that matters.
Yo, I'm scrolling through like just picks and everything now. So they have 3 top 100 picks, 29, 61, 79. Then a big old drop. They don't pick again until almost 150.
Mhm.
So they go 129, 229, 315. After the 3rd round, 15th overall pick, they don't draft again until the 5th round, 9th pick.
Mhm.
That's a big old hole. Now, there moves, people are always kind of moving around, so you never know. I mean, I'm just scrolling through. Obviously, last year's draft, they got a ton of production from their rookies. Jaden, Johnny Newton, Sam are still at the top. Brandon Coleman started, 13 games.
Mhm.
Luke McCaffrey at least contributed a ton. They didn't necessarily have a lot of offensive statistics, but he was on the field a lot.
Yep.
Yo, the 2023 draft, can you name the draft picks?
2023 was my man, 13. What was his name?
Forbes.
Forbes was number 1.
The only person you got Quan Martin was the 2nd round pick. Quan's been good.
And look at Quan's production this year compared to what he was under another coaching staff.
Just listen to this draft, though. They only had 7 picks. Forbes, Quan, Ricky Stromberg, Braden Daniels, KJ Henry, Chris Rodriguez Jr., Andre Jones Jr.
Chris and Andre are still here, which tells me they like something about those two.
Yeah, I mean, both were on the practice squad,
Yeah.
elevated up and down. I don't know that Andre played. Did he
I don't
get a
think Dre
game this
played.
year?
I think he was dressed out one game,
Okay.
but I don't know if he played. But like
Chris did.
what I know
The
about
Braden
this team here,
Daniels pick, when they made that, was so awful
Yeah.
that they immediately had to invent an injury and put him on IR.
at least I know this.
KJ Henry might be on a practice squad somewhere.
This coaching staff keep people around who they think could possibly help them.
And the flip side,
The other people
they
kept
cut
people
guys that won't.
they drafted. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I just look, man. I watch Coach Gibbs, I watch Andy draft people in later rounds than the first round. And the guys were big pieces and parts of the team. I also watch a lot of people come in here and pick the first rounders, and we automatically gave them all the love in the world. And there were people that was drafted after them that was kind of playing a little better. But they never got that love. Whoever they draft, whatever round it is, I hope the hell that person could play.
I know for sure. I don't disagree with that. It's just remarkable when you talk about the lack of depth or, need to rebuild the O and D lines. Like the drafts under Ron were just so awful for a series of years. It's just hard. It's kind of like hard to fathom. Dude, I mean, look at the 22 draft. The first 2 rounders, one was traded before the season, one was cut in season, Jahan and Fedarian. B-Rob contributed. Percy's a contributor. Sam Howell's in Seattle. Cole Turner's on the practice squad. Chris Paul, I don't think started a game. I mean, he was kind of your ninth offensive lineman. Sip Holmes wasn't on the roster. Go back a year prior, Jamin was released in season. Cosby got a contract extension. St. Juice was on the roster. Diami had a good year, finally. Bates had a good year. Forrest kind of backtracked. Cam Cheeseman was a drafted long snapper. William Bradley King. Shaka Tony was suspended from the league. Gambling.
Wait. Go back. That name get Cheeseman?
Yeah.
We drafted that dude. What round we drafted him in?
5th, maybe 6th. They traded up to get him.
Yeah, I remember that. See,
nice fella.
That's the kind of things I'm not even worried and concerned about anymore. Bad picks like that.
Antonio Gandy Golden was a 4th-round pick.
Who?
Nobody go anywhere. We're going to talk a little Terps hoops in advance of tonight. B. Mitch and Finley 1067 The Fan. The mics are on, B. Who is that? No, dude.
But that looks just like Will Compton.
B. That looks nothing like Will Compton.
Yes,
and
it does.
Is not Will Compton.
Hope it's not.
I promise it's A.Q. Shipley. He was the offensive lineman.
Well, he looked like Will Compton.
B. I'm going to show you a picture of Comp.
In the face, they look the same.
Comp has hair. That dude is bald.
I'm about to say.
All right, let's get to the rude guest hotline and talk to our friend, Mr. Jeff Erman, covers the Terps for 24/7 Sports. Jeff, what's up, dude? How are you?
JP and B Mitch, I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Good, brother.
All right, do you happen to be near a television, Jeff, where you can put on Pat McAfee and see the dude that's on TV that
dude
B
look like
thought was
Will
Will
Compton.
Compton?
I'm not, but I don't know if I want to get in the middle of it anyways.
I'm not
B,
worried about a linebacker.
That's a picture of Comp from his Instagram recently.
I'm not worried about a linebacker.
That dude looked nothing like him. All right.
Okay.
Jeff, let's I'm gonna be honest. I try to pay a little attention to the Turtles as football's going on, but it's just so all encompassing. But I'm ready to lock back in. Things are going all right for Maryland basketball right now. Get me up to speed.
Yeah, suddenly they are, JP. You know, they had that little mid-season funk that they went through, obviously losing those road games and losing at Washington and not playing very well. And then they just kind of, I don't want to say turned it on overnight, but they've gotten hot now. They've won 5 out of the past 6, you know, favored over Wisconsin tonight. Should be a packed house. You know, one of the kind of that electric environment that we've become accustomed to, but haven't seen as much lately at Xfinity Center. And, you know, they're number 5 in the Big Ten standings. So, you know, they're starting to go in the right direction at the right time of the season.
Well, and they've won the last 2, they've won on the road, right? And it wasn't that one of the big knocks on Willard. They never win on the road.
Yeah, that was probably the biggest knock. You know, he was heading into that. I think the number was 4-20 on the road in Big Ten games during his first 2.5 years, including an 0-4 start this year. Went out to Illinois. You know, they were missing their star center, so that helped. But at the same time, you know, that's probably not going to account for a 21-point win over a top 20 team. So that's a big one. And then they go to Indiana and control a lot of the game or lead for most of the game. Looks like they're definitely going to give it away late, down 5, and have a last-minute comeback with Rodney Rice's 3 to win it with 7 seconds left. So, you know, all of a sudden they've gotten the road monkey off their back. We'll see if they can continue it, but you know they've built some momentum now, and I'm sure Willard is feeling a little less heat now about that.
What's the strength of this team this year? Is it more or less the shooting, defense? What?
Well, you know, their biggest strength is that they have 2 really good big men, Julian Reese, who's, you know, been one of the most productive centers in the Big Ten for several years, and then Derek Queen, who's obviously a 5-star recruit, one of the best big men in the country. So that's what you notice about them at first glance, but they have shot the ball really well, especially compared to last year. Anybody who watched last year, the season felt 20 years long watching all these bricks go off the backboard all season. They're at like 27%, way toward the bottom of the country. This year they're up to about 36%, so top, you know, 1/3 or so of the Big Ten. So they can shoot it. That's the thing they've got. They don't have a lot of depth, but they can beat you with either style, which is something they showed on the road trip. You know, they hammered Illinois inside for 62 paint points, the most by any Big Ten team all season. And then they go to Indiana and they get beat in the paint, but they make 14 of 28 threes. So as guys in your sport would say, they've got a multiple offense.
I like hearing that because they sure haven't in the past.
Yeah.
We're talking with our friend Jeff Erman. You can follow all his work at Jeff_Erman. Does an absolutely great job covering Maryland sports. You check all his work out at Inside MD Sports. All right, so Wisconsin tonight. How many Big Ten teams are ranked? I saw the SEC has like 100 teams ranked, and the ACC has 1. Where the Big Ten somewhere in the middle?
Yeah, I believe it's 5 right now. I think Maryland is the only team in the top 6 that isn't ranked. They were second among teams receiving votes this week. So you'd think that, you know, obviously they win the day, especially because they don't play again for another week. They've got like a weird midseason break. should get them ranked. But, with the Big Ten, aside from rankings, what we really need to see is the Big Ten make some noise in the tournament, right? Because every year it's kind of the same story there. We'll see if they can finally do it this year, but I think it's 5 teams right now.
I kind of want to ask you what the hell's going on with the ACC that they have nobody ranked, but that's a different question.
That's really unbelievable, and that's the first thing I bring up when people get nostalgic and bitter about Maryland leaving the ACC. Is even if they hadn't left the ACC, it's not the ACC it used to be. That the three of us, used to watch 20 years ago or whatever it might have been, with all these classic teams and superstars. It's really fallen off. But the name of the game right now, largely in college sports, is money. And those ACC schools aren't getting the same kind of money that the Big Ten and the SEC programs are. And with NIL and everything else, that makes it very hard to compete at a high level. Having 0 teams is definitely unusual.
I hear that, but they have big backings. Why they aren't getting the money like those other leagues?
TV deals. The Big Ten has always been the leader in TV money. Every time they get a new TV deal, it's record setting, whereas ACC schools are getting, maybe half of what they're getting revenue wise. Now, those schools, that's not an excuse like a Duke or North Carolina. They have plenty of money. They're standalone marquee national brands. But for the most part in that conference, it's all, and in football too, it's fallen off a lot for the same reason. It's not the same conference that it used to be.
That's crazy. And, Jeff, you could have just said, JP, when you get nostalgic, don't be. Rather than just try to throw that veiled shot at me.
Yeah, that's funny. No, it's not. Trust me, I've heard it from a few people.
You can come direct. So this matchup tonight, this is a big opportunity. I saw, maybe you retweeted it, 15 years ago tonight was the first Gold Rush game where Grievous took down Duke. I was at that game. Me and my boy Steve Simmons. That was an absolute blast. I remember it was icy as hell, and we went to Bentley's after. I mean, I lived in Northeast DC at the time, and my boy Simmons lived like just north of Baltimore, and we got a hotel in College Park that night because we both we wanted to be able to just enjoy the night. And I remember slipping and falling, walking from Bentley's to the Best Western or whatever. How do they get a win tonight? What's Wisconsin's biggest threat?
Well, Wisconsin's got a guard named John Tonji, who's, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, he's really good, 18 points a game, about 5 rebounds a game, shooting 40% from 3. But, it'll be the same thing as usual with Wisconsin. They're going to try to grind it out. They're going to play really tough physical defense. That's what Greg Gard is all about. They're not going to be as athletic as a lot of these teams are. It feels to me like one of those games where Maryland just kind of wins these games coming home after a little winning streak with fans starting to get on board. Xfinity Center is such a huge home court advantage, no matter who the coach has been for the past however many years. Maryland's always won at a very high rate at home. So, they have had some tough games with Wisconsin lately, but I think talent wise and in terms of just where they are in the season right now with their momentum, this is one that they should win.
All right. So they're supposed to win. Lastly, B, you brought up the cash. I don't know who reported this, but I know I've seen it. Within the last week, some anonymous donor gave $10 million specifically to Maryland basketball, right?
Yeah, I heard that was you, JP.
Well, I'm trying to keep it anonymous, Jeff.
Okay, my bad.
All good. B and I split it. But what does...
No, I already gave him enough.
What does a gift like that, like a 10 mil gift, do for... Like, in a lot of ways, that's a ton of cash, but in other ways, is it? Like, how long does that fund your collective? I don't know.
Yeah, so it's a little complicated now because of the new revenue sharing that's starting next school year, where schools can pay athletes up to $20.5 million in total, like a salary cap for all sports combined, primarily football and basketball. I asked someone in Maryland if it would go toward that. They said no, that 20.5 is already budgeted, but I'm sure it'll fill in some of the other gaps operationally, scholarships, other things like that make it easier to spend that 20.5 million on athletes. And then a lot of schools, there's a lot of ways out there that you see where they're able to still do NIL deals on top of the 20 million. So you have schools that you hear are going to they'll spend the 20 million, but then they're going to have another 20 million through side collectives and things like that. So it could play into that. But as of right now, what they're saying is that's going to be operational investment, and that they separate from their salary cap essentially.
And if somebody else might match it, Jay.
I will match. What is 0.0001% of 10 mil? $100? I got 100. You let Coach know. All right.
That won't help.
Fair enough. I'll send you their way.
You do better buying a Snicker.
But did I also hear that all of college might be in some trouble because like Title IX lawsuits are coming with the NIL stuff?
Yeah, that was expected. I mean, how could it not be at this point? And it's still up in the air how that's going to go down. When you talk to people, though, they don't seem too concerned about that. They're already budgeting, 15 million or whatever it might be of that money to football, and most of the rest to men's basketball. So just based on how the market is behaving, so to speak, I don't think that they think Title IX is going to make them split it 50-50. And I think, regardless, you're going to see a lot of those non-revenue or Olympic sports start to dry up at some of these schools. Whereas, the rich schools, like say in Ohio State or others, will still have enough money to, fully fund some of them. Whereas, some of these schools where it's not a priority or just where it's a expensive sport without barely any return, you might see some of those close up.
Gotcha. Talking with our boy, Jeff Ermann. Follow him at Jeff_Ermann, ERMANN. Check out all the work at Inside MD Sports. He is the Maryland sports insider. Seriously, as a Terp that cares, there's a reason I always get Ermann on the show. And what people may not know, Ermann's a huge Skins fan, and his son's an even bigger one. So you get your own private line to ask me and Brian anything you want.
That's right. I told JP I wouldn't do this interview unless I got some Commander scoop for my son, and you came through on that. So and you guys kill it. You guys kill it with the Commanders too, all season long.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you, and we'll probably have to do this much more often now that football's over, and I'm going to pay attention to basketball.
Let's do it. Sounds great.
Thanks, buddy.
Okay.
All right. Jeff Ermann, Inside MD Sports. Speaking of local college hoops, did anybody check the score of Georgetown St. John's last night?
No.
With 12 minutes left, Brian,
what was the score?
It was 32-3.
Ew.
I don't know what the final was, but it was like ugly. UGLY. You ain't got no alibi. You ugly. Making bets next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The FanDuel Kick of Destiny is back, and this time it's every manning for himself. This Super Bowl, two legends will take the field in a sudden death field goal showdown. Peyton versus Eli, live from New Orleans. One kick to claim ultimate family bragging rights. Who will rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app, and if you back the right brother, you'll earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live during Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 p.m. Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Brian and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shout out to Biz Marquee. How about this? Caller number 10 right now. You win a pair of tickets to see the Wiz, the Washington Wizards, Friday, February 7th against Cleveland. Cavs are good, too. That's a good game. It's the first Wizards Friday night concert series. Stay for the free post-game concert from Backyard and Junkyard for Go-Go Night. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/contest. You get to see BYB and JYB after a Wiz Cavs game. That's awesome. Call 800-636-1067. We'll be in New Orleans, B, or I would maybe attend that. Actually, hell, I get home that night, but I highly doubt I will attend that night. We might need to put a pin in this and actually address this tomorrow. Something just came to my attention.
What's that?
Okay, at least this makes it a little bit better. The Pro Bowl has become such a joke. So Jaden's not playing in it. Terry's not playing in it. As of now, Wagner's playing in it. I won't be shocked.
I thought Jaden was playing it.
No,
that's what he said last night.
I thought I saw that he said he's not coming.
I thought last night I heard he said.
Google that fast for us. So I don't want to be incorrect on that. Google that, White Brian. So in the AFC, your quarterbacks were Burrow, Lamar, and Allen. Lamar's not playing. Burrow is playing. Allen's not playing. Okay? So they got Russ Wilson in there, who didn't even start the first 6 games of the week and was potentially getting benched the last month of the season. Bo Nix turned him down because he wanted to rehab ahead of next year. So Drake May is going to be a Pro Bowl quarterback.
Well, think about what you just said. Bo Nix turned him down. Drake was the 6th guy.
I'm not mad at Drake. Drake's an exciting young player. I think he could become a good player. But, like, this process is broken, man. The timeline on it is broken. I don't know how you fix it. Like, they
won't, because once
the NBA All-Star Game used to be awesome. Now it sucks.
Yeah, but they went away from football completely. And at that point, think about it. You go to the Pro Bowl and you got to run around and do stuff to benefit the NFL. Hell, you could go somewhere and benefit yourself for that whole week.
What bothers me though, Brian, is that Jaden opted out. That's what I thought. What bothers me on a big level is people, especially lazy ass Hall of Fame voters, will look to Pro Bowls as a measurement in determining Hall of Fame eligibility. And it's my understanding that Jaden would be the Pro Bowler, right? And Drake May, that wouldn't count on his. I don't know how you add all that up, how you reconcile that, because eventually it's going to say Drake May was in a Pro Bowl.
Yeah,
and not specific to those two, but you could play that out at a bunch of different positions where guys do or don't play, even though they were voted in, and then a replacement gets that designation also, and it's just like, what are we doing, man?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's weird.
The Pro Bowl is broken. Everything the NFL does is so damn good, and the Pro Bowl is broken.
Well, you go out there and you're playing flag football and get video games to win a Pro Bowl, then that says enough for itself.
Let's make some bets. White Brian, where are we at? Jeff's 2-0 on the week. I want to credit Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff is 2-0. JP, you're 0-2.
Nah.
B. Mitch and Lamphar 1-1, and I didn't give out a bet yesterday, so I'm 1-0.
I think I'm 1-1.
1-2. You lost yesterday and you lost today, last night.
Just doesn't sound right.
It sounds right because you were bragging about being undefeated.
It sounds like Drake May being in the Pro Bowl. All right, who's got what?
Might take it.
Raptors.
West Virginia +9.
I'm going to take Virginia Tech +10.5.
Ooh, them Hokies. You probably listen to that right here on 106.7 The Fan tonight, I would guess. Yeah, that means there's going to be a lot going on tonight because Maryland's on 980, right?
Something like that. Let me get Golden State Warriors. +10.5, I think it is, right?
Give me them dirty Terps tonight in College Park, baby. -5.5. That's a big number when you're hosting a ranked team. Makes me like that a lot. Terps -5.5 for me. All right. Thank you to everybody who listened to the program today. Thank you to Neil Greenberg. Thank you to Mike Jones. Thank you to Jeff Erman. Listen, Landfill, I can't confirm or deny if B. Mitch has been asked to go to the Pro Bowl, but we'll work on that information.
I'll definitely go. I'll take that extra money.
We'll work on that information for tomorrow. Grant and Danny coming your way.
Yeah, I could be the
next.
quarterback in the Pro Bowl.
You made it this far, I owe you a beer.
Good Wednesday afternoon, January 29th, 2025. You are listening live to Grant and Danny here on 106.7 The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30 this evening live, local, all over the DMV. And at 4 o'clock in 2 hours ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we do have Wizards tickets for you. It's a Wizards Wednesday on Grant and Danny. Hello, Daniel.
I won't turn my mic on. Been doing this for 15 years. One day I'll figure it out. Today, by the way, as the sun was shining, and I was not cold outside, my friend.
First warm day of the year.
You know what it felt like? You know where my mind wandered? I bet you do, because you're a fellow, you and I share this affliction. Pitchers and catchers.
Yeah.
Yeah, these other wintry cold days where there's still ice left over from the previous ice and there's snow on top of the ice because it snowed a couple more times. There's never been a thaw and it stays in the 20s and it's freezing and miserable and stupid. Your mind doesn't wander to the next thing. Today, as I was trying to chip away at some of the ice on the old sport court out back to let the kids be able to play because there's no school because it's a Wednesday. Anyway, my mind started to wander. Sound of the pop of the glove. Nukes, line drives, squaring up the baseball. Oh, I got a little misty. I got a little excited about it. The pitchers and catchers.
I know you aren't alone on that because I got a call on my way in to the studio today from the wife who asked about signing up our little guy for baseball.
Yeah.
As they were playing in the driveway for the first time in weeks. I was actually thinking about this morning. I don't know if this is the case at your place, but we have enough shade and just areas that don't get a lot of sun, I guess. We still have snow on the ground.
Oh, yeah, plenty. Yeah, a lot of spots.
That storm that was, 4 or 5 weeks ago? No matter what I do, no matter what I change, no matter how often I say, wrong hand, bud, he goes right back to the left hand. So we're ruling a lot of positions out at this point. Notably, catcher, anything pretty much in the infield other than first base. I mean, we have really limited ourselves, handcuffed ourselves, because he's going to be a second baseman's size,
Yep.
one of those like 5'8"-ish second baseman.
That Biggio
probably.
build, yeah.
So he doesn't want to listen to me, though. One day he'll pay for it. But should be a right-handed thrower. He's not. He keeps going left-handed. But we're a little bit of a switch hitter, I would say, but he's better from the left side.
So one of these days, we're not ready for it today because I don't think sports radio is ready for it. I don't know if you and I's relationship is ready for it. I'm going to tell you that I think there should be left-handed catchers. And I'm going to drop that on you. And I have a several point discussion for amateur levels that I believe there should be left-handed catchers because of the prevalence of the throw to first base, the prevalence of the left-handed hitter now at lower levels more often than before. So this myth about the hitter being in the way of the throw, I think has been scientifically disproven, just like being on a knee.
Where was this when we've talked about our worst sports takes that we actually believe? You've never brought this up?
I never had the courage to do it. And I'm not doing it now. I just want to let you know that one day I might.
Hypothetically,
one day I might. Yeah, it's that throw to first on those little squibbers on the Steve Miserak Massays right around home plate. Easier for the lefty. We don't talk about it, though. We're talking about it much. At the big league level, that don't matter. The guys are that skilled. They can step on the inside foot and kind of throw it on the run. They're great. With all due respect, I don't know if Nooms is going to the show. A lot of guys don't. You know what I mean?
He might not.
But he could play for his high school team. He could be that left-handed catcher that changes the game.
I'd like to start the program before we get into our first topic of the day with a tip of the cap to the Washington Capitals, who yet again, late night caps last night, played and got 2 points. Goals from Pierre-Luc Dubois, who's on a bit of a heater, by the way.
He was due for that, but he had some terrible luck to start the year, so this is correct.
Remember when they traded for him and everyone said, "What the heck are you doing? He's a malcontent. It's Kuzi 2.0." And then he was just tremendous and helped them become the best team in hockey. It's almost like Brian McClellan's pretty damn good at this whole thing. Alexi Protas and Dylan Strome both scored goals last night, not in that order. And then Logan Thompson celebrating his new 6-year contract with 32 saves on 32 shots, a casual .970 save percentage again last evening. The Caps win by multiple goals. They continue to roll. Next up for the locals, a meeting with the other of the best teams in the sport. This feels a little bit like, a Stanley Cup kind of showdown, potentially. They've got the game at the Senators tomorrow at 7. I'm looking past that to Saturday night when the Winnipeg Jets are here. The only team in the league they have not played yet this season. That's going to be a lot of fun. I am looking forward to seeing some Caps fans out there at Capital One Arena on Saturday night when they get home from a 5-game roadie.
Quick little nugget on Alexi Protas. He's too big to move the way that he moves.
He didn't used to. Last year, skating was a bit of an issue.
Yeah. Not now. Whatever he did, write it down and let everyone else know so they can do it too. Good heavens. That goal he scored last night, at no time when that puck was loose did it look like he's going to go get that puck. And then he just flew by this poor defender that must have been in quicksand or he was skating in mush or something. Protas just zipped by the guy like it was nothing. And then with that 9-foot stick that he has, just, it's calmly slid it in between, the arm pad and the corner of the goal. It's just gorgeous. How awesome is he? He's on 30-goal pace, give or take. That team is awesome. Early on, they were winning by scoring 1 million goals. They were like the 99 Rams on ice. Now it's like, we'll score 2.5 a game and still beat you because we're complete. They're good, man.
They can win any game.
Yeah, however you want to win. That's right.
They're here for it, and they're excellent. So best team in hockey. We will get more into them as the show goes on, I'm sure. But a lot of good right now in DC sports with the Commanders coming off an NFC championship game and the Caps looking better than they've played really since 2018 when they last won the Stanley Cup. By the way, we should let people know that we are going to be well represented in New Orleans at the Super Bowl next week. We're going to have Radio Row shows here on Grant and Danny. We've already been lining up some excellent guests. I'm really fired up for our guests that we're booking. Because I got to say, Darius and I are being pretty selective. We're swatting a lot of would-be guests away at the rim. There's a lot of Dikembe Mutombo wagging that finger going on with me and Darius. You don't get to just have any Tom, Dick, or Harry on this program, okay? Mm-hmm. We're not accepting 9-to-5 jobbers. But I am fired up for some of the guys that we've already booked, including Hall of Famer Kurt Warner.
Oh, hello there.
Who's going to be joining us on Radio Row. Now, Danny has decided he's going to be staying back in D.C., which is understandable. There's a lot going on at the Rouillet household right now.
Plenty happening, yeah.
But I will be representing the program in New Orleans. And I think I can say, Danny, even though I wish you were there with me and wish you had made the trip, you in New Orleans from a Sunday to a Friday.
That'd be a problem.
That would be a bit of a sticky
That'd be an
wicket.
issue. It's an issue for anybody health-wise, I think. I mean.
But specifically you.
Exactly. Like, everybody, yes, but especially me. I have a track record.
You gained 17 pounds in 4 days.
Yep.
This would be a couple more than that.
Yep. That's a 5-day affair. I mean, I had a food hangover last time. Like when people drink too much alcohols, you've heard of this happening. I mean, not you, but like
how much of your decision not to go was fear out of just health reasons and that you could end up in intensive care?
50%.
Okay. You just don't trust yourself
no.
in New Orleans for that many days. And to be clear, Danny doesn't drink anything. So I don't mean he thinks he's going to like collapse on Bourbon Street and he can't control himself and his temptations.
None of that.
I just mean.
Well, the temptations are right there. They go, here, eat this. Okay.
You're worried that you're going to be eating yourself sick every night.
This is fried too? Delicious. Great. Bring it up. Oh, is that a donut that's been fried? Yes. Yes, it is, buddy. Oh, it's so great. I love it so much. Which I can't do it. I need to space it out. We need multiple years between my New Orleans trips. If I have 2 separate incidents within 3 months where I put on 15 pounds each time, like that's like heart issue type stuff.
It is.
That's like serious.
The only good news, I guess, in terms of eating that I would pass along to you is our buddy Christian, who's the best, who brought us to New Orleans just a few weeks ago.
Yes, he did.
His restaurant is so booked up with companies because it's a famous, renowned, amazing place that A year ago, when everyone knew the Super Bowl was going to be there, big time companies spent lots of money to basically close the restaurant down to just throw their own parties.
Mhm.
So he can't really bring us there all week and just wine and dine us and feed us everything on the menu. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's probably a healthy thing.
I was going to say it could be. You never know. Because if I'm left to my own devices, I'm not going to the beignet place. I think I'm not going to get one of those muffaladas the size of my stupid head. The answer is yes. I'm getting those things.
You're probably going to.
You know.
Let's start here. How can Jaden Daniels get better in year 2 than he was in year 1? We just watched him have a rookie season, the likes of which nobody's really ever turned in before. It's hard to find flaws in his game. You'd be hard-pressed to find areas where he wasn't prolific. The numbers speak for themselves, right? The team went 12-5. He completed almost 70% of his passes, right at 69%, which is nice. 3,500 yards, 25 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Obviously ran all over the place. Was their leading rusher as a team this season. Had the best rookie rushing season of all time from the quarterback position. How does he get better next year? What can he do to improve? That's what we want to zone in on.
It's a hard question, honestly. So to me, one thing is out of his control, and we've talked about this a bunch, but it's maybe one more weapon, one more easy button, one more, a guy that he can throw to on 3rd down and 8 when everybody's covered, et cetera. That he's got no control over that. To me, this might be something that people disagree with. I'd actually like to see his completion percentage go down a hair. I want a couple throwaways. I want a couple. You know what? There's nothing here. I'm not going to dance around. I'm not going to take the 12-yard loss as I try to do something special or a run for 0. Instead, you say, you know what? This one ain't happening. They got the right defense called. They got us here. Let me, before it breaks down and turns into chaos, let me just chuck it away. So if he's at 67% instead of 70%, you know what I mean? Like
few sacks lower,
a couple lower sacks, a couple less turnover risks. When you're talking about a fumble, we were pretty fortunate this year in terms of his fumbles and fumbles lost. To me, I think that's kind of that next bit of growth to say, you know what, this one's DOA. This play is not going anywhere. And I think that's a hard thing for a guy with that kind of talent, frankly, to learn, a guy with that kind of swag and confidence, where you go, I'm Jaden Daniels. That play ain't dead. What I do is I make the play that isn't there. I make the transcendent one. And there's still time to do that. But I think that's kind of a maturity thing and experience. Thing called against us. I could scramble around and dance and do a whole bunch of different things with very little net result. Let me just fire this one out of bounds and we'll try again.
I'm glad you brought up the fumbles because it was amazing to me how infrequently he fumbled. He fumbled 3 times in the first game of the season and just twice over the final 16 weeks. At the quarterback position, that's pretty astounding.
It's very astounding.
But you know what that comes from, I think, is he almost never got hit from the blind side, like standing in the pocket. You think about quarterbacks that fumble a lot. It's often guys that stand in the pocket and stay there, and they get hit as they're throwing or hit as they're, surveying and looking the field over. He is, padding. Got to go.
Yep.
And he's like out of the pocket. And most of the time, because of that, he's able to tuck the football, as he's being tackled or he's getting grabbed from behind as he's falling forward or whatever. But even still, even by the standard of he's not a pocket passer who's just going to get crunched in the pocket all the time from his blind side. They only fumbled twice in the last 16 games of the year.
Yeah, 5 for the season. I'll sign up for that sight unseen.
Hilarious.
And you add into that, by the way, some of the ball handling, where it's not just turn around, hand it off. It's part handoff into the gut, pull it back, the RPO kind of game. That's an underrated skill that a lot of guys have.
Absolutely.
Jalen Hurts is incredible at it. Griffin was so good at it when he was here. Again, handling in that way where you're trying to be deceptive, there's got to be some sleight of hand to it. He's really good at it.
So I've got a couple of things that I think he could do better. But I would start by saying, I'll play along with the question we're asking. I think his goal should not be to be better. His goal should be to not take a step back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need him to be better. I mean, that's another question that could be fair to ask. Does he even need to be better? I thought he played well enough to get to the Super Bowl in the NFC Championship game. I didn't think he was a strength or dynamite or prolific or anything like that in that final game, but he was fine. He didn't cost them the game. He didn't do anything that was awful. The interception late was when the game was already lost and he was just trying to make something happen. I think if he plays at the exact same level next year with more talent around him, you could get to the Super Bowl. And so for me, the goal should actually be to avoid a regression.
That sophomore slump, yeah.
The CJ Stroud second year where everything kind of got a little bit worse on his resume, his numbers. And some of it might have been that he wasn't on the same page with his coordinator or they've blown out Bobby Slowick. Some of it may have been the injuries around him. But the fact is, all of those things can happen. Your relationship in a building with a coach can change, right? Your elite players around you, like Nico Collins was out for several weeks. CJ Stroud just had to deal with that. That's like if Terry McLaurin wasn't available to Jaden Daniels for a few weeks. You think he'd be a little worse? Probably so. Tank Dell got hurt. Who's one of their explosive guys where they can move all over the place and get big plays out of in the slot. You think they'd be worse off if one of their better pass-catching weapons down the depth chart went down? I bet you they would. And so, to me, the goal should be just not taking a step back with the film that's out there and coordinators game planning for you all off season and finding all your tendencies. Like when you pull the ball down and roll right, you still might throw it. When you pull the ball down and roll left, you're almost certainly going to run it. Like little things like that now are known tendencies. I think you've got to try to go back and self-scout and try to just change as many of those things where the book's out on you as possible, just to solidify where you were this year. Because it's a massive win to me if he is the exact same year next year.
I think that's a smart way to put it, right? Because if you add to your toolbox, you can now fight some of the tendencies, right? As you said, like a defensive coordinator who's really, really bright and they get paid to figure out how to stop you, studies all offseason and says, okay, for example, the one you picked on or grabbed, hey, if he rolls right, it's X. If he rolls left, it's Y. I mean, there were a couple times I know, like, for example, that I think it was against Atlanta when they had a play where he was rolling left and the whole world thought he was running it and he kind of threw across his body for a touchdown to Zacchaeus, or maybe it was Crowder in the end zone for a TD on one of those goal line plays. That was a smart tendency breaker, right? Where nobody was expecting that. More of those things will go a long way. So maybe working on throwing while rolling to his left. So you add a little bit to be able to counter, but you're right. Statistically, and in terms of the impact, these unbelievable clutch plays, or if you're within a score in the last handful of minutes, you feel like you're going to win. Don't change those things, but you still want to be adding to your toolkit because everyone else going up against you is as well.
I guess if I'm actually answering the question though, and I say where can Jaden Daniels be better, improve? What should he hone in on going into this coming year? The first thing I'm going to say, and I thought he got a lot better at this as the year went on, but there's just always room for growth. And this is going to be the number one thing I harp on with him for years and years to come. It's going to be leaving the pocket to reset to throw, not to run. Because that's where the huge plays are. When you leave the pocket and you scramble, you might get 4, you might get 6. And because he's electric and makes someone miss, maybe he gets 12 or 14. But if you reset before the line of scrimmage and throw, and the defenders are now sucked up to try to stop you, that's where you can get 20 or 30 or 50 and a touchdown. It happens around the league. Once every couple of weeks, you see it from the mobile playmaking quarterbacks. Early in the year, and I mean the first couple of weeks, it just wasn't a part of his game at all. As soon as he got flustered and left the pocket, eyes were down, he's taken off to run. By the middle of the season, I think that had been fixed. And we talked about this when they went back to Tampa, and you saw it a couple times in the playoff game. Week 1, he's just taking off. Week 19, as it were, he's throwing. He's resetting, he's planting, he's surveying, he's finding a guy. He got so much better at that. I want that growth to continue. The more of that, like if he's now at 50% of the time he resets and throws, let's turn that into 75%. Because to me, that's the secret sauce with the dual threat quarterback. The other thing I'm going to say is in the second half of the season, as they started to push the ball down the field a little bit more and just ask him to do more in the passing game, it felt like, he turned the ball over a little bit more. Not alarmingly so ever, but as an example, in the final 7 games of the regular season, he threw 7 interceptions. In the first 7 games of the regular season, he threw 2 interceptions. And I think if you even extrapolate that out to like the first 10 games, I think it was still 2 interceptions. But you saw it against the Falcons where he gets fooled. It happens. Young quarterback.
Sure, yeah.
But I do think that this, unless they get a lot more talented and it's a different makeup of their team, this operation is going to be as good as them not turning the ball over. Because when you're one of these ball controlled, run the football, ideally, I think they want to be a let's win 20 to 17 games kind of outfit. You can't throw 2 picks and win a lot of those games. Or as it were in the playoffs, you can't turn the ball over 4 times with 3 fumbles, right?
Mhm.
That's not a Daniels issue. But that's one thing I would say too. We didn't talk about a lot down the stretch, but there was that string of 2 picks against the Eagles, 2 against the Cowboys, 1 against the Titans, 1 against the Falcons. We didn't really see that early in the year. Not a big deal. In fact, I would even say expected, and he was amazing in that regard this year. But if we're talking about areas where he could improve next year, let's make sure that you nip that in the bud.
Yeah, it's all within the caveat of this was one of the best rookie seasons, if not the best of all time.
Yeah.
Like, so that's the baseline. So
we're
people
picking nits.
Yeah, so people don't tune in. They go, they're just bashing Daniels. No, it's not the case.
Well, they'll say that anyway because we're not doing another segment where we talk about how he walks on water. And if you do anything with this fan base other than saying he's the greatest quarterback of all time and you wouldn't trade him for Patrick Mahomes, then you're a hater, though. But yeah, I mean, I think adults can have a conversation about it's going to be tough to replicate this
Sure.
year. So what kind of things, when he goes back to the drawing board, does he want to think about?
And so the final thing for me is this was, again, not commonplace, but you saw it a few times in the last game against Philadelphia where it sounds funny to call someone that athletic, that quick, that strong, everything lazy. So the lazy is not the right word, but the occasional feeder form or lazy where your guy's open and you're just flipping it to him instead of getting your feet swung around and you hit the running back. So it's not a low throw. So, so Crowder's not digging it out of the dirt for one that's incomplete, or Zacchaeus isn't reaching down, or Eckler's not reaching down.
I didn't think that was an issue throughout the year.
It wasn't.
It was a major problem in the Eagles game, like recency, because I thought about saying that, and I'm like, well, really, I don't remember that being a problem for this season.
Again, it wasn't one of the things I'd go, unless he fixes that, he ain't going anywhere. By no means the case.
But do you remember another game where like that many throws around the line of
Not
scrimmage?
that
were off?
many, no. But
Yeah.
there's 1 or 2 per week, and that's what we're talking about here. Is
like to go from really good to the best in the league.
to go to because that's his ceiling is the bleeping MVP.
Yeah.
Like that's what we're talking about. Like how do you win an MVP? You clean up 2 throws a game, you reset one time for one more big play, and get lucky in terms of touchdown passes.
I even think if he replicates his performance this season,
he'll be a contender.
and does it next year with the addition in talent that they're going to spike and have added to this roster. And now you're not surprising anyone. You come in, you were just the number 1 selling jersey in sports this past football season. Like the narrative's behind you anyway, right? So he'll be in that mix. But let's take calls on this and see what you guys think. The phone lines are open at 800-636-1067. What areas do you think Jaden Daniels can improve upon in his second year? And how would you go about trying to make another leap from just being one of the best in the league maybe to the guy in the National Football League if you were Daniels going into your offseason? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Hey, what's up? Grant and Andy here for our pals at Window Nation. Those heating costs, they're getting out of control. It's ridiculous. And experts say it's not getting any better. It's going to get even worse, in fact, before springtime. And if you want to save your money, replace those old, cold, drafty windows with new energy-efficient ones from Window Nation, just like I've done, just like Grant's done as well. Just go to windownation.com and save big with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest with no payments for 2 years.
Window Nation's products are built to protect your home with top quality insulation and seals. They often outperform the expensive guys. You're going to save money on utility bills year-round with Window Nation. Plus, the windows that they're going to get you have a lifetime warranty that come with them. They can be installed in a day or less. That's what I love. That's what Danny loves. We've both had windows installed in our homes over the years. A+ rating, Better Business Bureau. You can trust Window Nation.
Sale ends January 31st, coming up really quick. So don't miss your chance to save 50% off all window styles, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 2 years. Schedule your free in-home consultation right now at 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
update brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. The NFL has announced that Post Malone will headline the Super Bowl 59 YouTube tailgate concert. Hall of Famer Reggie Miller will join NBC Sports as its top color commentator for the NBA when it returns later this year. Indiana Fever star Caitlin Clark says she will not participate in the NBA's All-Star Special three-point shootout in San Francisco and wants instead to be a part of the WNBA All-Star Game in Indianapolis this summer. Wizards against the Raptors tonight, trying to bounce back from the loss to Dallas. Pregame 6:45 live tonight on Team 980. Men's college basketball tonight, Virginia Tech against Florida State at 6:30 on the Fan. Maryland welcomes in number 17, Wisconsin at 7. GW looking for revenge against Richmond at 7. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. The only way you'll sign a contract with TheWindowman.com during your initial consultation is if you demand it. No pressure, games, or gimmicks. Visit TheWindowman.com or their all-new Fairfax showroom. Byron Curb on the Fan.
Jaden Daniels had a rookie year to remember. Maybe the greatest rookie season in the history of sports. Certainly among modern rookies in this era, certainly among quarterbacks. You're not going to find a better one. You could go back to the 50s, and there's some running backs along the way. You can look at Jim Brown's rookie year, wins MVP award, and you maybe say that was better. But we've never seen anything like this in this era of the NFL with the quarterback position, which is the hardest to play. But we're trying to figure out how he can add to his game. What can he do to level up? The question is available for you to answer right now on social. We're at Grant H. Paulson and Funny Danny on Twitter. And, of course, you can call us at 800-636-1067.
Yeah, we're talking about, tweaking a play or two here or there for what's already incredible. If this is just it forever, I'll be thrilled seeing Canton. I'll go to the induction ceremony.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, if this is the level he plays at for the rest of his career, to your point, he's a Hall of Famer, and I'm looking forward to a few parades.
Yeah.
Because they're going to win Super Bowls because he is in the ilk of the best in the sport. That's Mahomes and Burrow and, the really special Jackson Allen category that we talk about all the time. But staying at this level is hard.
Yeah.
And it's, as I always say, harder to write the second bestseller than the first, which means to just be as good, you now have to actually be better come next September.
And I don't know if I've got the details right, but I remember generally where Brady decided after winning several Super Bowls and being the MVP and doing this, that, and the other, he went to USC to work with the baseball coach to practice throwing on the run. I need to do that better. He added that to his toolbox. That's kind of what we're talking about here. For me, I'll do it quickly. The occasional throwaway when something's DOA, you don't want to curb that incredible instinct and that ability to make something out of nothing, which he's got, but sometimes it's especially nothing. And instead of running around 30 yards and dodging 7 people and getting hit or popped or making it a -1 or, forcing something, throw it away. Let's get to the next play. I'd like to see that. A little bit more consistency. Again, it's a 99, maybe make it 100 on footwork and all those sorts of things so we don't leave a couple throws short or miss because, we're feet got lazy and our ability took over. That's my list of tweaks. It's not very long. It's pretty incredible that this is where we are.
Yeah, normally at the end of a rookie season, we could do 4 hours on areas where he showed some signs,
right?
But where he's got to get a lot better. Instead, this is like what would be awesome is if he went from really good in this area to spectacular.
Right.
I mean, that's kind of where we are. Dean says, here's how Jaden can get better next year. He'll be able to command the offense better. I hope he fixes some issues he's talking about the underthrowing of guys around the line of scrimmage, maybe better pocket awareness. I think the pocket awareness thing comes with time. That is natural. Even the guys that aren't better year in and year out and aren't on the level of Jaden Daniels, you naturally get a better feel for who's coming, who isn't, seeing blitzers, seeing rushers, which I think he did pretty well. I just don't think accuracy was much of a problem, to be honest. That is not to say he didn't miss throws. Every single quarterback will miss throws.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, we can go back and go, well, that I didn't love, or this throw he could have made. Yeah, same with Patrick Mahomes in every game he's ever played in. So I don't harp on that much because there's like a line of demarcation that he's well above. But for me, it's really about his health, too. One of my greatest fears when he was drafted was if he's going to be durable enough to play a full season.
Yep.
And he was this year. That's not guaranteed next year or in the future years. Remember, there was one injury this year that he had to deal with. And for about a month, he played at a completely different level. Probably because of that injury. Certainly because in some way he was favoring it or compromised or thinking about it. He just didn't run around as much, which is his specialty. Didn't really leave the pocket with the same suddenness. As a thrower, he wasn't quite the same. And that happened for a month this year. Or else, who knows? I mean, maybe they win a couple more games and maybe he is squarely in the MVP conversation. But what if next time, instead of playing through that injury, he's out for a month? Or what if instead of and we don't know what the injury was, but I'll say, a hairline fracture to a rib, maybe it's a couple ribs and he can't play for an extended period of time. Like, he's got to be on the field. I don't know that there's anything he can do this offseason to control that. It's not like he's going to add a bunch of weight or add a bunch of muscle. I think the frame is what it is. But it does seem like, for whatever reason, and I'll knock on wood when I say this, naturally, he does a pretty good job. Some guys are injury prone.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like he is able to get up from a lot of hits that it seems like a lot of guys wouldn't.
And he doesn't have that. I don't have a good description for it. He doesn't have that heat-seeking gene where it always felt like certain quarterbacks always end up getting crunched and crushed. Not to say they didn't take the awkward hit. Think of that Atlanta game where he got folded up. But it wasn't like Griffin where it was 2 or 3 a game. Like some of the guys that, like, I always thought Patrick Ramsey had like a defender finding magnet to get hit as hard as humanly possible. I feel like Daniels in general does a pretty good job of avoiding the major crunch.
Yeah, we saw him fall, dive, slide, use the sideline, like hop out of bounds. If he took, I'm making up a number, but if he took 20 big hits this year as a runner, I'd like to turn that down to like 15 next year.
Yeah.
And then 10 the year after that. Like, just keep getting sharper in that area. Let's go to Seth in Arlington. What's up, Seth? How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
I think I agree with you guys. I think just throw the ball away. I mean, don't take those bad sacks. I think we saw that in the playoffs a little bit. But I did want to ask you guys, if he maintains this level of play and the team maintains this level of play, which would be awesome, looking ahead to the draft, where do you see the biggest need? I mean, I would think offensive line, given that guy going down. But
are you talking about on the offensive side of the ball or overall?
Just overall. I mean, as if you look at the body of work from the year, which was unbelievable.
Yeah,
I think
so. I'll answer one on offense and I'll give you my overall. Overall, I think it's funny to say this because their 2 highest paid players the last few years have been D tackles. I think they dramatically have to upgrade their ability to stop the run. However, they feel like they need to get that done. But I would completely rework the defensive line. One of Allen or Payne will not be back. I think that's a lock. I wouldn't be stunned if neither of them were back, to be honest with you. My guess is that either they feel like they can't trade Payne's number or they want to keep one of them around, and Allen's actually the better player at this point, so they keep him. But I think they need to find a way to address the defensive line, to generate more pass rush, and to stop the run. Offensively, biggest priority, you and I might disagree on this a little bit, because they need a wide receiver. You've harped on that. They could use a tight end who can stretch the field. I want a running back with speed. That is my number one wish for this offense. They need to go get their Jahmyr Gibbs. No, I won't even say Saquon Barkley because those guys aren't available.
They don't make a ton of them.
But they need be more realistic. Mid-round pick. Bucky Irving, what he gave the Bucks, the fact that he cannot be tackled, the fact that he is number 1 in the league other than Derrick Henry at yards after initial contact and forced missed tackles in the open field, completely changed their running game. They went from one of the worst in the league to one of the best based almost solely on his presence. I want speed. I want someone that scares the defense at running back to open some things up down the field for Daniel.
Yeah, if you're talking about improving the roster, it's going to be hard for me to argue with any of it just in terms of where we prioritize. To me, I want that easy button for wide receiver so he doesn't have to play hero ball as much. I'd like to do better on the offensive line in a couple spots. Now, I don't know how tied they are to Allegretti for the long term. And
he makes basically an amount of money that would be fine for a backup.
Yeah, so for me, I would see, let's say for the sake of argument, it falls this way, a right tackle in the draft, and all of a sudden, now I can either have Wiley be inside all the time, not that, you have Sam Cosby there, but you know what I mean? Like, now I'm guys that should be journeyman backup swing tackles like Cornelius Lucas are kind of relegated to that role. Let's say there's a dominant right tackle. Now your whole line's better, and you're not saying, well, we can't run to that side against the Eagles. Maybe now you can.
I'd be fired up to add a better starting right tackle and even to upgrade at left guard and Allegretti becomes like your swing guard backup.
Mhm.
And to your point, like Wiley is your swing tackle or whatever. Or if he's out, Lucas is your swing tackle. But if you have two new starters that are upgrades with Cosme back from an ACL, remember, it's not a lock he'll be ready in September.
That's true.
Even a quick recovery because you're a lineman, you're not twitchy, you don't need burst. Like that's an 8-month recovery probably for the ACL. That's still September from when he got hurt. So I think it's unrealistic to think that
And
he'd
then
be
to expect him to hit the ground
ready
running.
to
That's a
go.
good point.
So they
yeah.
probably need to address the interior. We're not even talking about Brandon Coleman. Up and down as a rookie left tackle, as a third-round pick. I like his future upside for sure. But, I mean, is there a chance that they look at him and say, we think he could be a Pro Bowl guard, or we think he'd be really good on the right side, but we need to go get an expensive left tackle who's going to make 10 Pro Bowls.
Yeah, we can go get our Jonathan Ogden in the draft, and now he's a really good right tackle, talking about Coleman. So, I mean, again, there's a group that needs talent. The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Like you find a plus player, regardless if it's where I think it's the most important or not, I'm not going to argue with you.
Back to the topic at hand, we're asking you guys, what can Jaden Daniels do better? Was there an area of his game as a rookie that you want to see him improve as a sophomore? You're listening to The Fan. At the top of the hour on Grant and Danny, we're going to get into a story involving an athlete we haven't talked about on this show in a long time. Bradley Beal. He's now with the Phoenix Suns. He was in the middle of, I guess, a little mini controversy, I'll say. But I think it's an incredible sports radio discussion that I want to have with you coming up at the top of the hour, about 10 minutes out. So we'll do that right here on G&D. Speaking of hoops, it's a Wizards Wednesday. We're going to give away Wizards tickets ahead of the Beltway Blitz at 4 o'clock. And we've got former Maryland football star, he a Terp, Sean Merriman, stopping by to talk Super Bowl Chiefs Eagles with us. That's at 5:30. I don't care about Super Bowl numbers, so I'm kind of unsure. Is this Super Bowl 59?
Yeah.
I should know that as someone who's getting ready to fly to New
Well,
Orleans.
as soon as I see you to do the Roman numerals, I get it. They're trying to do this cool
licks.
thing.
It's licks.
Yeah.
Which I believe is 59 because L is 50 and then IX is 9.
Yeah, 10 minus 1 because it's on the left side.
Enough with Roman numerals.
This is where I was going.
Get rid of them.
We've come so
Write
far.
GD now.
We've come so far. The whole point was, hey, we've improved upon this system. Their way of doing it, highly inefficient. Let's just write a 9, not a 10 minus 1. Do you know how much more efficient a 9 is than a 10 minus 1? I just got 9, man. I don't need to do any math in my head. What's an X? It's an VVXXIII.
Let me ask you this.
No.
I learned that an X was 50 based on Super Bowl 50. It was kind of cool. It was just the X, right? What is 60? Is next year going to be cool? Because right now, or L, I keep saying X. L is 50.
Yeah, so it's LX. That's 60.
Ooh. You might be right.
See what I'm saying? LIX is 10. That's how they do it. They
So
go
I understand.
10's digit, then
But
10 minus
L
1.
was just 50 by itself.
Yes.
60 does not have a letter. In other words, why doesn't 60 get a letter? If 50 gets L, why isn't
Exactly.
like T then 60?
You see, we've improved upon it. Get the letters out of my mathematics. Numbers, bro. Numbers.
What if we didn't use Roman numerals? Anyway, enough with that. Super Bowl 59. We'll ask Sean Merriman about it. We're talking Jaden Daniels right now and how he can improve. Mike's in Gaithersburg. What's up, brother?
Yeah, what's going on, brother? See, here's the tricky part. You can't necessarily draft on leads because what if the talent that's out there is not worthy of the pick that you're picking with? And you see something else? Because really, to be honest with you, the line issue is going to take more than just the draft. And why not develop Kingsbury understand this? And you have one of the best quarterbacks you'll see. People don't understand how great the quarterbacks that we've been able to be blessed at one time what we're witnessing like right now, from Josh Allen, Lamar, Mahomes, Brady, Manning. When Daniels understands that and he wants to be there. Like, he even gave you hints to let you know he was going to be a great person because he's going to learn. And he's always been a quarterback. All you need is a speedster on out, somebody who's quick, a worthy in the second or third round. And see if you get lucky with, a lineman or someone that can help you.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks, bud.
I want to go back to something he said early in the call about kind of the golden era here with these quarterbacks. I was thinking about this. Remember the dialogue recently?
Literally what I was going to say.
Like, man, it's a tough time, with Phil Rivers walking away. Look around the league. We're just light on quarterbacks. What's going to happen when Breeze and Brady and Manning step away? We're screwed. And then you've got the next tier of the Mount Rushmore, which is Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, and Lamar, which takes over for Brady, Breeze, Manning, Rodgers. Breeze, Brady, Manning, Rodgers. So you've got your Mount Rushmore. But this class that was just drafted looks like it's just going to completely restock the shelves.
Yep.
I don't know about Caleb Williams. He's got some baggage, but I do think that him and Ben Johnson together gives him a chance to be very good.
Yeah, it's not a talent problem.
Right. He's super talented. Obviously, Jaden Daniels looks like the real deal. Drake May on a terrible team with nothing around him flashed like a strobe light. Looks like he is a franchise quarterback and a stud. I would even say Bo Nix. I'm not breaking any news here. Far exceeded expectations.
Second Rookie of the Year voting. Yeah.
He looked like a really, really good quarterback of the future. And I think Michael Penix, we saw him in Landover lead a brilliant drive to send a game to overtime in his second start ever. He's got a chance to be really good. We haven't seen J.J. McCarthy yet, but in the preseason, he was nails and looked like he was on his way to having a strong start for the Vikings. This might restock the shelves completely this past year's draft.
There was, because to your point, it was only a handful of years ago where the super seniors, right? I mean, the guys that are almost 40 or north of 40 in Brady's case, the Mannings, the Breezes, and the aforementioned Tom Brady are hanging them up, and you go, yeah, there's Mahomes, yeah, there's Josh Allen, yeah, there's Lamar, but man, we don't have that group to round out the top 10. Now you got too many to choose from, especially with some of these young signal callers. It really is incredible how that happened.
Back to the Daniels topic, I think we should acknowledge the biggest thing that could possibly happen, in my opinion, for him to make a step forward this year is to keep the same offense and the same coordinator. And it's going to change some because it already looks like 4 teams want to talk to David Blau.
There'll be a couple voices out of that room,
Yeah, they're going to lose a couple of their young offensive guys that are supposedly the guys who are going to fill in for Cliff, which has always been my problem with this, that those guys get picked away too. But regardless, Kingsbury's coming back for one more year at least. So now you got another year until you got to worry about that. Having Kingsbury come back to be in Daniel's ear is going to be a godsend. And for him to have the same offense and that continuity year over year, young in his career, now gives him a chance to build on. Not to just get back to where he was, but to build on that and get better, which I think is going to be a huge deal. Well, let's talk Bradley Beal and the controversy out of the NBA with the Phoenix Suns that he found himself embroiled in yesterday. You're listening to Grant and Danny.
This update brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Wizards basketball welcome in the Toronto Raptors after the loss to Dallas. Pre-game show 6:45 on Bloomberg 99.1. Head coach Brian Keefe, good to see the bench play so well against Dallas.
Rich had a nice impact on the game. Obviously, Justin came in. Johnny gave us some good minutes down the stretch. Got to see Tristan, Anthony, PBJ. So, everybody got a little bit of chance. And I thought those guys, when their number was called, they were all ready. And they all contributed to good basketball. So, credit to them. It's not always easy when you're coming in the game, maybe 7 minutes to go.
Men's college basketball tonight. Maryland welcomes in number 17 Wisconsin at 7 on Team 980. Virginia Tech Hokies against Florida State Seminoles, 6:30 on the Fan. GW welcomes in Richmond at 7 p.m. from the Smith Center. Virginia takes on Miami at 7. Mason against Loyola Chicago at 7. Americans at Lafayette, and Navy against Lehigh. Mike McCarthy says he'll sit next year out and then coach in 2026. Philadelphia Eagles offensive coordinator Kellen Moore has emerged as a lead candidate to fill the New Orleans head coaching vacancy, but of course has to wait until after the Super Bowl. The Nationals have requested unconditional release waivers on left-hander Joe LaSursa. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
In 1 hour at 4 on a Wizards Wednesday, ahead of the Blitz, we'll give away Wizards tickets. Somebody's going to win a pair today in the good seats. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I want to remind you that as Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you, yes, you, to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that us, Grant and Danny, we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We got an event on Friday night. It's already sold out, so you can't come if you don't have tickets. We're going to be giving away a pair of tickets on every show tomorrow, so you better listen to the station for the tickets to 106.7 The Fan Live, because Tally Ho Theater is already going to be packed to the gills.
Yes, indeed.
But it's going to be a lot of fun, and we're very excited to be up on stage, taking part in the event with the Junkies, with B. Mitch and Finley, with all the producers that work so hard here at the station. So going to be a good time. But I tell you this to tell you that because we'll be out at Tally Ho Theater for the event on Friday, we are taking the show on the road for a Friday field trip series. We're going to be at Green Tree Tavern, and you can come by and hang out with us there. You don't need a ticket for that.
You can go to that.
2 to 6:30, Green Tree Tavern in Leesburg, right on King Street. Beautiful little strip right there, downtown in Leesburg. I've been to Green Tree Tavern. It's awesome. So come on out on Friday to get ready for 106.7 The Fan Live as we are there on site at Green Tree Tavern. Good update there from Byron. Thank you to him for doing that. I heard him mention Mike McCarthy has pulled his name out of the hat for coaching jobs, and he's going to focus on next year's openings.
That's adorable.
It's really funny to me.
Isn't that precious?
Now, I guess someone could say he could have gotten the Saints job, and he's choosing not to get the Saints job. Although it does sound like they're zeroing in maybe on Kellen Moore anyway. But it's just one of those things that's so funny to me.
I love this. Yeah.
With like the water carrying that reporters do, where it's like they're just so quickly to get ahead of. Like, it's not that no one chose Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy is taking his name out of consideration for coaching jobs, plural, this year. By the way, there's one left. It's the Saints. And they just interviewed Kellen Moore for the second time and haven't yet interviewed McCarthy for a second time. And again, maybe he told him he doesn't want to interview. That's fine. But they're acting as though with 6 openings out there and McCarthy with 9 interviews to do all over the league, that he has decided not to coach in the NFL this year while he focuses on 2026. And then they added, by the way, I think it was Pelissero, who does a good job, but he added, like, he is expected to be one of the top names in the 26 cycle.
Is that what he expects?
I wonder where you're getting your information.
I've taken myself out of consideration for dating Claudia Schiffer. I'm out of consideration. I've removed my name from the consideration list. I'll be focusing on future supermodels. They're not interested in you. They don't want you. They don't want you. You're not a candidate.
On the debate team is taking his name out of consideration to take cheerleader number 1 to
Yeah.
prom.
Yeah.
You know, like
that is one of my favorite things where it's like, I just want everyone to know there are no jobs left. That's not just everyone can rest easy. I am not considering your job
right
now. I'm not. I'm moving on to other things.
I'm going to go tell CK in the break that I am not interested right now in talking about a raise. Not interested.
Not interested in it.
It's not something I want to talk about.
Is it on the table right now for you? No. But you're expected to be getting one in after the next cycle.
Of course.
Major.
I'll be focusing on my race for next year.
Yeah, that's what we'll do.
When everybody knows I'm going to be the most sought after guy out there.
You'll be very sought after. Oh, that's so precious.
I thought that was hysterical.
That's a great presser. That's a great little release.
If you're Mike McCarthy, you could take some solace in knowing the Cowboys decided not to bring you back and then hired someone who is less qualified and probably less deserving of that job than you are. I mean, I always have a little bit of a soft spot for McCarthy because all he does is win everywhere in the regular season. I believe he's been to the playoffs 13 of his 18 seasons.
Feels like it, yeah. At least
as a head coach, and everyone acts like he can't walk and chew gum. And I think it's mostly because he's fat and like not a great looking guy, and that no one ever talks about that. But like, if he looked like Matt LaFleur or Sean McVay, I don't think he'd be as made fun of.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's that he's overweight, and and he's just not like one of these handsome head coaches. So automatically he's got that working against him. But regardless, hilarious headline.
Yeah, that's my favorite part is the delusion. There. Yeah, like that is as tone deaf a statement as you can offer to anybody. The key takeaway. Now, whether you think he can coach or not, I actually think he's perfectly decent. He could be a good fit in a lot of programs that need to just be normal and like to behave
me, he'd
well.
be an upgrade over like 15 head coaches.
Yeah, like if he went to the Raiders or a couple different places, it'd be a good culture builder. You could do just fine. Nobody wanted you. Never forget that part. Any statement that you're going to offer,
right?
That no one was interested, and I get that feeling. I've had zero interest about a lot of things in my life, but you don't get to release a statement afterwards, being like, "I'm not interested at all. I'll be interested next year when you guys, I'm sure, will have changed your minds."
All right, I want to talk about something out of the NBA. All right, so normally, and certainly recently during the Commanders' run, we have been locked in on the NFL. But I just found this to be fascinating when I was reading all about it last night. And I actually think it will be a really good conversation to get perspectives on both sides from here on the phones. Now, how this became public, I don't really know. I think what happened was the wife of Bradley Beal, who we know a little bit just tangentially from being around here in D.C. She's very active on social media. Her name is Kamaya Adams, now Kamaya Adams Beal. But I believe she took to social media to complain about an interaction she had had with a fan. And then that led to Bradley Beal having to talk about the interaction publicly with the media in the locker room. But I think that maybe it was noticeable, and I don't know this. Darius, I'll tag you in if you have more info. I think what happened was like he was in a huddle with the team and saw that his wife was getting into it with someone. And that there was like a back and forth between a fan and his wife, and maybe some
security was involved.
Security or staffer had stepped in. Mm-hmm. And Beal, I'm married, I have children. His kid is there, his wife is there. Obviously was like, screw this basketball game thing. Let me go see what's going on with my better half. And so based on that, it became a bit of a thing. Then she took to social media to explain what happened. Then he was asked about it in the locker room. Details about right there, Darius?
Yes, that'd be all correct. Including that his son was crying as well. So he saw, his son. Well, I actually don't know which son.
He has two kids. One of them's name is Deuce.
But yeah, the son was crying.
Or
so
Deuce is Jason Tatum's kid.
I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, Deuce is Jason Tatum.
Okay, I just remember his kids were around a lot. They're very cute. I love them. They were at all the Wizards games, sitting courtside.
Adorable kids.
Yes, very, very cute. And now I saw that the kid is 6 years old. Okay, so the kid is there crying. The mom is getting into it with a fan. Beal sees this and goes, "Oh hell no!" And he kind of walks over to deal with it. Right. So before I read what his wife wrote on social media, he was asked about it after the game. So let's start there. This is Beal with reporters after he left the huddle to go tend to his wife, who's getting into it, it seems like, with a fan.
I mean, you gotta ask her, because, I almost left the huddle and 30 seconds left in the fourth. I'm pretty sure some guy just heckling, kind of being an ass. And my wife was pretty calm about it, but then, like, my son's right there. she's not going for none of that. So, I mean, it didn't matter if it was her, if it was my brothers, it was my mom, my dad, my best friend. It didn't matter who it was. Somebody was going to respond. Social media, I'm not even on social media, so I don't even know what she said. She probably said some I'm sure. But for the most part, man, I just, my family knows, like, they're my biggest support system. They know what to put out, what not to put out, and be respectful of the team and everything of that nature. So, I mean, you can pull her aside, ask her. I mean, how much did that, how much were you even paying attention to what was being said to you? Because, I mean, I guess. I don't know what was being said. That's what I'm saying. Like, all I see is my wife and my son crying on the front row, and my wife turning around and yelling at somebody. That's never good. Family comes before, this basketball. So, I just want to make sure that she was good. And once the security was taken care of, we're good. So.
All right, so Beal, thoughtful, given his this is his perspective on what he saw from the huddle, basically. So when I saw that, and I saw that first, that was the first thing I saw was this on Twitter. And I'm like, oh man, what the heck did this fan do? And I'm going, this person must have gone up and attacked verbally his wife. Just there's a kid and a wife there, and it's Bradley Beal's wife and Bradley Beal's kid, and he's having a bad season and he makes all the money. And so you were just a jerk and you went up and started screaming at them. And then I saw what his wife said happened. So I'm going to read that to you right now. This is from her social media. I usually ignore nonsense as I like to leave the circus to the clowns. But let's clear this up. Being a fan is fine. Boo, you suck comes with sports. But disrespect is another thing. During the game, a Suns fan, in quotes, spent the entire night heckling my husband. It got so bad, I sent my kids away in the third quarter after multiple people asked if we were okay and asked if I wanted them to say something. The breaking point came in the fourth when my kids were back and the fan yelled, trade this bum-ass Beal for Jimmy Butler. So the guy yelled, trade him for Jimmy Butler, but called him a bum-ass, right? My 6-year-old, with tears in his eyes, asked why someone would say that about his dad. So at that point, security had to intervene, or I was going to. Athletes are human. They have families. Be a fan, but keep it respectful. Cause if we keep it real, most talking crazy behind a keyboard or not in someone's face would be the first to ask for a picture outside. Hope this clears things up. Back to enjoying my day with my family. Heart emoji. Now, I agree with the end there. Almost all of these fans who are taunting and chanting during the game and cursing and yelling at guys, if they bumped into them at the CVS like a mile down the road on their way home, they're definitely asking for a picture.
Oh my gosh, that's Bradley Beal.
That's Beal, whatever. So I have a take on this that I think is going to surprise you a lot. Because I am team like decorum and all these things, right? I would tell you first that this fan is a jerk. Because it's just a way to conduct yourself that I don't believe in. The loud cursing in a public setting, the yelling and screaming at players and calling them bums or using any kind of profanity, especially, I don't know if he knew this was his wife or kid, but around them, that's not very cool. Period. Here's my take. This is so soft. I'm sorry that a fan who paid a bunch of money is yelling. By the way, not racially awful things, not terrible things about Brad Beal's character. They're basically saying he's bad at basketball and they want him traded. They're a jerk. That's what happens at a game. That's what people in the crowd who are drinking do. If you don't like it, don't sit there. Go to a suite. Go to an area where the families can sit. Every team provides an opportunity for people to go sit somewhere. You don't think that a guy that makes $50 million a year from the team, I'm not saying buying a suite, but I'm saying that he can't talk to someone with the team and go, hey, man, look, it's a rough year. People don't like me very much right now. I'm not playing very well. Can my wife and kids sit in a suite somewhere so they don't have to deal with this? Every single time Kirk Cousins' family went to a game, they sat in the same suite because his kids and wife hated so much hearing after every incompletion interception that he's a loser and he's the worst ever and he sucks and he's overpaid. Every parent, every family member deals with this at every game they ever go to. This is so common and so normal. I can't believe this became like a national story. And there are people coming out to suggest that this guy, the person in the stands, who is a jerk, was like way over the line. Like that's where the line is now. Not like LeBron's getting someone kicked out of a game because he's talking about, death threats or whatever. Now you're yelling, this guy sucks, trade his ass for Jimmy Butler, and my kid's crying, so you don't get to do that? Take your kid home and watch in your living room. This is unbelievable to me.
So my first entryway into the story was people talking about it. I missed kind of in real time what was going on. And you would have thought that this guy, whoever he is, the heckler, I don't care about him or any aspect of it, was addressing these things to Beal's wife
exactly
and the child. And I'm
trolling them.
And I'm going, oh my God, what a cuff him and stuff him. Let's let the process play out. And I hope it ends with a gavel slamming and some time away from people.
You go up to the wife and say, your husband's the worst. You look at the little 6-year-old cute little boy and go, your dad's a bum. Trade him for Jimmy Butler.
So the way that the Shouty shows, the people were talking about it as if this drunken, boorish, horrible being is frothing at the mouth going, I found the family and I'm going to yell at them. He actually is advising a pretty good move. Phoenix should consider that if Miami will. I bet you they won't because they don't want a guy that's missed 40% of the team's games and is having the worst season of his career. I'm sorry. Sucks that happened. All avoidable. You already touched on it. Very easy to control that.
Yeah.
What is happening? Have an acknowledgement of the reality. If you are on a 10-day contract and your family's just there to see you play and you can't afford the suite, I get it, man. It sucks. You're gonna be out with the riffraff. There's a reason I don't take my kids to the bleachers when the Phillies are in town. I'm going to be next to a bunch of Philly guys, and we're going to hear terrible language. I don't do that. See what I'm saying? I would love for it to be corrected. I'd love for no one to curse in public, but there's also an understanding that I'm not going to walk down the dark alley by myself at 2:00 in the morning. I'd love for these people that are about to mug me to not and have a light beam come down and nothing but righteousness in it, and they figure out, oh, maybe I shouldn't injure this person for his wallet.
Right.
But I'm also not going to take the turn.
Well, I would also just say, and I know that you're not saying it's analogous, but this is not the fan version of mugging either. To me, whatever the line we want to draw is for what fans should be able to do and where the line of that's unacceptable. I've talked about this a couple times with the NBA. I am massively a believer in anytime someone throws something, when you dump popcorn on Russell Westbrook, when he's walking down the tunnel, whatever, boot them forever.
Forever.
Every person who's ever stepped 1 foot on any floor, court, field, I'm the first one. Everyone's like, oh, you're no fun. Beat that person to within an inch of their life. They knew not to be there and they did it. I have no empathy for them. They suck. When Bobby Wagner hit that dude who was running around on the field,
yeah.
I thought it was the greatest thing that had ever happened. I wish he would have taken off his helmet and Myles Garretted him in the nose. Okay? These people should not be on the field. I get it. The line should not be that I can't yell. I'm not going to do this because I'm not a loser. But you can't yell from your seat, bum ass B, trade him, because someone's parent or lover or kid might hear it. Move. I was at a high school football game, okay? My wife's brother coaches high school football. I was at a game, and one of the parents of the kids was this big buff guy, right? Who's just straight out of the gym, nothing but testosterone. He had something to say about every play and how terrible the coaches were and, everything. Now, meanwhile, the coach, his niece and nephew, my kids, are sitting here next to me, right next to this guy. And they keep looking over and they're like, why is he talking about him that way? Why is he talking about, my relative? And so when they went to go get, my wife was seeing what's happening, and she just kind of walked them to go get food and drinks for a while. And while they were away, I said, hey man, just so you know, I was like, this is his niece and nephew here. They got the signs, with his name on it. I was like, you can do whatever you want to do, but I just wanted to let you know that. He's like, oh, sorry. And then as soon as they came back, he kept doing it. We moved.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have some big brouhaha when security was involved. I didn't take to social media, have a big leave the huddle so we could talk about it. We got our fat asses up and we walked to the other side of the bleachers. This guy sucks. We won't be near him. To me, his beautiful wife and cute kids could sit anywhere. This is so wild to me that the controversy was this. Like you said, when I first heard about it, I'm like, oh, another example of a maniacal fan not knowing where the line is. I don't think that's what this is at all.
This is the ultimate in entitlement, where somebody
but don't you
believes
think we're trending that way.
Oh, dude, it's the NBA. Yes,
in the NBA, especially with like this whole like, she used the word disrespect. Like you're not allowed to disrespect the players. You can't yell terrible things. Like there are certainly things you shouldn't be allowed to say.
Of course.
But where does that line stop? Well, apparently at wanting a guy traded and yelling it because my kid's nearby and heard it.
Right, but that's my point. Is the entitlement part of this is a protective bubble needs to exist around me at all times, where I can't hear the bad thing. I can't be subject to any negative at any point in time. And I'll hide behind this idea that it's disrespect or this was over the line. And again, I don't love that. I have a 6-year-old. The idea that he would be upset if someone, overhears someone who hates my guts on the radio. Like if you run into some kid at Little League and they're that's Danny Rouillet's kid. Well, he sucks.
I got new rules on Twitter, by the way. No one can say anything mean to me because my kid's on Twitter. No.
So, but it's
not
the
how
idea
it works.
that this bubble has to exist no matter where I am or what's happening, which is unrealistic and frankly unfair to everybody else. And I guess the point I'm making is I'm sorry that happened. I don't relish in the idea that a kid was upset that somebody was saying mean stuff about his dad, but you can control what you see and hear if you're not really ready to have those kind of conversations just yet, right? That's a luxury box. That's staying at home. There's a million different things. And again, I'm sorry that it happened.
Yeah.
But the idea that now the narrative is this dark-hearted fan is miserable. How dare he be upset that this underachieving would-be saver to put Phoenix over the top has missed 15 games as they're languishing in 8th place in the Western Conference, treading water, going nowhere. Like, I'm sorry that you're upset about that. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? But like, it's so absurd to me, the discussion around it.
$50 million a year. $50 million. A 5-year, $250 million contract. His family should have a suite at every game.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the first way to handle this. I wouldn't want my family hearing people talking bad about me all the time. Maybe they like to sit right down on the floor or be close or whatever. If that's the case, I respect that. You're going to hear things. That's something we talk about every day on the way to the game. Hey, people are going to be yelling about daddy. You know that. I'm not saying it's easy for a 6-year-old to hear it. But again, I don't really have a good solution for you other than not being around the fans with the alcohol. I wonder, too, like, what else is unacceptable? Now, is this guy a jackass for taunting his own player the entire game, if that's what he was doing? Yes, I would say so.
Yeah, cursing in public, honestly, that's not cool. I'm not endorsing that by any stretch of imagination.
Screaming, absolutely. I think that's a loser behavior. You're not a grown-up, whatever. But at the same time, like, if at the end of the game, Beal turns the ball over 3 times in the last 90 seconds, which he's done a couple times here. If he did that in Phoenix and this guy loses his mind and starts screaming about, oh, he's not worth the money, we got to get rid of him, just like in a short burst right at the end of the game, and the kid hears it. Is that a bridge too far too? Is he not allowed to do that? And some of the people I really respected have come out afterwards going, the way fans are talking these days is like, oh my God. The same sport, though, where we're getting fans routinely kicked out who afterwards are going, all I did was heck, like boo him, basically, and it's like we're stopping the game and dragging refs over and pointing people out. It's just, I think we need to watch where that line is. Because to me, the line can't be here. The line can't be that a player wants a guy traded and yells about that, and my kid heard it and got sad. So now it's a big deal, and he's the bad guy.
Yeah, what should happen is security should say, hey, whatever your take is, that's fine. Don't curse. This is a public forum. There's not a forum, but there's a lot of people around. There's kids around. It's families. You're now making the whole thing about you. You can have a view that the player should be traded, which you should be, by the way. If Phoenix should be desperate to do that, I actually would advise that. Give me a call. I'll try to help you. But cursing the way that you did, that's a bridge too far. Do it again. We'll have to escalate this. It'll be more serious.
Would you even say to him something like, hey, his wife and kid are right here. They don't love hearing this.
Whether I don't know if the security even has to do that at that point. Like whether I don't know if they know or not. You know what I mean? Like I don't necessarily need the guy in section 410 to do it, the person sitting by me. Like, all I want is to be able to take my kid to a game, not have someone screaming and cursing.
But you're not talking about Beal's wife. You're saying a person.
In general, a person.
But I'm saying your point is there should be no issue with the fan based on his proximity to the wife and kid.
Right. I mean, to me, it's a cursing issue. If you're able to say, trade this guy for Beal, I'm sick of it. Message delivered. There should be no harm. Like that's fine. I'm sorry. Like that needs to be protected at all costs. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even talking about like just in this game or this team or like just the country. Like we got to be able to keep that and hold it and hold on to that. I'm so sick of this. Trade him for Jimmy Butler. We got to be able to deal with that. If we can't stay inside and wait for the meteor, if we can't handle that, let's not do anything else. Let's put our heads in the sand and wait.
Yeah. And maybe we don't bring our 6-year-olds and sit in the crowd. Again, I can't tell you how many spouses of players I've had a conversation about this kind of thing with. It's constant. Constant. When Kirk was back here with, Atlanta and had just been benched or whatever, I asked him, I'm like, hey, I know the kids came. Like, where are they? And he's like, oh, they're up in the suite. We're back in our old suite. We don't really do the crowd thing at this point. They hear too many things they don't like about me or whatever. It's that kind of, every player deals with this everywhere, constantly. This is not the first time. I want to open up the phones on this. What do you guys think? 800-636-1067. Do you have any issue like Beal did or his wife did with what the fan was doing? Do you think this is a case of just a soft reaction? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update brought to you by Door Pro America, garage door service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Wizards basketball back home tonight against the Toronto Raptors. Raptors flying high. They've won 4 in a row. Wizards have been struggling. Pregame at 6:45 on Bloomberg 99.1. Caitlin Clark wants her first three-point contest to come at the WNBA All-Star Weekend in Indy and will not participate in a special challenge during this year's NBA All-Star Weekend. Men's college basketball, Maryland welcomes in number 17 Wisconsin tonight at 7 on Team 980. Virginia Tech against Florida State 6:30 on the Fan. GW versus Richmond at 7 from Smith Center. Virginia is at Miami at 7. Mason versus Loyola Chicago. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. From maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Yeah, you gotta ask her, because, I mean, I almost left the huddle and 30 seconds left in the fourth. I'm pretty sure some guy just heckling and kind of being an And my wife was pretty calm about it, but then, like, when my son's right there, she's not going for none of that. So, I mean, it didn't matter if it was her, if it was my brothers, it was my mom, my dad, my best friend. It didn't matter who it was.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. I think this is a compelling sports conversation. The role of the fan and where the line is when they go over it, when they are taunting players. Bradley Beal's wife and children were at the game. There was a heckling fan in the stands in Phoenix. It turns out that security had to get involved, that the wife and the kid were crying, and Beal saw this from the huddle and basically left the huddle to go over and see what was going on with his family. And then after the game, we found out via a statement on social media from his wife that basically it wasn't though the fan came up and harassed them as much as he was yelling that he wanted Beal traded and calling him a bum. And the kid got upset and the wife got upset. And to me, this just seems like something that is pretty avoidable if you move or if you go sit in a suite or in a different area of the stadium, and that we can't allow to now be part of the fabric of like this ongoing discussion that fans are going too far in their relationship with players.
I think that's the key part to me. Not that this guy's completely innocent. Talking about the heckling fan again, you curse and you're yelling, kind of making a jackass of
I
yourself.
think this guy stinks.
Yeah, you got to wear that. But I need him not to be treated. It's like a jaywalker versus a murderer. There's a reason they have different punishments. You know what I mean? Like this is the jaywalking of fan offenses, where you go, hey, one warning will do it. Don't curse again. But other than that, express your views. The idea that this is the same as him like harassing her and the kid or saying something that is absolutely ejection worthy is laughable. And my problem with all this is that's how it's being treated. Like again, I don't have great examples, but watching the Shouty shows, and this is how I kind of came to the story, is that people were talking about this like this is another in a long line of way over the line fan offenses where you put him in, the same guy that tried to run onto the court, the same guy that
was popcorn on Westbrook.
Yeah, was on Westbrook, or he's spitting at this the player's wife or whatever. No. This is a slap on the wrist. Hey man, don't be a jackass. Stop cursing so that everybody can hear you. There's children and a bunch of people present that don't really want to hear that and shouldn't have to. So reprimand, no problem. But the idea that this is as grave an offense as some of the others, I cannot believe my ears and eyes.
Yeah, I think also to kind of double down on that, if there was no real reaction to this, like if this happened, the wife posts on social, Beal addresses it with the media, and there's no fallout afterwards or whatever, I don't know if it gets across my desk, so to speak. But to see everyone then acting like, well, this fan needs to be not allowed back, the thought pieces and the how these poor players are being mistreated by fans. This doesn't go in that category. Sorry, it just doesn't. Let's go to Matt in DC. What's up, Matt?
Hey, Grant. Thanks for taking my call, guys. So where is the line? Like, so, I say I was at the game last night and I'm sitting next to this guy. I've got to put up with it. I'm not related to Bradley Beal. I don't expect him to come up into the stands and defend me. But there is a couple of things here. So if there's the cursing. There's the saying that he's you said bum just now, but apparently it was a word for a female dog, which is there is a line where it's like Bradley Beal he works. He's doing a job. He may not be doing it well. They may have better options. He's getting paid a ton of money, but I mean, I don't think it's allowable to refer to him in such derogatory personal terms. I mean, other fans don't want to see that. I heard on the show people deriding Eagles fans, which is certainly valid.
Yep.
Though you can't blame all Eagles fans for the
let me agree with you on something. You're talking about screaming profanities, okay? Which, for the most part, people do at games all the time and nothing happens. But I agree with you. That should not be kind of the expectation that that's allowed. But that is different than what we're talking about, right? Which is to say that, like, he went too far in his treatment toward the player. Like, if you're a guy, or in this case, just a mom with her kid, you don't want to hear that. But when you're saying, where is the line needs to be a lot further than a fan yelling that a guy should be traded and that's not allowed.
That's not what he did, though. I mean, he was referring to Brad as in very personal.
Yes, we said
derogatory.
The profanity is the issue. We agree.
If I showed up to one of your away things, right? And I've been dying to tell you this. I took great offense, Grant, when you said that Creed was a better movie than Rocky. All right, I mean that's
Creed is a better movie than Rocky.
That's tough.
Yeah.
But your point's good. Go ahead.
And it's like if I'm like, Grant, you bum, you don't know a good movie, like like Rocky is the best picture, But then I started to am I allowed just to come and buy a beer at your away thing and like scream at you?
Right. If you curse, if you're disruptive to the show, but
but also it's a terrible analogy, respectfully, because at a game that for 100 years, fans cheer and boo and scream, and that's very normal. At a radio show where people are listening and where the audio gets picked up on a microphone, that's in no way allowed for you to scream over the top of everything we're doing. But at a game, are you allowed to scream? Yes, you are allowed to scream at a game. Again, the profanity is the problem.
Right. The guy should have been reprimanded, received a warning. Hey, don't do that.
But his take is, that's too much. That's not nice to Bradley Beal. I just think we're getting way too soft with what is and is not allowed to be done at a game from a fan standpoint in terms of the interaction. And again, this is not a guy that's going up and getting nose to nose with Beal and calling him the word. He's 7 rows deep screaming in the stands. He's annoying, but that is not the same as LeBron getting a guy kicked out who, I don't even know what the guy did, but called him a racial term or whatever. It's not the same thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, to me, it's pretty simple. The thing that you get to hide behind is the foul language when you're sort of addressing this. And what I mean by hide behind is that it turns it from this guy just expressing his views to, okay, well, now he's cursing. But then your people are taking that and going, disrespect. They're disrespecting my family. Nobody's doing any of that. This person is behaving boorishly, should be warned. Don't curse in public. Other than that, desiring a player that's underachieving to not be on your team anymore, again, that sentiment is what's bothering the people. And they're hiding behind it's family disrespect or something, which is very nebulous and unprovable. And the cursing. Again, we agree on the cursing part, but the rest of it is because you didn't want to hear it. You don't want your 6-year-old. Again, I wouldn't want my 6-year-old to have what some of you people listening right now think about me. That wouldn't be very much fun for him. But comes with the territory.
Yeah, my 6-year-old probably is not going to be sitting there in the stands for people to yell and scream at me. We're going to go to an area where you don't hear as many mean people talking about daddy, like a player's lounge, which is available to you for your family at every game via every single team ever. Charles is in DC. What's up, Charles?
Grant, you stole my point a little bit, because I was going to say, how would you react if your wife happened to be at a location where you were doing a radio show with Danny, and there's just some guy talking very aggressively, constantly talking aggressive. Now you're doing a radio show. You have no idea what's going on. You just so happen to look up and you see your wife crying. You're not going to go see
Well,
what's
I
going
have no
on.
problem with how Bradley Beal.
Oh, 100%. I want to make that clear. Like,
Yeah.
if I'm sitting there, in like Bill's case, he looks up, he sees his wife, his kid,
No, Beal
security.
did a perfectly
Yeah,
reasonable
that's
thing.
that's a normal thing.
That's not my issue at all. But I already told you how I'd react. I've been in this situation with someone talking trash about my brother-in-law, and my kids are sitting next to me, and I'm like, hey, man, just so you know, these are his niece and nephew that are holding signs supporting him. And he kept doing it because he's a loser. And so we moved. You know, that's what we did. And in that case, there's nowhere for me really to go other than to the other side of the high school football field. But Bradley Beal could have his family sit in a suite every game. He could go to the players' lounge. I mean, the expectation that while we're at the game, nobody can be yelling bad things about my husband and his dad come on, Charles. That's not reasonable.
I guess my point would be like at that point. I mean, where is she going to go? Like, I mean,
I've given you a few options. There's a players' lounge, a family lounge where you could go.
Would it be so? Is she supposed to get up and go to the lounge after the aggressive person that's talked to her slaps her or put his hands on her?
No, he's not talking to her.
He never did anything,
Charles. That's the point. He's not talking to her. He's just yelling as a person in the stands near
Who's
her.
frustrated with Beal's play.
If he was yelling at her personally or the kid, my reaction to this would be very, very different. That's not what happened. She said that he was just heckling Beal near them and they could hear him.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you have a problem with Beal leaving the huddle going to address to see what the issue was?
No, of course
100%
not.
no.
His family's in danger.
Okay.
Yeah, in his mind, his family's being, he didn't know that someone was just doing a normal thing and that his wife and kid are sad about it. He probably thought what I thought when I first heard this, which was that someone is harassing them.
Okay.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Thanks, dude.
800-636-1067 is the number. Double play is next. It's a Wizards Wednesday. We're giving away tickets to the Wiz coming up at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. Next hour, 4:25, Dan Snyder is angry about the Commanders' success. We didn't really react to that. Want to talk about the ESPN story that came out over the weekend. Also, Jaden Daniels' jersey, #1 in sales, all of sports this year. What does that mean for the Commanders' name and its staying power? We'll get to those things next hour. But we've been talking about Bradley Beal's wife taking great issue with a heckler in the stands. His 6-year-old son was very upset. And the reaction around the country has been that this fan went too far by screaming that Beal's a bum and that he should be traded. We agree that profanity is bad and that he shouldn't be screaming and cursing at the game. But the idea that a heckler screaming from the stands is too much, because the family heard it is just, to me, that can't be the line now. That, like, if my wife or kid is at the game and hears someone saying something bad about me, that's a bridge too far, because I'm a person. I'm not just a player. Like, yes, you are, and you make $50 million, and this comes with the territory. People troll us online all day long. It's part of it. My wife's not on social media anymore. Can't be. My brothers, they're off social media. They can't be. They see stuff they don't like, and this comes with the territory. We deal with 1/1,000,000th of what these guys deal with. We also make 1/1,000,000th of what they make, probably. It's not fun. These guys are jerks.
I'm sorry their expectations when you sign a huge deal and you're billed as a savior. You know, that's part of it. Sorry.
Let's go to Colton in Alexandria. What's up, dude?
Hey, Grant. Hey, Danny. What's going on, boys?
Hey, bud.
Hey, so first-time caller, actually. I work as...
Where'd you work?
So I might have a little bit of a different take on this, because, like, my parents raised me a little different. My dad, my mom, I was raised in bowling alleys and AA meetings. So I heard curse words all the time. And I'd be like, Dad, he said a bad word. And my dad would be like, yep, sure did. That's life. Move on with it.
That's right. I sure did, buddy.
Don't say it.
Yeah. Don't do it at school or nothing.
Yeah, and I have a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old as well. And I raise them the same way. Of course, I don't try and cuss in front of my kids, but every now and then it slips. And they're like, Dad, you said a bad word. And I'm like, yeah, I did. Don't you say it, you know? So in my mind, unless he's directly talking to her or her kid, that's the only way that I'd have a problem with it. Now, if he's talking adult things, you know, like that kind of stuff, then, yeah, that I don't want my kids hearing that. But a cuss word, my kids will be just fine.
So I am probably softer on that part than you are, if I'm being honest. Just because, like, I don't want to hear curse words at press conferences, on television from coaches. I think there's a time and a place. We've talked about this a lot. So respectfully, like, we'll disagree on that part even a little bit, in that I'm more on the side of the people that are bothered by this fan, I guess. But where we completely agree, and I love the call, is, were you addressing her or the children? If the answer is no, we're keeping this thing moving. Someone's walking over and saying, please stop yelling and cursing. You're being inappropriate in public. I don't know how much further you go than that.
Right.
But you try to calm them down. Other than that, like, when I saw the whole fallout of this, I thought, oh my God, a guy went up to a player's wife and kids. Like, what is the world coming to? Nope, that's not what happened. He was just screaming, and they heard
we
it.
need to have a separation for when something like that, unfortunately, does happen.
Yeah.
When something escalates to that, oh my God, yes. Kick you out of the arena. You never get to go again. And I'd love some jail time to be attached to your name.
Todd, Rockville, what's good?
Hey there. You know, I just feel like somebody who makes $50 million a year needs to grow a thicker skin and put up with it. I feel like that comes with that exorbitant salary. I'll also mention I'm a father of a 6-year-old, and I feel like take them to a sports event, they're going to hear language that I don't really want them to hear, so I'm in control of that.
Yeah, there is this bar vibe in a sense, right? I mean, you kind of make that decision when you take your kids out to public, where a lot of people are going to be inebriated. They're blaring music, right? I mean, you go to a game, like, people are decked out, looking pretty. Look, you know, it's not like going to, out to dinner or like to the church service. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to be around people that are not like-minded necessarily. You're going to hear and see some things maybe you don't want to. Let's go to Charles in Rockville. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, this couldn't happen to a better story about a more soft guy than Bradley Beal. But besides the point, I'm a heckler all the time. I heckle I focus on referees for the most part. So anybody who goes to game with me, football, basketball, Terps games specifically, I give the refs the business because most of the time they deserve it. And they don't make any money. But if they make a bad call, I'm going to let them know. But I never curse. I call them a bum, bad call blue, bad call ref. And I wait till the stadium's quiet. And I yell because I have a big, loud voice. And I yell as loud as I can. Now, my girlfriend doesn't like it. My kids don't like it. But I don't curse. And so that's what I do. And, Bradley Beal's soft. He's always been soft. And now we see how soft they are emotionally, too. Thanks for taking my call.
So I'm out
Thank
on
you, bud.
hecklers for the record. Like sitting next to that guy would not be very fun for me because I do find that it's just so, what's the word? I don't know. Just
You can say it's not for you. I think that's
it's
okay.
unnecessary, but there's a word I'm trying to think of that I can't pull personality wise, where it's just like, oh, come on, really? Like, do you have to be that guy? But to each his own. He paid for his ticket.
Sure.
If you're not cursing, you're allowed to annoy people loudly, I guess.
Right. I mean, again, that's the issue I have is that would be treated in some people's eyes as the same as ran up to the wife, yelled at her, or any kind of physical altercation. They're very different. They're distinct. And that's what I want to keep. I want to make sure that we keep that division. We're way, way, way over on this side is the guy chirping the referee because he called a block instead of a charge. And then way over on this side is if someone else initiated another malice in the palace. You know what I mean? Like there's a giant Grand Canyon style chasm between the two.
Sean Merriman's getting us ready for Super Bowl 59 today at 5:30. We'll talk about which commanders have to elevate their game in 2025 for the team to make a leap as well. All coming up on G&D. Wizards tickets, top of the hour to be given away next.
This update brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Bill Belichick said to Jim Gray in his Let's Go podcast this week that he thinks the Vince Lombardi trophy for the Super Bowl winner should be renamed for Tom Brady because he won an NFL record 7 Super Bowl rings in his career and 6 with Belichick, who's now the coach at the University of North Carolina. The Wizards against the Raptors tonight after the tough loss to Dallas. Head coach Brian Keefe played better after the first quarter.
Yeah, we played better even going into the second quarter. Second half was much better force, much better intensity. But we started changing that outside in the last 6 minutes of the second quarter. But the start killed us.
Pregame is set 6:45 on Bloomberg 99.1. Caitlin Clark says she wants to make her first three-point contest debut at the WNBA All-Star Weekend instead of the invite she got this week for the NBA All-Star Weekend. Maryland basketball against number 17 Wisconsin tonight at 7 on Team 980. Virginia Tech against Florida State 6:30 on the Fan. GW welcomes in Richmond at 7. Virginia against Miami. Mason against Loyola. Patriot League, American at Lafayette, and Navy travels to Lehigh. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
It's a Wizards Wednesday on Grant and Danny. Congrats to caller 10. You're winning a pair of tickets to see the Wizards Friday, February 7th. They take on one of the best teams in the sport, the Cleveland Cavaliers. First Wizards Friday night concert series as well. You're going to stay for the free post-game concert from Backyard Band and Junkyard Band for Go-Go Night. It's going to be fun. Tickets, more event information, all available. thefandc.com/contest. We welcome you back in on G&D. It is time for a Beltway Blitz. We start you off on the gridiron with our guy, Nate Davis of USA Today. Nate, it was good seeing you as you walked in to the stadium on Sunday. I don't know that I saw you after that, though, but I take it you did stay for the game.
I did, Grant. I was about to catch you. You're talking to Ross Tucker about something deep in discussion there. So, just after that, you were out there crowd surfing with Eagles fans. So sorry.
You know me too well. First of all, I guess before we move on, how good are the Eagles? I mean, they just seem like they're built at every position about as well as anybody in the league.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a testament to roster building there. I mean, they don't really seem to have an apparent weakness. And then certainly, I mean, to me, the biggest thing going into that game was going to be the health and effectiveness of Jalen Hurts. And we saw that he was plenty fine and able to attack the Commanders where it hurt. So yeah, I mean, they're going to be tough to beat, but they know how to build a team there. And then when you're adding guys like Saquon Barkley as a cherry on top, and you're doing 1-year contracts for guys like Zach Bond, who was a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, tough combination to beat.
Nate, does it feel like they're going to beat the Chiefs this time and then either three-peat?
It feels to me like they are. I mean, it was close last time, but again, this team is built on in the trenches. Big boy football, and you see what happens when you add a guy like Saquon Barkley to that mix. I mean, obviously the Chiefs are no pushovers, but I don't know. I feel like the Eagles are going to win this game, and part of me wonders, if they're going to win it decisively.
Decisively, paint that picture.
Well, I mean, we've seen the Eagles continually get out to these big leads. We've seen Saquon, go on these big runs. The Chiefs have been giving up rushing yards to the playoffs, to teams that don't have that caliber of a back there. And then if it becomes apparent that you got to sell out to stop him, having Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown and Dallas Goedert and all these guys one-on-one, plus the Jalen Hurts, right? I mean, we saw what he did to them last time. I mean, not quite the same teams, of course, but I mean, he's going to have 2 weeks of rest. I just kind of wonder, and then given the fact that, Eagles playing defense as good as anybody right now. I just kind of wonder where the Chiefs going to exploit them. And we'll see.
What do you make of Mike McCarthy taking his name out of the running for jobs he wasn't really in the running for?
Well, I think there is some notion that hey, I decided I don't want to be a part of this Saints job. It's not all that an attractive job, and I'll just maybe they didn't want me, but maybe I'll just let it be known that I didn't really want to be there that much either, and that I think I'm going to have better opportunities a year from now, and maybe given a year off, and as other jobs come open, maybe people will appreciate me a little more, but. Rather than have to take the lone remaining job and look like I wasn't wanted there, I'll just spin my own narrative for that.
Nate, do you think the Bengals get a deal done with Jamar Chase and then T. Higgins walks, or what happens with those two wide receivers?
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one to watch. T. Higgins has changed agents. I think he's got Jamar Chase's agent now. I mean, I know that they will want to remain together. I know Joe Burrow wants them to both stay there together. I think he's indicated that he's willing to adjust his contract to have them together. I mean, the Bengals are a team that does things, a little differently. I mean, they tend to want people to honor the end of a contract, and they don't necessarily manipulate their cap the way other teams do. But I think they've seen the value of what having that combination together can do. They've also got to figure out what to do with Trey Hendrickson, who I think is going into his walk year and had asked a year ago to be traded, but before rescinding that. But they've got some things to figure out there for a team that does business a little differently than most NFL teams. But I do think that maybe there's more of a chance that they're able to keep that part of the band together, just given that the equation looks a little bit different than it was, and obviously, at the end of the year, they showed the type of team they can be when they're firing on all cylinders.
Years from now, how will we remember this era with Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, just crashing against the wall that is Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs going to the AFC title game every year?
I think years from now, Danny, it'll look more like a real rivalry. For so many years, the Celtics and Lakers were kind of more one-sided, and the Patriots and Peyton Manning were kind of more one-sided, but ultimately it evened out. This was supposed to be kind of a reset year for the Bills, and I know it doesn't make their fans feel much better, that it feels like they still can't get over the hump, but I don't know how many people actually thought the Bills were going to be in the championship game this year. So I'm curious to see what they're able to do in the offseason as they try to kind of rebuild back to a level that they can compete for that Super Bowl. But I think eventually you're going to see Josh Allen get this team one or two times in the playoffs at least.
Nate, we appreciate you, good sir. Thank you.
Thank you, fellas.
Be good. Let's keep the blitz moving. I don't think so, big voice guy. Sammy, do you want to talk about the Commanders, or do you want to talk about the Capitals?
I'll go Caps.
All right.
I think I'm better.
Thank you, big voice guy.
There it is.
The Capitals are who we want to talk about. Sammy, how about the Caps? Last night, 3 goals, 2-goal win. Another big performance from Logan Thompson. We'll start right there. He gets the extension, and he continues right along in his dominant ways.
Yeah, no, well deserved. I mean, you can see it in the way that he plays. He's just a consistent goaltender. You know what you're going to get from him every night. Incredibly athletic, very, very good at what he does. Last night, makes some huge saves, couple breakaway stops, shuts the door, and, he's right there at the top of the league. And, when you sign an extension like that, especially, at the salary you got him at, it's a steal. So great signing. And, last night was just proof that he earned it.
So over the last, I think it's 10 games or so coming into last night, I think they were averaging 2.56 goals per game. That was my back of the napkin math, which would put them at the back of the league. And I think they were 8-2 over those last 10. Just kind of tells you that no matter how you want to get beat, they can do that. Is that something that might end up kind of biting them in the tuchus, though, down the stretch here, Sammy, where they maybe not be scoring like they were early on in the season?
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal, right? I mean, it's you obviously, I mean, it's great. Good teams find ways to win, in any way possible, and that's what they've been doing. But then again, I mean, the way that they were scoring at the beginning of the season, obviously, it's just not replicating the same way right now. You see that, Protus's line is rolling, and you got Dubois doing well, but the rest of the offense is kind of a little bit of a question mark. So, obviously, come playoff time, it's something you want to solve. I mean, especially if you want to make a deep run, because you can find ways to win, but playoffs are a whole different beast. So something they want to figure out. They're definitely working to fix it, but yeah, it's not ideal, but the Caps are a good enough team that they're still able to win. So
the Capitals have 3 players with 20-plus goals. Ovechkin with 22 and Wilson with 20, not necessarily surprises, 2 of their higher-paid guys. Alexei Protas scored his 21st last night on a breakaway with a strong finish. He's got 42 points in 50 games. What do you make of his breakthrough this year?
Yeah, no, I mean, Pro is a testament to, if you put in the hard work, it's going to pay off. I mean, you can see it in the way that he plays the game. He's a force. I mean, he's, 6'6", and that's huge, but, his skating has just gotten so much better. His playmaking, his vision. He's such a smart player. He has such a good hockey IQ, and the way that he plays the game and sees the game, he can play with just about anyone. He's versatile, very coachable. And he put in the work, and it's showing on the score sheet this season. And it's fun to watch. His teammates absolutely love him. And it's been a hell of a season for Pro. So definitely a good thing for them going forward.
Sammy, thank you. As always, talk soon.
Thanks, guys. See you soon.
You got it. Hit that Local 53 sounder, please. My God, he's from the internet. He's from BetQL. He's from my dreams when my head hits the pillow and I see him on the back of my eyelids. Our pal Nick Ashew joins us to talk about the Local 53. Nick, have you kind of gotten over it yet? I'm starting to turn the corner in terms of losing to that puke green team.
I needed a few days, but it's starting to wear off a little bit in terms of how they lost, and it's become more about what the whole season was. Like, we all knew that was going to be the case, right? Like, at this point, once they beat Detroit, you're like, oh, nobody expected them to get this far. I thought they'd lose to Detroit. So I think what stung the most, and we talked about this actually, I think even before the game when you came on my show on Sunday on BetQL, and it's like it's not expected for them necessarily to win that game against the Eagles. A loss to them would suck more because it is the Eagles. But I think the worst part about it was how they lost. And that's what I really wanted to just kind of had to get over a little bit, was like, okay, they looked like they didn't belong there at all after everything they did. So that kind of leaves a little bit of a bad taste in your mouth. But once it's all done, right, we don't really remember the failures for the greats. We remember the successes. And like, nobody ever talks about Michael Jordan's bad playoff games. He had them. I know it seems crazy, but he actually did. People only remember the championships, the success. So that's really what it's going to be with this season with this team.
Nick, Jaden Daniels, how does he get better in year 2?
I think it's funny because, like, we look at him and go, God, he's just so far above what everybody expected already. But, I think one thing that will always be something to keep an eye on, though he was pretty good at it this year, is continuing to get better just running the football. Again, it wasn't a nightmare like we thought it might be early on in the season, but I think it's continuing to get better at identifying those types of situations. And honestly, I'd say, I guess keep doing that VR thing, because if that seems to be working for him just fine, but becoming it just working on really all of the little fundamentals. But I feel like already at this point, when we talk about like what's he going to improve, it's more just a lot about gaining that experience, and we're nitpicking on the little things, maybe being a little bit more of an accurate passer, but he's already very accurate, got one of the most accurate deep balls in the NFL. So I think it's really just going to become consistency and fine-tuning all the things he's already good at and just getting that experience out there.
Nicholas, if you were to go into that defensive room, the offense, I think maybe a little bit easier, but if you go into that defensive room and you're going to go, okay, you know what? We got to do better here, and here. Where are the spots? Where are those heres?
Well, we thought that they were going to help themselves out with Marshawn Lattimore, but he clearly wasn't healthy and was just a liability for really the entire postseason that he was out there. I think they still are going to certainly need some help in the secondary, but I think the bigger thing is pass rush. They got to get guys that can get after the quarterback, and that's going to be something you can address in the draft, and thankfully you can address in free agency because they have a ton of money, but they're going to need more guys that can just get after the quarterback and disrupt them. I think when you start there, you're going to give yourself opportunities all the way down into some of the other positions farther back because you're just disrupting the timing for we know how important pass rush is. So I think that would be, if I had to say, like, where should you allocate the most money if you can maximize that money, I would say it's going to be pass rush.
Nick Ashew, BetQL with us on Grant and Danny's Beltway Blitz. Do you think they'll be back in the NFC Championship game in the next couple of seasons?
Yes. And here's the reason why. One, it's you've got the quarterback set, so that's good. Two, it's that you've got a smart front office that's already shown that they can identify talent and you got a coaching staff that then is able to maximize a lot of the skill sets that the guys that they brought in that maybe weren't considered stars or on a one or short-term deals and prove it deals. They've shown they can already maximize that, but now with that cap space that I mentioned, and the key here too is that not only do you have tons of money to spend in free agency, you got a quarterback that's on a rookie deal for the next technically 4 years when you likely pick up that fifth-year option if everything continues this way. So they've got an opportunity to really build on this. But here's the one thing. They're now going to play a tougher schedule next year, which we always know is going to be the case. Not a first-place schedule because at least the Eagles won the division. They're not going to be surprising a lot of teams anymore. There's more film on Jayden Daniels. So it's not going to get any easier. They lost their opportunity to just have a fun rebuild year. That's over. The expectations are higher. But because somebody like Jayden Daniels specifically, and that culture trickles down to everybody else, has that confidence and that leadership ability, it spreads to everybody else. It's more than just even that talent. It's also the culture that they've already built there. It's not going to be easy, guys, but like we could be looking at at least the potential where it's Eagles and Commanders dominating the NFC for years to come.
You dominate my dreams when you're not around. Love you, buddy.
See you, buddy.
Nick Ashew of BetQL. No Jayden Daniels. No Terry McLaurin in the Pro Bowl now. We'll explain on G&D.
This update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Caitlin Clark says she wants her first three-point contest to come in the WNBA All-Star Weekend instead of the invite she has to the coming up NBA All-Star Weekend. There's also a plethora of college basketball. Maryland welcoming number 17 Wisconsin, 7 p.m. on Team 980. Virginia Tech against Florida State at 6:30 on The Fan. GW against Richmond, trying for some revenge at 7 from Smith Center. Virginia at Miami. Mason welcomes Loyola. American against Lafayette. And Navy at Lehigh. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention The Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com, because business grows with PVI. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back. Thanks for making the show part of your day. Sean Merriman joins us at 5:30. Former Maryland Terrapin helps us get ready for Super Bowl 59. I was surprised to see, by the way, a response when I had posted the ESPN story, which I found to be just macaroni and cheese. I mean, it was meatballs in a cup for me. I couldn't gobble it up enough. It was Don Van Natta and the ESPN crew talking about Dan Snyder and how sad he is and just
he's just mad. Oh, it's great, isn't it?
And we were literally talking about this last week. Not to pat myself on the back, but I called this one. Said there's no chance he's happy or watching this team and doing anything other than stewing. He's the worst person imaginable. The amount of people that responded to me and pretended to not care. Why would I read this? I'm over Dan Snyder. That's the past. Those people and I do not see eye to eye on this one, because there's not ever going to be a story, as long as I live, about how angry Dan Snyder is to not be the owner of the team anymore, that I'm not going to read.
If you want to charge me money to read it, I'll pay it. You give me that content, I'll give you my attention.
Do you think that the people that said to me, oh, why do we care about this? Focus on the Eagles. We're on to bigger, better things. Who cares? You think they read it? I bet you they did.
Maybe they did or didn't. It's odd to me. I find myself all the time just out of lockstep with so many people on a million things, which is probably not a great place to be honest with you, is like the tide of society moves in one way, and I'm over there shaking my fist at the ocean. But that's one of the ones I'll never get. For example, you and I might differ on this. If somebody writes a book tomorrow, and maybe you've been I have no idea. I'm just saying, you might disagree with me. Somebody writes a book tomorrow and says, I've written a book about what really went on with Shanahan and Robert Griffin. Immediately pre-order right now. Every ounce that I can get on that subject, I want to revisit it every day and talk about it and think about it and live in it again because of how much I poured into it. Same with this Snyder thing. Not that I'm like positive on Snyder. I hate that guy's guts. But like this was an energy siphon for me. The amount of time I've dedicated towards it, towards reading every one of these, trying to understand the different lawsuits and the investigations, what went on in the moonshot hope that SOB had to give up the team, and then he did. Like all that time to me is I'll never get. Like I can't uninvest. Does that make sense? I can't divest from things in that way. Some people can, and God bless you if you can. But yeah, I don't understand it. It's not my pathology.
When I saw that story came out, I thought, this is fan porn.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a fan of this team that is not going to be desperate to find out about Dan Snyder's unhappiness in this moment. By the way, there were some gems in there, including basically Joe Gibbs being the hero of the organization one last time. You saw where he was involved, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he had to be one of the people that was at the very end still convincing Dan Snyder, hey, man, you got to go through with this. This is the only way that this gets worse for you, is if you don't go through with this. Because for those of you that didn't read the story, shocker. And I think most of us assumed this because of how long it lingered and took, and there was still all this uncertainty. Like we're asking people what yard line is the ball at, and you're getting conflicting reports. Well, it's because Dan was wavering until the last possible second. Like he did not want to give the keys over to the house for Josh Harris to walk into his new home. The keys to the stadium. I don't know if that's a literal or figurative thing. I don't really think there's like a key that gets turned to go into the A gate or whatever.
Yeah.
But like he refused to basically, they're like, they have an event there. The ownership group tomorrow, man. Like they need to be there. You need to give them access.
He was literally throwing a tantrum.
And he was literally saying, well, it'll be trespassing because it's still mine until I say it's not. And they're like, yeah, but this is the time where you say it's not. It's over now. You got to do this, buddy. They're still trying to convince him of it.
Mm-hmm.
And he was willing to go back on his word.
And it's one of the big things to me that I remember throughout that whole process where I'm going, no one should be counting on anything. Like nobody should be celebrating or prematurely raising a fist in pride and joy until he's gone, until he really is gone. Because again, this is not a rational person. A rational person is able to execute these things. Oh, I've received money. Here is the good I promised you. Here's the thing. Here's the commodity you've paid for. There it is. The irrational, the tyrant, the tyrannical, who can't possibly handle the idea that the seas don't part in his to his every whim, that he feels like it's been ripped away from him and he's been beaten. Because that's what happened to him. He got beat. I don't think he went, oh no, I should probably do the right thing. He was defeated. And acknowledging that is the hardest thing that little twerp probably has ever had to do. And I love it. I love that it eats at him. I hope it eats at him forever.
It's also just not a coincidence that it took one season. It took 1 year after he got here for him to tear the whole thing down. Because people do forget that they were in a pretty good spot when he showed up. I know it had been 8 years since they'd last won a Super Bowl at that time, but they were a well-built team that finished number 2 in offense, that had a Pro Bowl quarterback that had been acquired via trade in Brad Johnson.
That's right.
Who threw for 4,000 yards, which at that team wasn't nothing. At that time, rather. 2 1,000-yard receivers with Westbrook and Connell. A 1,450-yard running back in Stephen Davis.
They had some things going on.
It was a good team. He takes over in the spring of 99, right before training camp, so it's not his team. And that club went out and won and got to the second round of the playoffs and was on the verge of the NFC Championship game. And people forget the history, but it was right after that he trades for Jeff George. Remember this.
Oh, yeah.
Johnson was a Pro Bowler who threw for 4,000 yards, and you trade for one of the bigger named kind of malcontent quarterbacks in the league.
The ultimate me guy.
That's when I think a lot of people knew this owner doesn't really know what he's doing, because it came out right away that it was his decision. Supposedly, Sonny Jurgensen had told him and counseled him that he needed to go get a stronger armed quarterback, and Jeff George was the guy. And I think at that time, Dan cared about what Sonny said, and maybe George Michael and
Sonny might have been like, he reminds me of me with his arm strength. Okay.
One or two other people, maybe. So anyway, he makes that trade, and then he spent $100 million. We learned the hard way pretty quickly around here. Just going out and adding players is not going to guarantee you anything.
Because I mean, again, I'm obviously older than you. I was actually, the George part was, I didn't get that. The other stuff.
Oh, people were giddy.
I'm going, oh my God.
I was too.
This is unbelievable.
It's Deion Sanders.
Yes.
It's Mark Carrier. I mean, these were stars, Pro Bowlers late in their career.
They had 3 names to a defense that was in desperate need of help.
Bruce Smith.
Yeah.
So they go spend that money. And then the 2000 season was his first year truly in control.
Mm-hmm.
He ran the team again in 99, but he didn't build the team until 2000. Norv Turner didn't last that season. He got fired above 500, mind you, 7-6, just outside in the Hunt graphic for the playoffs with 3 games to go. And the way the story goes, that a bunch of players told him they wanted Terry Robisky to get the job, and he said after Robisky was the interim head coach that he wasn't going to do that. And so it began kind of a fracturing with some of the players in the locker room. But he went out and he got Marty Schottenheimer. Schottenheimer, supposedly, he had decided by the end of his first training camp he was going to fire. He lasted 1 year. Again, this is the second year of him running this thing.
Yeah.
Schottenheimer's out after an 8-3 finish with Tony Banks at quarterback, a 5-game winning streak in that year. We were relitigating all of this with Ross Tucker at lunch, by the way, in Philly. We're going back through it all. Then he goes and gets Steve Spurrier. He only lasts 2 years. And then it was Joe Gibbs' time, 2.0. we were on like Donkey Kong.
Oh,
but
my God, dude.
he was just so bad. So the idea that after one season, Dan Snyder not being around, they already get further than they ever got with him should surprise nobody. He was a noose around the neck of this thing. He strangled the life out of that building.
You're
every
trying
day.
to run a race that's hard to win. And then it's like, okay, I'm Dan Snyder. I'm your lead underpants.
Yeah, he's a cinder block around your foot.
Yeah, I'm the guy doing I'm the tug of war anchor pulling in the opposite direction as you're trying to sprint. You can move, but you ain't winning. There's no way. You're limited. More playoff wins in a month than he had his entire time here, not counting 99 that he inherited.
Right.
Sorry. It's obvious. Now, just because he's gone doesn't mean you go to the NFC title game. You needed a magic carpet ride to do that. But the point is they won more games than they had in forever. That, it's not a wonder that things were just done professionally
the whole thing
and right.
felt different.
Well,
players are treated better.
At any point in time,
staffers are treated better.
At any point in time, Dan could have gone, you know what's unacceptable? This eyesore turf field that's unusable, that's been unusable, that's disgusting and an embarrassment right in the middle of our facility. There in Ashburn. Anytime you want to prove that anything matters to you.
I think they went at least 15, maybe closer to 20 years without using that.
This is the point. What should have happened the first day they took over. Wait, what? That's the case? Fix it. What are we about here? We're about winning. It was never was. It had to be. Winning was an ancillary thing with doing it his way. Like, it'd be nice to. I actually think he wanted to win the same way I would like to lose weight. What are you doing about it, loser? Oh my God!
Yeah,
I can't believe
he
it.
100% was desperate to win, but he wanted to win his way. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure along the way at different points, people sat him down and said, "Hey, here's how you got to do it." He never tried that. I'm going to show you that I can do it my way. That's different.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Steve Spurrier as an example. When Spurrier got hired to the NFL, his goal was to win. He wanted to win. But his goal was to show that the same way he did it in college, the run and gun at Florida, the fun and gun, whatever he called it, that was going to work in the NFL. He gave up play calling duties to Hugh Jackson for a game. Stephen Davis ran 26 times for over 100 yards, and they won. Right after the game, Spurrier's beside himself because he didn't call the plays. He didn't have fun during the game. They ran it more than he wanted to. It didn't look the way he wanted it to. So do you really want to win if you really only want to win your way? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Are you willing to sacrifice? But that story was just catnip. I mean, that was the absolute best.
I read it so many times, and I kept walking up to my wife, who was very busy. Go look. He wouldn't. He actually never wanted to sell. I said that. Remember that he never actually wanted to, but he was trapped. And then it took Joe Gibbs to talk to him. She's like, "Leave me alone." Like, I can't get enough of it. I might just read it again tonight.
I just can't get over the fans who say they don't care. That like, oh well, I'm not going to read that. I mean, maybe it's just because there was a big playoff game that weekend because it came out on the verge of the NFC
Saturday,
title
maybe?
game.
Yeah.
So maybe they weren't saying like they have no interest in the story ever as much as like I'm thinking about the title game. But what are you, the quarterback? You don't have time. You got your VR set.
Well, it's the same
headset
pathology.
on Jaden. Like you probably got some time to read a story in the morning and then get ready and put your chips on the counter for the game in the afternoon.
Yeah, but it's just like finger in your ears, sort of like, hold your breath, you turn purple kind of thing. When if someone mentions like, hey, this is what happened under Ron Rivera as a point of reference. Why are you even talking about that? Why they got a game this weekend? Like, okay, man, like multiple plates. I'm walking over here. I got gum in my mouth, and so far nothing bad's happened. We'll be able to get through that. But the other part is about the of that group that doesn't want anything and doesn't even want it in front of them is the refusal to acknowledge that there's a huge chunk of us that like are fascinated by this, that will always care, right? Like you get those
ruined.
Yeah, throw as many tantrums as you want.
Of fandom.
Get as pissed off as you want about it. Like the rest of us should still be able to read it and enjoy it and discuss it.
I am way better at moving on and like forgiving and forgetting than you are.
True.
But even I get that there's a little bit of a healing process.
Yeah.
Don't ask me to just pretend like that never happened. This guy took my favorite thing away from me and made it harder for me to enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
And at times made me hate it for a long, 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 long time. Don't ask me to just pretend like that never happened because he's been gone for a couple of months.
Like if this article comes out when I'm 70 and my kid who's like in his 40s now. Look, why do you care? You don't get it, man. Just because of exactly what you just said. What was ripped away, what was precious and perfect and awesome became poisoned and sullied.
I want to talk about Daniels and McLaurin not playing in the Pro Bowl. We'll do that next. Also, Jaden Daniels, #1 in jersey sales since when? I'm going to give you those details. We'll discuss what that means for the Commanders brand. We're Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. I love Ted Ford. You guys will too. Here's what happened. Years ago, I was in the marketplace for a new SUV, right, for the wife. We needed something a little bit bigger. Family was growing. We packed like 9 million things to go 15 feet. You know the drill, right? If you got kids and you're always hauling stuff around. So we test drove a couple different things. Went to Ted Ford, checked out the Expedition, checked out an Explorer, ended up settling on the Edge, right? Loved it. Had a great ride with it. And I did the thing where you go, okay, here we go. Let's go through the song and dance, the buying experience. It's miserable, right? Wrong. In and out. Got a great deal. Kind of couldn't believe that it took that little time. They won my business that day. Just the same way, if you give them a chance, I bet you they win yours. And I left saying, this is where we go now. I told my wife, this is where we go to go get a new car, truck, SUV, whatever. We go to Ted Ford. We're Ted Ford people. 5, 6 different cars over the years. I've lost count, quite frankly, because every time has been outstanding. I got a Mustang Mach-E from there. You can get one just like I got. 0% APR, 72 months, plus $2,500 in bonus cash, and they'll install a home charger for you. I love Ted Ford. You will too. Go see him and tell him Danny sent you.
I'm sure you saw, Danny, that both Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin have opted out of the Pro Bowl with, I guess, what is called non-specific injuries. They will not be participating in the Pro Bowl, general wear and tear, banged up. This is a Cowherdian take that I'm not necessarily proud of, and I haven't really given it much thought, so don't hold me to it too much, okay? I kind of love that Jaden Daniels has opted out of the Pro Bowl a little bit.
Walk me through that.
Well, he's a rookie. You would think it would be this unbelievable honor, and like, I get to go hang out with a bunch of star football players that I've been watching for years, and I get to go be wined and dined all week and celebrated for my greatness.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I'm good. That thing's kind of corny. They're playing flag football and having weird competitions, and I don't need that. I just think that's almost like it feels like he's above it in a sense a little bit. Like, I get a guy like Terry, as much as I'm sure it was an honor to be named a Pro Bowler. He's done it before. He's been there. I understand if a 10-year veteran says, I'm not going to go participate. A rookie, like Drake May, got the call yesterday, and he's on an airplane 5 minutes later because he's like, you kidding me? I get to go to the Pro Bowl? That's amazing. And Jaden's like, I'll just go hang out with my mom some more at my house in Ashburn. I kind of love that. I like that he is not like some wide-eyed dude. This to me matches his demeanor of like, he's just so chill. I don't need to go to the Pro Bowl.
It's also in Orlando. So I think the Pro Bowl has lost a lot of allure over the years now that it's no longer in like a cool city like, I don't know, Hawaii or, I think they did it in Las Vegas 2 years ago or whatever, but
yeah,
Orlando probably not as much allure to it.
It was Honolulu. I will say, though, in Orlando, it's right at Disney, and they hook the players.
Yeah, I remember Lorenzo Alexander telling us about how it actually loved that idea that you weren't on if you're flying from the East Coast, 12 hours of flights to get to Honolulu, you just go to Orlando and your kids can roam Disney World or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. Like Daniels maybe would want to go to Hawaii and kick it there and stay for a week, or I don't know. You might be right. It's certainly more of a destination. But for a lot of the veterans and a lot of the players, to take your family, as you said, way easier. But also, like, I was in Orlando once when the Pro Bowl was there, unrelated completely. I'm trying to think of why I was even there. I think I was at Disney.
You just love Orlando. You just want to go.
No, because I've told you the story. I was at the outdoor mall, Disney Springs, I think it's called, in Florida. And Alex Smith and his wife and their kids were like right next to me with their stroller. And we saw a bunch of NFL players that day. But they hooked these guys with different allotments at the stores. And if you have kids, especially, you can go do Disney stuff. So it's not like it's in Hoboken.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, with like, no, all due respect to Hoboken.
Hoboken's a great place to visit.
Right. I'm sure it's amazing, but it's still good vibes. But Jaden Daniels saying, nah, I'm good. Again, it might be that he actually is banged up or that he just doesn't want to continue to put anything on the body. Remember, he played college all the way through the end of the season, won the Heisman. Now you're getting ready for the combine. That's a whirlwind. You haven't stopped. So to get a break is great. But I would wonder how many rookies have ever turned down the Pro Bowl, and especially rookie quarterbacks. I'll bet you it's a small number.
So here's my only response, and it's a question. So sometimes if I'm calling balls and strikes, okay, and I say, well, that's a strike, that means the opposite is a ball. And here's what I mean. If he went, would that bother you?
Not at all, of course.
So the reason for me that I don't have a take one way or the other is that I wouldn't be bothered either way.
Yeah, but I don't think it has to be one or the other. In other words, going is just the normal. Like, yeah, of course he should be excited as a young rookie to go participate in the Pro Bowl like everyone would be.
Mm-hmm.
How could you not be? But when you are above that, seemingly, and you're like, I don't really need to be celebrated anymore right now. I'd like to go hang out with my family, be in anonymity, just go do my own thing at my house. I think that's cool. It doesn't mean it's uncool to do it the other way. It's just a very rare way to handle it.
I got you. What I don't want is for that to now become the standard, right? I'm not saying you are, but like this new young player that comes in next year, hypothetically, a rookie makes the Pro Bowl. Like, ugh, he wants to go to the Pro Bowl.
I mean, but the Pro Bowl, well, no. No one would ever think that. Again, I don't think going to the Pro Bowl would ever be an issue in any way. I think it's just on brand with his personality. He is a fairly unexcitable guy. I don't think he gets up for the attention, the love, like the celebration of himself.
Very mature.
He'll be at the award show to collect the Rookie of the Year award, and he's going to be really understated in his speech, and he's going to shout out the O-line and his teammates.
He's going to thank all the coaches, teammates,
he's gonna
parents.
say all the right things. But I bet you're not seeing him. Like, even if he's on Radio Row, cool. But I don't think he's going to be doing a bunch of stuff to get attention all week. I would guarantee it. I think if he's doing something, it's like, raising money for something, or, like LA Strong, like he was doing with that jacket. He just doesn't seem like a glitz and glamour me guy, which I like. And I think this is on brand to that.
I'll take it. Yeah, I'm not moved either way. Like, if he wanted to go, great. If he didn't want to go, great. It's all good.
It's a nothing burger.
Right.
But that was my reaction when I saw that. I'm like,
I like it.
That's great. A rookie quarterback is like, nah, no thanks.
Just as a quick side note, it's not the point of the discussion, but all-star games in general are struggling.
Well, that's the other thing is the Pro Bowl stinks now.
Yeah.
So you'd be playing in a flag football game. But it's really not about that. It's about the whole experience.
Sure.
You go, you hang out with Malik Neighbors or, Jamar Chase and Josh Allen or whoever. I don't know who's going and who isn't. But you just spend a bunch of time with the best players in the sport, and it's a fun hang, and you meet a bunch of coaches, and everyone tells you how great you are, and you get a bunch of cool gifts.
Yeah, you get some swag. But the reason I bring it up is because the NBA All-Star Game in the weekend is coming up pretty soon. They can't find anyone for the dunk contest. It's now become, I mean, I know people say this all the time that it's dead, and there's always fun, exciting moments where it's Mac McClung or a couple guys a handful of years ago.
Dead.
It's now
Danny will yell that it's back at some point.
Yeah, they can't find anybody to do it. And the game itself is dizzying with what they're actually doing. There's 4 teams. The third team is some of the winners of the Young Guys Challenge. They're going to play 3 games to 40. Whoever wins then goes and plays the game to 40. Okay. You just admit that you don't know what you're doing. That this whole thing's broken.
You're trying to fix a thing that you can't be fixed. Daniels, by the way, #1 selling jersey since the start of 2025. That's only a month here, but still up like 430%.
Unbelievable.
This quarter.
Yeah.
That's good news for the Commanders brand.
Yeah.
I would say.
If you like the name, congrats.
It's a big development. Sean Merriman's on the show at 5:30 to help us preview Super Bowl 59. What Commanders free agent is it most important that they retain? We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny.
Super Bowl 59 just around the corner. Post Malone will be a part of the pregame show. Bill Belichick said today on the Let's Go podcast with Jim Gray that he thinks they should rename the Lombardi Trophy for the Super Bowl winner the Tom Brady Trophy, because Tom Brady has won an NFL record 7 Super Bowl rings, and of course 6 of them with Belichick, who's now the coach at UNC. Wizards basketball tonight against the Toronto Raptors at 6:45 on Bloomberg 99.1. Head coach Brian Keefe liked what he saw from the bench against Dallas.
Rich had a nice impact on the game. Obviously, Justin came in. Johnny gave us some good minutes down the stretch. Got to see Tristan, Anthony, PBJ. So, everybody got a little bit of chance. And I thought those guys, when their number was called, they were all ready. And they all contributed to good basketball. So, credit to them. It's not always easy when you're coming in the game, maybe 7 minutes to go.
Men's college basketball tonight. Maryland against number 17 Wisconsin at 7 on Team 980. Virginia Tech against Florida State at 6:30 on the Fan. GW welcomes Richmond at 7. Head coach Chris Caputo on guards Christian Jones and Ty Bevins.
Those guys are like old school freshmen. Back in the day, Christian's a little bit older, but last year he wasn't. He was 170 pounds. And they're like, hey, we need you to gain 20-something pounds to be the type of player you can be as a freshman.
Virginia against Miami at 7. Mason against Loyola. American at Lafayette. And Navy at Lehigh. The top seed Washington Capitals return to the ice tomorrow night at the Ottawa Senators. I'm Byron Curran on the Fan.
This is definitely a Guitar Hero song, right?
I think it's in Guitar Hero somewhere.
It's got to be.
You recognize the artist, though, as a musician, a musical connoisseur. You know it. You say it. Ready? Go. They parody it in Step Brothers, where the guy's family's singing an a cappella.
Kansas.
Other hits, Carry On My Wayward Son.
And
then this one. You know that one, yeah. It's not Kansas, though.
Def Leppard.
Okay. It's not, but it's like now we're in the right ballpark.
Sweet Child of Mine.
That's the name of the song.
Sweet Child of Mine. Sweet Child of Mine.
By?
Kansas
State.
No.
Nope.
Does Kansas have anything to do with it?
No. No one's from Kansas in the song.
Sweet
Nobody's.
Child of Mine.
I don't think these guys have even been to Kansas, if I had to bet.
What's another song they have?
Oh, there's okay. How about November Rain? Patience.
Thin Lizzy?
No, it's not Thin Lizzy. No.
Give me a multiple choice.
Okay.
I won't even look at you.
All right, here we go.
That way there's no tells.
Here we go. A. Poison.
No.
B. Guns N' Roses.
Possibly.
C. The Allman Brothers.
Definitely not.
D. Rat.
Guns N' Roses.
That is correct.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, you knew it the whole time. You're playing possum
I
over
should
there.
have known Guns N' Roses.
You should have. You're just over there playing possum.
The Commanders have built themselves a future. You should consider yours with the law firm Kandori and Murad. They sponsor this Scranton Danny radio program. They'll help you update your last will and testament. They'll set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny, you get to advocate for one free agent being brought back by the Commanders of their players with expiring contracts. Who are you standing on the table for?
I think my answer is Jeremy Chin. I've thought about a number of different players, and there's a list, by the way, of I don't want to say who's who, but there's a number of guys that played really well here, did everything that they were supposed to do, and deserve to be brought back. So you could pick a number of players, and I wouldn't argue with you. My argument for Chin is it won't break the bank, I don't think, because the safety market's kind of like the running back of defenses in terms of how people are viewing it, in terms of how much guys are making. I think that guy played well in his role. And I think he could do even more if You improve that cornerback spot if you have maybe another safety opposite him is a bit more dynamic, maybe as a pass defender. But Chin is I'm headed downhill. I'm here to turn you over. I'm here to tackle. I think played pretty well.
I'm debating between Bobby Wagner and Dante Fowler. And I think I'm going to go with Dante Fowler only because without him, I would just shudder to think about their pass rush this past year. He gave you 10.5 sacks. I think as a situationally used guy on passing downs only, he could be a 7-sack or so guy next year that doesn't hurt you against the run. Because you'll go out and you'll get better, more capable edge rushers against the run that can set an edge.
You'll find another Cleveland Farrell.
Yeah, I think you're going to have probably, hopefully, 2 starting edges that are not on the team right now. And then Fowler would be your third guy that could spell one of them on a passing down. Or if they're complete players that can get to the quarterback, maybe you just have him up and moving around and you have 3 edge rushers basically. But Fowler is 30, whereas Bobby Wagner, as invaluable as he proved to be as a leader, and he was amazing in that regard, will be 35 next football season. I do think it costs a lot of money to replace Bobby Wagner at linebacker for sure, but I know it costs a ton of money to get 10.5 sacks. If you don't draft the guy to do that, to go spend on a player that you feel like is a 10.5 sack player coming in here, the way they tell you to think about it is every sack is worth $1 million. So you're talking about close to an $11 million addition, whereas Fowler wouldn't cost anywhere near that. I think he'd cost about half that, because the point you'd make to him is, listen, man, respectfully, you're not an every down guy. We couldn't stop the run because we didn't have enough guys who could help us at the edge. So you're going to be a part of the operation, but you're going to play a little bit less next year. But it's just going to be so hard for me to not also advocate for Wagner, as old as he is at this point. First of all, he was good for them. He was really, really good. He's got his weaknesses now in terms of lateral foot speed and some of those things. But what he did in the locker room, what he brought to the table, I know it sounds silly and it's eye roll emoji stuff. Dude, I'm just telling you, he's the alpha.
He's the alpha.
He runs the show. I got to have that guy back for the Brotherhood bit next year. I just have to. So I'm going to put him narrowly second, but both him and Fowler would be the first 2 guys on my list.
I don't hate any of those options. I mean, so our only disagreement, I think, is what Fowler could command in free agency. I think someone will do that formula where they'll go, I don't care about anything else. I got double-digit sacks. I'm offering him, $1.5 million per sack. He's gone. If you can sell him on that vision,
nuts.
If you sell him on that vision, then I'm with you.
That would be insane. He can't play 3 downs, or he shouldn't play 3 downs, and he's had one of these years in the last 6 years.
Totally. I would say that about the team that signs him to the huge deal, but maybe I'm naive, and I just feel like someone's going to do that just because they're so desperate for pass rush, get the quarterback to the ground, that they'll turn anywhere they possibly can. Having seen Hassan Reddick go through this a couple different times, a guy that's been fine, then he signs to Philadelphia and he has 18 sacks a couple seasons ago. So maybe I'm wrong about that. But, and by the way, I'm always terrible predicting values for both NFL trades and what guys will sign for. I seem to be in different stratospheres from where everyone else is. But I don't hate that at all. If you can convince Fowler of that vision where you go passing down substitution type stuff, edge pass rusher, we're going to take some pressure off you so you don't have to grind against tackles and pulling guards and fullbacks and get double teamed on pitch plays and things like that on first and second down. Be a lot more fun for you.
If Chin wasn't your answer, who would your answer be?
Wagner.
So he's right there for you.
Yeah, and it's you said it's boring.
It's funny that neither of us said Ertz, who I think should be high on our lists. The only reason I don't have Ertz higher is because they drafted Sinnott in the second round at 53 overall last year. And it is time for him to get opportunities. And if you bring back Ertz,
he'll be 35.
And you have Sinnott in his second year, unless they move on from Bates, where is my playmaking tight end down the field? I don't want to do another year older Ertz as kind of my go-to tight end in the passing game, because as helpful as he is, he limits you. He is limiting in his yards after the catch, but also his explosiveness, how deep he's running a lot of his routes, what he can do, after the reception. in the open field, his foot speed. I'd like my number one pass catching tight end, which is what he is for this offense, to be more dynamic. Now he can block, so I got no problem with him being around. Like if he was the second tight end and Sinnott was the third tight end and they went out and they got a dude, I love that. So I'm all for bringing Ertz back. I'm putting him in my please re-sign him pile. He's also not on the level of Wagner, but closer to that than the 53rd guy on the roster.
Right.
A really important leader and a man amongst boys in the locker room.
Yeah,
Like,
this
really
is such a hard, and you're right. Double stand for everything you said. He's valuable, but as you said, it's kind of like it puts a certain kind of ceiling on what your offense can be. This isn't fair, and this is just, but I'm just sort of picking something here to try to illustrate the point. The play that Philly ran a couple times, whatever you want to call it, that end around or that the in motion handoff to Goddard, where he went from left to right and took the handoff and cut upfield for 7, 8, 9 yards.
By the way, they had 2 tight end arounds.
Yeah. I want a tight end that can do that. Now, there are only they don't make a ton of those guys.
He's probably a top 5 tight end in the league.
Right. And again, it's not fair. Like Kittle can do that when he's right, and you could go down your list of a handful of guys. But to me, that's not what Ertz is at this point. Maybe at one point he was, but it's not. He is a box out, put the defender on his back, hands catch, fall. That's what it is. There is absolutely value in that for some of the tight nooks and crannies and tough spaces, especially around the goal line. I still want that guy around, but between the 20s, I don't know that that's always going to be my answer. On a 2 tight end package, I'll take my chances with him, again, boxing out of safety or running past a linebacker or, putting the jukes on and just enough wiggle to get away from guys. His game's not about speed or, frankly, trucking guys at this stage. He's that power forward getting the ball in the post. I still want that, but I also would like 30, 40, 50, 60 offensive plays a game where there's a more dynamic option. But I want him back.
I'm going to give you a comp here, okay? So where do you think he finished in catches at the tight end position this year, Zach Ertz?
7th or 8th?
6th. 66 catches. Only Brock Bowers, Trey McBride, Travis Kelce, Jonnu Smith, and George Kittle caught more balls. But Kittle, with 10 more catches, had over 400 more yards. 14 yards per catch combined for him compared to the 10 of Ertz. What I'm talking about is, I know Sam Laporta is very young, but that's 12 yards per catch. Mark Andrews, as a veteran, 12 yards per catch. You look at, a lot of the guys that are peers to Ertz in terms of catches this year were kind of right around him. He was 9.9, but Hunter Henry, 10.2. Mike Gesicki, 10.2. Pat Freiermuth, 10.0. There's nothing wrong with being a 70-catch guy who's going to go out and go for a little under 700 yards. That's not a problem. And that's what Ertz was this year. He was the ultimate safety valve. He also had 7 touchdowns, by the way, which was more than Bowers and McBride. Only Jonnu Smith and George Kittle had more tight ends than Ertz in the red zone this season. I want him back. I would just love a weapon. And maybe that's not realistic, because maybe that guy isn't out there, right? There's only so many players when you look at, yards per catch at the tight end position, like Tucker Kraft of Green Bay, 14 per catch. Kyle Pitts, who's kind of a bust anyway, but 12.5 yards per catch, can make plays after. For the most part, it's right around 10.5. Well, how big of a deal is 10.5 to 9.9?
Right. So
there's just there's an explosiveness that you lack as an offense. And I'm talking about, go get me speed at running back, someone who get a home run, not singles. Go get me speed at receiver opposite McLaurin. I'd love to just, instead of a tight end who hits singles, I'd love one that could hit some doubles and occasionally hit the ball over the wall.
And again, someone that's incredibly athletic, there's no guarantee you get that constant production either. Like David Njoku, it's never materialized. You mentioned Kyle Pitts. There's been moments certainly for those dudes, but like the super freaks, the guys that are once in a generation, that's rarefied air. So I don't want to say you're chasing a ghost, but you're trying to do something that, as you said, is hard to fill. And frankly, maybe they thought that was going to be Sinnott. Right? A guy that's that big, that strong. You saw him trucking people in the preseason and running around at that size. Maybe he does grow into, sort of their version of that, a Kyle Juszczyk kind of player that can do a lot of stuff. So I don't know. But again, this is a long way of saying I want Ertz back, and maybe I'll try to summarize it this way. I'd like him back in a slightly different role. And I don't know that that's something he'd be excited to do.
A reduced role.
Yeah, a reduced one.
But you understand what I'm saying is, I don't know how you thread that needle.
But that's my
with
point.
Sinnott.
Is it's tough.
If they didn't draft Sinnott last year, who I actually like and I think could be Ertz in 2025 for what Ertz gave you in 2024, which is why maybe you could let him walk if you think you can withstand losing the leadership and stuff. But if Sinnott didn't exist, makes perfect sense. Now I just have the second tight end who's going to occasionally catch passes, going to do a lot of blocking, and going to be involved, but I don't need him to do a whole lot down the field. And my first tight end, my guy that's running my routes and stuff more often, is going to be not on the roster just yet. But because you've got Sinnott, because they love Bates as a blocker and want him on the field for a lot of their, that 12 personnel and the stuff they do with the two tight ends, I just don't see where you can go add that player. Cole Turner is still in the organization, by the way. Someone tweeted me at Grant H. Paulson about him. They did retain him yesterday. They had to put in a list of their futures players from their practice squad, and he did make the cut, literally, figuratively, for that. But we've mentioned of the free agents that are priorities. Chin is your 1 seed. I went with Fowler. We both have Wagner second. Sounds like I'm a little bit more desperate to bring back Wagner, but we both have him high on our lists. And then we both have Ertz very high. Is there anyone else that would get a podium spot for you ahead of Ertz, or is he your number 3?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even being tongue in cheek, but like Tress Way, I would make sure that I retained. But I'm talking about guys that I feel like are a huge risk of walking away. Yeah, it's easier enough to do. I mean, you look up and down the list. There's nobody really that I'm going, oh my God, what do we do if we don't have him back?
Noah Brown, Olamide Zaccheaus.
If somebody outbids you, God bless.
Yeah,
the way I feel.
Farrell, Benjamin St-Juste. I would say Noah Igbenogany is pretty high on my list. He might be next. We disagree on him a little bit. I thought he was very good, and in his first year here with Dan Quinn now in his second stop.
He'll still only be 26 years old next year, by the way.
He was a first-round pick. He's very young. He's pretty cheap. He can play inside and outside. I kind of dig him. I would say that. All right, Darius, I'm going to go to you here. The number 1 free agent for the Commanders that you would want brought back, that you'd stand on the table for, you need returned, is who?
You actually just said his name. I think it's Noah Igbenogany.
Your 1 seed?
Yeah, I think that's my 1 seed. I think
a deep cut.
Well, yeah, but I just think cornerback is just one of those positions where we need to be more solid at that, probably more than anything else. I have confidence that this regime will be able to draft linebacker should they not bring Bobby Wagner back. I have confidence that they'll be able to get defensive tackle depth. I'm not so sure about cornerback depth. Why not take a spin on a guy that we currently have in-house that has played the role that they've wanted perfectly, and that they that's still young. You just mentioned it. He was 20 when he was drafted.
Yeah.
So he's still well into his prime. I think Noah Igbenogany should be at the top of the list.
It's a great argument that they probably can't afford to lose any more corners. I mean, now they're already going to have to completely make over the position. But if we're saying they're moving on from BSJ, there's questions about Marshawn Lattimore. You're hoping that an offseason and health changes the game for him a little bit, right? But basically, Sandra Still and Lattimore are all you got.
And that's so kind of my case here to play this out is my view is I'm having a whole new corner room minus Sandra Still and Lattimore. That's 3 guys. If you tell me, no, it's 2 guys and we kept Noah Igbenogany at not that much money, I mean, I think he was 1.3 against the cap this past year. Let's say you double that. That's still pretty inexpensive for a cornerback, and to Darius's point, who's in his prime 20s. If he's your 4th or 5th guy, you could do a lot worse than that. I wouldn't hate that.
I absolutely think they bring him back because it seems to me like
they like
he
him.
Came here to play with Quinn. Quinn already knew him and brought him here.
Yeah.
In terms of the quality of the player, it's just more important to me that a guy that can get to the quarterback, Fowler, or a guy that proved as a safety that he could play at a pretty high level, Chin, or Wagner, who runs your locker room, would be back. Let's go with corporate Clary and see who he's bringing back when he's not in a meeting, because he is very corporate.
He's always in meetings. Yeah.
If you weren't in meetings all the time and you got to advocate for a player to come back,
and not for the Lions, by the way, for Washington,
that's a pending free agent, and we don't mean Jahmyr Gibbs, who would you go with?
For me, it's the future Hall of Famer, Bobby Wagner. Like, this just reminds me of London Fletcher 2.0, where you have someone who is, number one, just so consistent, who plays nearly every single down, never misses games, and also kind of fits into like the brotherhood of what Dan Quinn is preaching. And by the way, he hasn't really lost that big of a step. Like people are like, oh, he's lost a step. Well, PFF ranked him as the third best linebacker in football this year. I'm going to go with the PFF guys and say that he's doing pretty damn well for this age. I would lock up Bobby Wagner. I think he's important for leadership. And also, he is just a good player. So for me, it's got to be Bobby Wagner. If you lose Bobby Wagner, it's going to be a huge loss for them this offseason.
Totally is. The only thing about the leadership with Wagner now, I do feel like they're better in position to not have a guy like him next year than they would have been this year after they established.
Exactly.
The
You built something.
Like McLaurin walking around and hugging everyone in the locker room. I mean, you've got young guys like Mikey Sandra still, who probably benefited from his presence. Someone like Luvu, who played next to him every single day. Like he now can essentially be that guy if needed. But on a 1 to 10 scale, I mean, I'm still like an 8.5 on bringing back Bobby. I just wonder a little bit about him hitting a wall as he keeps getting older and older and older. When we already saw that they couldn't stop the run, and anything horizontally killed them. If you pitched the football outside of the tackle, you were getting 7 yards.
Those linemen have to jog downfield.
I mean, that tells you a little something about how they move at the second level, I would say. We'll talk to Sean Merriman coming up, the former Maryland Terrapin. We can get his thoughts on this. We want to talk to him about Super Bowl 59 as well. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Hey, it's Grant. Super Bowl 59, one game, two teams, endless possibilities. There is no better way to make every play more exciting than with the FanDuel Sportsbook. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown, who's going to take home the MVP trophy, or the coin toss, FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every moment. With live betting all game long, you can jump into the action, adjust your bets, and ride the wave of excitement from kickoff to the final whistle. Plus, to make the Super Bowl even sweeter, new customers can score $200 when you make your first bet. Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you're going to get $200 in bonus bets. Pretty awesome deal. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com and use my promo code GP, FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21 in Virginia. First online real money wager only, $5 deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
WNBA star Caitlin Clark says she wants her first three-point contest to come at the WNBA All-Star Weekend in Indianapolis, and she will not participate in a special challenge during the NBA All-Star Weekend. Wizards basketball against the Toronto Raptors coming up tonight at 6:45 on Bloomberg 99.1. Wizards trying to snap a 14-game losing streak. Men's college basketball, lots of play-by-play on our airwaves. Maryland welcomes number 17 Wisconsin at 7 on Team 980. Virginia Tech against Florida State 6:30 on the Fan. George Washington welcoming in Richmond at 7. Virginia is at Miami. Mason hosts Loyola. Patriot League, American at Lafayette, and Navy is at Lehigh. Bill Belichick told the Let's Go podcast with host Jim Gray that he wants the Super Bowl trophy to be renamed the Brady Trophy instead of the Lombardi Trophy because Brady has won 7 Super Bowl rings and 6 with Belichick, who's now the coach at Carolina. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Remember, Friday, our field trip series continues with a trip out to Leesburg. We've got our big event at Tally Ho Theater Friday night with listeners, so we will get the party started at 2 o'clock. We'll do our show live from the Green Tree Tavern out in Leesburg from 2 to 6:30. We're excited about that.
It's going to be awesome, man. The series continues even though Local 53 season is over.
Let's get to the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to, well, I guess we'll get there in just a moment. We're going to be talking with a former Maryland Terrapin star and a great NFL player, Sean Merriman, who's going to stop by to talk about Super Bowl 59 in just a moment. So we'll have him on the air in just a sec. One of the great pass rushers of his era.
He was a bad dude, man.
People sleep. He was one of those guys that for a couple of years in a row was like a DPOY candidate, unblockable, had all the moves, and he had maybe the greatest sack celebration in league history.
Now, were the lights on?
They were not.
No,
actually.
turn them right out.
No, they were off. Generally, how it worked. Sean Merriman is courtesy of Bet Online, brought to us today. Check out Bet Online for the most diverse list of well over 1,000 Super Bowl props, including MVP, length of the national anthem, close to 100 Taylor Swift-related props. I know you love those, Danny.
Yes, of course.
Broadcast odds, game and player stats, and a whole lot more. Sean, it's good to have you back on in the DMV. How are you, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
We're good, chilling. What do you make of the Chiefs doing it again? This is now 5 Super Bowl appearances in 6 years after 7 AFC championship games in a row.
I mean, that just sounds ridiculous even saying it, right? It just sounds crazy that that's even a possibility. Or this team even has a chance to have a three-peat Super Bowl. I mean, people go their whole entire careers, and I can speak from experience of not having the opportunity of playing 1 Super Bowl, let alone 3 back-to-back. Right. And so, just what they've been doing is remarkable. And, you hate to, for me personally, I don't like putting the crown on anybody too early. So when people started to talk about Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady and comparisons, I don't like it, but you can't fight it. You can't say, hey, yeah, at least he's not up in the conversations of that GOAT talk.
Well, where is he right now for you?
He's not there. But I think, people start bringing it up. You can't really argue back. I think the conversation is warranted. But you got to say this, at the pace, right? At the pace he's going, he could surpass Tom here pretty quickly because Tom played, a very long time, and the Super Bowls are spread out all the way to the ones in Tampa Bay. But the pace that Patrick Mahomes going right now is pretty remarkable.
Did you cross paths with or know Andy Reid at all, even from like Pro Bowls or anything like that? I just wonder, he is a unique guy because most of the offensive savants in the league are like younger guys who came up as second generation NFL people. He is still doing it mid-70s and still as innovative as anybody.
I think that's the most impressive part because we see the NFL getting younger. But every 5 years or so, there's a coach that's getting closer to age as players. I think that Sean McVay was one of the first ones that really kind of reset the market and how teams are looking. So, you look at the Andy Reids and the Pete Carrolls, even the Jim Harbaugh, some of the guys that Sean Payton, that's still being able to coach for late not only to the players, but also to the game being able to change. These formations, some of this stuff, that they're running now, they didn't run 10 years ago, let alone 15 or 20 years ago when these guys was in their middle-aged coaching careers. So it just tells you a lot about who he is and the innovation, and also surround himself, man, by great coordinators. I mean, we talk about Andy Reid, but you can't talk about Andy Reid without talking about Spagnuolo. You just can't, because he's allowed these guys to be in a situation just as much as Andy Reid.
Sean, we were actually just talking about this a moment ago. Curious as your perspective. So those few years where you were just frankly unblockable as a pass rusher, getting upfield with close to 30 sacks over 2 seasons, and just unbelievable. Playing the run, kind of the unsexy part of an edge defender right there. We were talking about a guy here in Washington, and Dante Fowler, who had a renaissance year for himself getting after the quarterback, but maybe it's not an every down role for him. Just go into that part of it for an edge defender. Is it almost like eating your salad so you can enjoy your main dish, right? Where you're like, you go through the chore of eating the lettuce so you can have your steak and defending the run early on?
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, the crazy thing is, I know they throw the ball a lot, and sacks is important. But what you don't want to put on film is a guy that doesn't have the ability to play the run, because now it just makes you one-dimensional. When they bring you on the field, they got to take you off at certain downs, the first down, the second down, they got to bring you on the third. So to have the ability to hold up against the run just makes you a complete player. And sometimes, even when people talk about my career, as you just said, I mean, I love to play the run, because the run, stopping the run was a mentality for me. It's like, I'm not going to let this guy push me around, and I'm not going to be the weak link on this defense. And so, being an all-around player, man, is really, really more important than sometimes just going out and getting a sack.
Sean Merriman is with us on Grant and Danny as we look ahead to Super Bowl 59, interview made possible by our friends over on Bet Online. Let's go over to the Eagles for a moment. How much of a chance are you giving them, and what impresses you most about Philadelphia having run the table here in the NFC?
Well, they've had a lot of changes, right? Not just with players, but coordinators that's kind of left and gone on to other teams. And for them to rebound and just pick up where they left off and actually maybe even surpass where they're at some point in time has just been remarkable. And, they've made some key moves, man, and guys leaving and coming back in. I mean, I don't think people are talking about enough how big them bringing Saquon Barkley in is. And I think that, we're all living in a moment, but 5 years from now or 10 years from now, we go back and they look. If they actually go out and win that Super Bowl, it might have been one of the most important decisions they've made in organization history.
So go into that sort of part of it, because I understand from a Giants perspective, believe it or not wanting to pay a guy to, run for 1,500 yards and lose, still 12 games, right? But it made perfect sense for the Eagles. Go into that about kind of the running back market and fits and those sorts of things. What did you make of that entire saga?
Well, you got to look at this. The running back position has been devalued so much in the last several years that Saquon Barkley, we just talked about the history being made of Saquon Barkley coming in for the Eagles. He might make history again because he might have single-handedly reset the market for running backs. And if you look at the running backs and the teams that's winning right now, what are they doing? What are they doing well? They're running the football. And, when you run the football well, everything opens up. You can, throw the deep passes. A.J. Brown now is in the mix. Smith is in the mix. It's just, now people are worried about that RPO action. Jalen Hurts taking the ball and getting it for 10 yards and stuff like that. So he makes that offense go, man. So I really think that a lot of front offices and teams after the season are going to sit down and reevaluate how they look at that running back position.
Well, I think especially if you've got a dual threat quarterback. So we saw the Ravens do this with Lamar, who just had his best season. You can't convince me that some of that wasn't because of the addition of a 2,000-yard back in Derrick Henry. And it's chicken or the egg, right? I think Henry was great to some extent because Lamar Jackson takes pressure off him too. But they both help each other. You saw the same thing with Barkley and with Jalen Hurts. Both those teams run some pistol, a lot of read option out of the gun, mesh point stuff. If you have a quarterback that teams have to defend hat on a hat 11 on 11 with, why wouldn't you prioritize the running back position to help them after seeing what happened with the Ravens and the Eagles offenses this year?
I mean, that would seem like the most logical idea, right? And I'm speaking as a defender, and there's nothing more demoralizing than the team that can run the football. I mean, you feel helpless out there. They keep gashing you, and there's nothing you can do about it. as a pass rusher, it just puts you on your heels the whole entire time. You can never feel comfortable enough to pin your ears back and go because, they got somebody back there that can hand the ball off on a draw or some kind of delayed action who can really hurt you. And so, again, I just think that, Derrick Henry and Saquon and how they're playing right now, those guys, what they've done for that team, you got to sit down as a front office and say, look, I mean, yeah, we might have a all-star quarterback. We might have a Hall of Fame type of franchise quarterback, but we need somebody who can touch the ball 20-plus times a game and hurt you equally.
Sean, both these defenses are so good. I know you touched on Spagnuolo in Kansas City, but just thinking of his counterpart, Vic Fangio, and you got two of the maybe 5 or 6 best defenses in the sport going at it in such an offensive league. What makes each of these defenses special and so tough to counter for offenses?
With Spagnuolo, just him alone, it's his timing. I mean, he calls some great blitzes, but his timing is impeccable. You look at some of these, situations where teams, not even a third and long, in a 2nd and 7 situation when they go out and get a sack, and now it's, 3rd and 13, right? And now he's still bringing pressure. He's bringing guys up in the A-gap or off the edge and dropping them in the coverage. You just don't know what's going to happen. So his timing is impeccable. And Fangio, what makes him great is he knows where the strong points are with Nolan, Jalen Carter, those guys up front. He knows who the playmakers are. So he does different stunts and different things to put those guys on one-on-one matchups. And I played for a great defensive coordinator, Wade Phillips. His main thing was, we're going to have you doing what you do great 80% of the time and what you don't do great 20% of the time. So that's why you didn't see me dropping a whole lot of coverage. One, I hated it. The second part is that, that wasn't my strong suit. I can do it if you ask me to. I can cover a running back to the flat. I can cover a wide receiver down the seam if you needed me to, but that's not where I was going to help the defense at the most. And so these two great defensive coordinators, they put their guys in position to win.
What was the logic on 20% of the time you're going to have to do something you don't want to, just to show them something else?
Yeah, because you want to keep everybody honest. You can't have me on the field, blitzing 100% of the time or coming off the edge or just coming where I'm up the field all the time. You have to show that, hey, maybe this guy can go and drop and we're going to bring a safety down from the other side. And so when you're able to do that, it keeps everybody honest on the offense side of the ball.
Who do you like in the Super Bowl, Sean?
I went against the Chiefs and mainly Patrick Mahomes, and I'll tell you the thing why I can't go against him. A couple of years ago, when he walked into the AFC Championship game and into the Super Bowl, he was on that bum foot. I don't know if you guys know. He had a bum foot or a bum ankle. Wasn't anywhere close to being 100%. He iced that game on like a 15-yard run or something like that. After that happened, I said, okay, we know that it was out in the public that he wasn't healthy. And now he's sitting there and icing the game with his legs. I mean, you can't go against these guys. So I'm going with the Chiefs. Now, I don't want to take anything away from the Eagles and whatnot, but the Chiefs just found ways to win football games. And you look at the stats, and nothing jumps off the board. They might have an average passing game. They might have an average running game. And sometimes on defense, they might be in the bottom, in the middle of the pack. And you look at that scoreboard, and they won by 7. Mm-hmm. And so you can't keep going against these guys anymore.
Sean, we appreciate you hopping on with us, buddy. Thank you for the insight, and we look forward to seeing your take on the Super Bowl after the fact.
You got it, guys. And make sure you download Lights Out Sports TV as well, man. It's my free streaming service. We got a ton of live sports there, free sports. And also we got a big fight coming up Friday, February 7th. We got a couple guys that are probably going to be off to the UFC right after this card. So make sure you guys download Lights Out Sports TV, available on all smart TVs, iOS and Android.
You're always making moves, man. We
awesome,
appreciate
buddy.
it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
All right, bud.
Be good. There's Sean Merriman, Terp. Maryland has had great NFL talent. They've had players like Vernon Davis, Sean Merriman, that have gone on and had tremendous NFL careers.
Stephon Diggs, pretty darn good player in his own right, But yeah, it's one of those things for a long time. This was my buddy who, when Maryland was, they used to be in a conference called the ACC. You may or may not remember that. But I had friends who went to UVA who used to say, like, they never produce any pros. They're no good pros from Maryland. And it's like their best player was like E.J. Henderson, who played for the Vikings for a little while. That was like the big gripe. Not the case now, man. So talent goes through there for sure.
If you think Commanders is a bad name, wait till you hear one of the possibilities for the Utah Hockey Club's name. They're down to 3 finalists.
Oof.
Tell you those next on Grant and Danny. So we talk a lot about team names around these parts. What with the Commanders name not being very popular.
Yeah.
So the Utah Hockey Club is playing their first season in the NHL as an expansion team this year as the Utah Hockey Club. And the reason that they are doing this is because they don't have a name yet still. I don't know why they didn't get the name initially, but for some reason the voting and the fan involvement is still taking place.
Maybe that's what they were trying for, is some engagement to get some email addresses.
I guess so. So they have been whittling down their list of names. And one of the names is Yeti, which I actually thought was awesome and really wanted to be the name of the team, the Utah Yeti. Now, I'm not a big fan of the non-plural sports team name.
Yeah, so Yeti's tricky. That's one of those where it is the plural without an S. Yeah.
So it doesn't look great. The Yeti is non-plural, but it is a plural word at least. It's not like Miami Heat or something, right? So I wanted that one. According to a reporter who has been covering this in detail out in Utah, Yeti is out of the finals. So there were 4 names left. Now they're down to 3. The final 3 names are the Utah Mammoth, the Utah Hockey Club. They'll just stick with what their placeholder name was this year, a la Washington Football Team. And then the last one, I don't even know how to say this. The Utah Wasatch. What is that? Wasatch. Anybody in the studio know what that is? Or
what's
Danny?
a Wasatch? What is that? It's got to be some sort of thing connected to Utah. Some
It's
sort
a
of folklore?
mountain range in western United States that runs 160 miles from Utah to Idaho. So I guess it'd be like calling,
the Appalachians.
Right, the Appalachians. But I don't even know how to say that. The Wasatch?
I think it's an old wooden ship using from the Civil War era.
So I'm going to rule that one out. But I'm willing to tell you, if they named their team that, the Utah Wasatch or whatever, then the Commanders wouldn't be the worst name anymore in sports. We're off the hook. We're not the worst. We're not the worst.
I mean, it sounds
a
like
singular word named after a mountain range that no one can say. What could possibly be worse than that?
That's pretty bad. I mean, it sounds like what Matthew McConaughey's character says in Wolf of Wall Street when he's talking to Jordan Belfort. He's like, it's a Wazzy, it's a Woozy. It's never landed. It's a Wasatch. Like, it sounds not real. That's a terrible. Listen, I'm sure it's beautiful. No one from out there get offended. We're out here. We don't know what's out there, so now it just sounds weird.
They dropped the ball on it not being Yeti.
Should have been
Can we
Yeti.
agree to that? Utah Yeti's kind of badass, and Utah Mammoth, I think, still could play. I don't love.
Is
singular.
mammoth another word that's never plural? Like, there's 3 mammoths. You would say that, right?
That's the problem.
Why
with
wouldn't you just do
mammoth.
mammoths?
Well, that sounds weirder, I think.
Yeah, mammoths is tough to say.
But I think it's got to be that now, unless you want to go full Washington Football Team.
Yeah, I think. I would say in order: Mammoth, Utah Hockey Club. Just admit you screwed it up. But I bet you the Wasaki is going to win. Wasatch.
What did the Junkies had a poll today? You told me where they were asking people if they liked Commanders better or football team.
Yeah,
better?
what do you like better, Washington Football Team or the current stupid name?
What was the response?
It was 60-40 in favor of Washington Football Team.
Over Commanders.
Yeah.
Let me go vote on that. So right now it's 61% for football team, 39% for Commanders.
And I hate them both for totally different reasons. The Washington Football Team thing is a syntax problem, right? Where Jaden Daniels is a Washington, he's a football team, he's a football. It just doesn't work with the way that we speak about things.
Well, we agreed at one point in time that a plural noun of any type would be better than Washington.
And I regret every time I said that now because I got a plural noun that makes me irate.
In hindsight, I think I like football team better.
Yeah, if I had to pick.
Because you can just say Washington. Like, no one would ever say Commanders, and no one called them football team. Everyone just called them Washington, basically. I don't hate that. The other thing is, I liked saying WFT, like in print or tweeting WFT. Even still, a couple times this year, I thought about just going, there's no short Commanders yet. Comms does not make sense, doesn't look good. There's no way to shorten that.
It's tough when you've got 3 syllables. In addition to all the reasons I hate it so much, and it was Snyder, and it's all I think of is him, and it's the worst. But the 3-syllable part of it, it's not an easy shorten. Even any good nickname, it's either a 1-syllable action and you don't need to, or it's 2 syllables and it's easy to shorten.
I could see them eventually going back to WFD, but that's probably the only thing at this point I see them going and doing differently. And I still would bet now on Commanders being here to stay, sadly.
That's what I bet on.
But I just think that they accomplished a lot. A lot of jerseys were sold. We talked about Jaden Daniels being the number 1 selling jersey of this quarter of 2025. I think all of those things are pretty telling. We've got our Grant and Danny poll of the day, plus a list of Commanders that'll have to step up in 2025. We'll get that to you next, right here on The Fan.
This update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. Washington Wizards coming up against the Toronto Raptors after the loss to Dallas. Head coach Brian Keefe says once they got past the first 12 minutes, they did pretty well.
First quarter, that was the game. That was the whole game. They blitzed us at this game. Give them a credit, but we didn't have the necessary force. They beat us to a lot of loose balls. Those turned into some threes. Thompson obviously got hot. But it was the first quarter. I mean, pretty much after that, the game was even. I think we won the second half.
Pre-game show 6:45 on Bloomberg 99.1. Caitlin Clark says she wants her first three-point contest to come at the WNBA All-Star Weekend in Indianapolis and will not participate in a special challenge during the NBA All-Star Weekend. Bill Belichick wants the Super Bowl trophy to be renamed the Tom Brady Trophy. He said this on the Let's Go podcast with co-host Jim Gray. Men's college basketball tonight, Maryland against 17, Wisconsin at 7 on Team 980. Virginia Tech Hokies, ACC versus Florida State at 6:30 on the Fan. GW, after a loss to Richmond to start the season, 66-61. Looking for some revenge tonight against Richmond at the Smith Center at 7. Virginia is at Miami. George Mason welcomes Loyola Chicago. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. I'm Byron Curl, the Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny's. We take you up to 6:30 Virginia Tech Hoops tonight. At that time, we're brought to you by the law firm Kandori and Murad. They're going to help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. Get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com.
Also got a cool thing going on. I want to tell you about it. It's Odyssey Slam Dunk in Vegas National Contest. So you could win an ultimate tournament trip to Vegas just by listening to 106.7 The Fan. Win a trip for you and 3 friends during the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. Flights, hotel, and $20,000 in spending money. Just download the free Odyssey app. Listen to The Fan for at least 1 hour. Listen tomorrow for at least 1 hour for another entry. It's Odyssey's Slam Dunk in Vegas National Contest. For more, go to odyssey.com/slam dunk.
Each and every day on Grant and Danny, just recently started this, we give you a poll of the day, which is presented by our buddies over at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. It's local, long-distance, residential, commercial moving. They do it all. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience, Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Today's poll, we asked you, it's always at 106.7 The Fan's Twitter account. Now that the Commanders season is finished, where is your attention going to be spent in the immediate future? We gave you 4 options. Early NFL offseason, scrolling in news, the Caps' dominance, national spring training getting started, or catching up on TV shows and starting to do some binging and maybe going outside the sports world a little bit with your time. 52% of respondents went with the Capitals now become their number one priority in terms of their time as a sports fan. About 29% of you said you go directly into early NFL offseason news. 11% said it's time to start finding some TV shows to watch.
Mm-hmm.
And 9% of you are on to Major League Baseball and the Nationals as we're about, right around 2 weeks away from pitchers and catchers reporting, about a month away from spring training.
Yeah, I think it's because and the Caps are worthy of your attention, by the way, but I also think it's because the season is happening, right? If their season started at the same time the Nationals, it'd be interesting to me where people's attention would go, but that makes sense because it's happening right now. The baseball is still a future thing. To me, the real NFL offseason is still a future thing. I know the coaching carousel is all but settled, but not that exciting for folks around here. The shopping list part of it, draft, potential free agents, trades, those sorts of things coming up. So it makes sense to me that the Caps, again, worthy of your attention, are winning that poll.
Yeah, they're so good, but I'm stunned the NFL doesn't win that. You've got your Super Bowl coming up and all the coverage of the game leading up to that. But you just said it, man. I mean, think about the free agents to be with this team. We talked about it. Igbenogany, Chin, Wagner, Fowler among your defensive starters. On offense, Diami and Noah Brown, Olamide Zaccheaus, Zach Ertz, some core down the depth chart guys on OD and specials as well, and trying to figure out who they replace those guys with. How do they get better? They got the third most money to spend in free agency. They got another draft class coming. I think the NFL is going to carry the day in this town now that this fan base woke back up in a big, big way.
Yeah, there's certainly something to that. I mean, to me, this was about like the next couple of weeks. Like, there's not, I'm normally am glued. Obviously, it's part of the gig, but it's also with great interest. But when that feeding frenzy starts, that like the lead up with the legal tampering, and we're talking about draft picks, and I have to scan down.
That's only 5 weeks away.
I know. I have to scan down quite a bit to figure out the mocks for where the Washington's going to be picking instead of right there up the top. You know what I mean? When you got to slide your finger a couple times to roll that mouse on down to get yourself a chance to see who's picking 28th. That's your Washington local 53 that are doing that.
29 officially,
which is neat. Isn't that nice?
Yes, that is nice. I don't know, man. That's only 5 weeks away. Free agency in the NFL. There's not a whole lot of downtime when you make the conference championship
when you play a long
game
time.
Run. Speaking of which, we wanted to get into this yesterday and then we didn't end up doing it. So I want to make sure we do here in our final segment. What Commanders player do you think needs to make the biggest leap, maybe, or has a chance to make the biggest leap next year in helping them to get back to where they did? So in other words, a guy like Jaden Daniels, there's not a whole lot of room for him to improve. There are other guys that didn't play very well that probably don't have the ceiling or the upside to be that guy. So you're looking for that landing spot of player that didn't give him a ton, but has a chance to be a lot better moving forward that could change the outlook.
I got a guy on offense, a guy on defense. Which would you like first?
Doesn't matter.
Defense, Johnny Newton. Fine. Nothing wrong with Johnny Newton. I thought Johnny Newton was fine. If Johnny Newton is the dude that everybody was doing backflips for, like, he should have been a first rounder. How did he fall? Well, he was fine. Didn't do anything wrong. I'm not sitting here running him out of town or telling you that he was bad or an embarrassment. But what if he is that game wrecker? What if he is that dominant presence in waiting? What if he is a guy that requires double teams? What if he is somebody that makes it easier for everybody else? I didn't see that necessarily from a guy that was part of a good rotation. But, you know, if you swapped his name with Holmes or, I don't know, Sheldon Day or some of the other guys, I don't know how much he would stick out playing and play out. Again, higher ceiling, but let's say he reaches it. That would be amazing. On offense, for me, it's Ben Sinnott. We've been talking about it all show long. If that dude is worthy of a second-round pick and is dynamic and can knock members of the secondary into the stands as a blocker, can hold his own against bigger players and run by everybody as a pass catcher, if he can be a weapon the way that Adam Peters said, you remind me of Kyle Juszczyk and Kittle and some of the guys that I've cut my teeth with in San Francisco, that would be an unbelievable boon to this offense, this passing game, and really the run game too.
His 23-yard catch on the fake punt in the NFC Championship game was his play of the year. He had 28 receiving yards all season on 5 catches. And then he had the big 23-yard catch on the fake punt on Sunday in Philly. Just 22 years old, very young. I'm with you. Big-time upside. But as uninvolved as he was, that is alarming. That is worrisome to me a little bit. I still have high hopes because of how he looked in the preseason. If we didn't see him do anything in the preseason, he was just out there like John Bates or something, that'd be one thing. But the exhibition games, he was actually legitimately excellent. Like, he looked like a little mini George Kittle running through people.
He did.
Breaking tackles, impossible to get to the ground. And I remember thinking, this dude's going to be a weapon. I might have to stash him in like dynasty fantasy leagues or something. He's going to be a star. And then the year happens, and they never involved him. They never threw him the ball. They barely played him. He got no targets, which in and of itself is somewhat telling. But I saw the preseason games. I saw what he's capable of. So I am still hopeful that you're right. He breaks through. I got some answers for you. On defense, players that have to step up big time. One is so obvious, I can't believe you didn't go with him. Marshawn Lattimore. You were thinking maybe more of like the young kids. It seems like Marshawn Lattimore was acquired for 3 draft picks. We talked about this yesterday. A 3rd, a 4th, and a 6th, because you thought he was going to be a shutdown corner for you. You thought he was going to be a legitimate number 1 who could take top receivers and maybe not take them out of games, but certainly slow them down. He did none of that down the stretch. He was not 100%. He was learning a new defense. He was learning new teammates. Adam Peters talked about all of this in his end-of-year press conference. I get it. He'd better be a whale of a lot better in 2025 than he was this past season for Washington, or else that trade's going to go down as one of the early L's for a regime that's not going to bat 1,000. Like, you're allowed to swing and miss sometimes. You hope that you minimize the swings and the misses. So far in this count, they're probably down 0-2 or 0-1, let's say. And the pitcher's feeling it right now. And we don't look that hitterish in the batter's box. But there's a lot of count still left. Let's see what Marshawn Lattimore can become. But I would put him on that short list. The other one I'll give you on defense is another veteran, Daron Payne. Assuming Daron Payne is still here, Danny, I'm sorry. 4 sacks. I know you don't get paid just for sacks, but 4 sacks, 7 quarterback hits all season, 7 in 17 games. For a guy that makes close to $20 million against the cap per year is unacceptable. But I need so much more impact and big plays than he gave you. Go back to 2022 when he made the Pro Bowl and he got 11.5 sacks. He was one of the better defensive linemen in the league. He was probably a top 10 impact defensive player in the league that year. And he would single-handedly end drives. I remember a couple drives where on first down, he'd blow a play up. On second down, he'd tackle a running back. On third down, he'd bat a ball or hit the quarterback. And like, it was a punt because you just got Daron Payne. Whatever happened to that?
It's a great question.
He looked unrecognizable this year.
I mean, you remember that to me, that 2022 year, and we argued about this a bunch, and you were right and I was wrong, that I saw that move that he developed where, let's say you're the center and I'm Daron Payne. My right shoulder is lined up over your right shoulder. And he would do that move where he would take a step up the field and then swipe across you to go, now my left shoulder is going past your left shoulder. And it was either a hold, 10 yards, knifing through for near, blowing up the play, tackle for a loss, or hit the quarterback. I feel like I didn't see that one time. Now, it's not like I'm spotlighting him every single play or watching the all 22 or whatever, but it's like that knifing through the line of scrimmage thing that just never happened. And I know someone could come in, it's a different scheme. Okay, fine. Not one time. No defensive coordinators going, I've got this guy that can knife through the line of scrimmage and ruin stuff. Don't ever do that. I bet you Joe Witt wouldn't have minded if a player or two he blew up in that way. Because, I mean, John Allen had as many tackles for losses he did in a quarter of the games over the course of the season.
You know who I give some of the credit to for the Daron Payne intel? Was Dre Gruden.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he said as much on the air with us, I have to imagine. But I know in talking to him a bunch, he kept saying, like, I'm not sure I would pay him. There are guys that you worry a little bit about, like, after the fact, what happens. And I know Jay was kind of vocal about that with Daron Payne, who he'd been around. And he was clearly right, at least so far. I mean, that's not to say he can't go out and still have another monster season or two on this contract. But my logic was, I have a thing against paying a bunch of money for a player who was at their peak performance for the first time ever, unlike anything they'd ever done in their contract year. And if in that case, I had a 5-year sample. I had 4 years of Daron Payne that were pretty similar. And then I had the 5th year in his contract year where it was this just completely different guy. And so now I'm just betting on that's what he's going to be in perpetuity. And you've got to make a calibration of, like, is this how you're always going to work? Is this how you're always going to do it? And maybe that was going to be the case. But for me, he averaged around, I think it was like 3.5 sacks per season.
And would you look at that? That's what you got.
And then he had 11 sacks one year. He averaged right around, I'm looking at the numbers here, like 8 quarterback hits per season for 4 years. And then he had 20. And it's like, am I sure about this? So that was kind of my logic. It's not like you broke the tape down or anything. It was just it's a general philosophy. Are you better in your contract year than you've ever been before? Then I'm skeptical. I got 5 years of sample, not 1 year of sample. But anyway, I need more out of him next year. I would put him on my short list. Offensively, I'll do that because you did. Brandon Coleman. I liked what I saw from Brandon Coleman mostly. And I don't know if you agree with this or not. Based on being a 3rd-round pick and how he played, I think I saw enough to feel like I might have my future left tackle in round 3, which is a huge accomplishment for this staff. But I would be really disappointed if he played next year like he did this year, if that makes sense.
It does. So let me offer one comp. Remember, Morgan Moses was drafted in the 3rd round. When we first saw Morgan Moses, he was looking to the left as the right tackle as the defensive end ran around him for a sack. And we kind of went, oh dear, this player is not playable at this point as a rookie when he was thrust into duty. So contrast that third-round tackle with Brandon Coleman. Held his own. Played pretty darn well.
Yeah. Had some games where he was very good. Had some games where he struggled some.
And it's not to pick on Morgan Moses, who's had a really good NFL career. It's to offer the fact that this is not a surefire first-round, superstar. Every measurable is perfect, and he didn't give up a single sack in college as the left tackle winning the Outland Trophy. This is a different situation. The fact that he held his own early on, I'm with you. If we get that same thing next year, you'll go, oh, okay. I was hoping for better. But if that's the beginning, that's his walk before he can run, then they really found something special. I'm with you.
Yeah, I think you played, you learned, good and bad, right? This is what it's going to do and look like and be when you're going up against the best edge in the league every single week. It's one of the toughest jobs in the league. It's why they make a lot of money. Now you go back to the well, and you're training hard all offseason to be a left tackle. And if he turns into one, it would just be a significant victory for Peters and his staff to have found that in the third round and to have 3 more years of a rookie contract for Brandon Coleman before you have to pay a guy. If you're not paying a left tackle or a quarterback, I mean, come on, like you're set up.
Yeah, that's how you end up with the cap space they've got.
At that point, you could go get whatever weapons you want to, but he's a guy I would say that needs to make a leap because he was fine for, I would say, like a normal left tackle. He was a huge win for a rookie in the third round, but it's time now. Like at that position, I'd like to be top 10 in the league, and that's the goal. And I don't know that he played at the top 10 level consistently. I think there were a few games where he looked like he could be that guy, but I don't think consistently that was the case.
I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, there's room for growth there, but the floor is pretty high. I think that's kind of the point here is, okay, if we look back and that's the worst year Brandon Coleman ever had, that's a win. Right, as he's learning in the league. Remember, half the league thought he was a guard, and they saw something that nobody else saw.
They also, because they have Biotish at center and Cosme when he comes back from the injury at guard, they may not have as much flexibility as they want at other positions. Where maybe you just have to move him around to upgrade the line anyway. Like maybe you tell him, "Hey, we're moving you to right tackle, and we're signing a left tackle because that's who's available that we really like. Like we might like this left tackle, we don't love a right tackle." So there might be some flexibility there where I don't think you have to be married to him at left tackle, even though if he could play there on the cheap, then there's added value. But if you think he could be a Pro Bowl guard every single year at left guard, okay, nothing wrong with
Let's
that.
do that, yeah.
But they still got to address the line. At least one, probably 2 starters coming in here. They want to do it that way. And then guys like Wiley maybe and Allegretti could be depth pieces more than, guys you're playing every single snap.
Well, I'm so jealous of Philly and Detroit in that way. I don't want to get away with anything anymore on the line. Does that make sense? I don't want to be like a few really good linemen and, you don't really notice. Again, I feel like I'm picking on the guy, Allegretti. You don't really notice Wiley. I want that, that group of unstoppable. I want whatever play is on that play sheet's going to work because those guys are knocking people into the you-know-what. I want them universally feared and thought of as one of the best O-lines in the sport. I think you can do that now. We don't have to make sacrifices. In 5 years, when you got to pay Jaden Daniels, what, $90 million a year as the salary cap increases? Yeah, you maybe have to skimp on a right guard.
I cannot type C's on my laptop. The C button doesn't work. So like I do home keys, ASDAF, Jackla apostrophe.
Okay.
I took typing in school, and so I'm a silly little typer, right?
You are a pretty good typer, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
When I pull my pointer down into the left to get from F to C, it just doesn't register. So like every word I type lacks the C. If I go ESPN.com, ESPN.com, you wouldn't think a C is all that important of a word, necessarily, a letter rather.
Yeah, C's big.
It's big when you're talking about typing into a computer.
People's names. You mentioned the .com. I mean,
what letter would you most not miss? Would it be V or like X probably?
Q.
Although I know the
X.
sites Danny goes to, he'd miss the X.
Oh, thank you.
Anybody? Nobody? Oh, sorry. Now, you live in Virginia.
Yeah, not in the Commonwealth.
You live in Virginia, so never mind.
Good luck with that.
You'd have to go to Darris's house.
When we were in different states, oh, buddy.
Wouldn't that be weird? If you showed up at Darris's house one night. You're like, what's wrong, Dan?
Hello?
Like, oh, I just wanted to use your internet.
Nothing, man. Do you have a private room with a lock?
Maryland's doing great. I'm thinking X. Maybe
the Q?
Q's a good
How
one.
often are you queuing?
Also, Q's on its own island, way up and to the left.
Q is far. Do you pinky the Q? Do you
Oh,
like
of course.
Yeah.
Up, you go up with your pinky.
So I go up with my ring finger. It's less efficient, but it's just how it works for me.
No, you don't.
I do. It's weird.
It doesn't even make sense.
I know it doesn't.
So does your pinky have to go over the caps lock?
Yeah, the pinky is like, I don't like it. It's not as good as doing it with the pinky.
You shouldn't do it that way.
I just out of habit. I can't break it now.
For Darius, Ryan, our buddy Metal Chris, Grant and Danny saying so long. Thanks for listening to The Fan. Virginia Tech Hoops next.
Thank you for coming.
Super Bowl 59 just around the corner. Post Malone will be a part